of the 2025 NFL Combine. Live here on Twitch and YouTube to start. We got quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers today. Trying to get situated here. But it's such a stacked running back class. It's disappointing guys like Ashton Jeanty are not participating. But we've got a lot of really good backs besides Ashton Jeanty. We'll see who all is participating. I think we are getting Amarion Hampton, Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, Bashal Tootin, of course. DJ Giddens is going to be out there. Marcus Yarns from Delaware.
And someone who, when he tests today, when he runs, he's going to open.
We got a bunch of really good names.
And we also have Cam Scattaboo out there, and he's not.
Cam Scattaboo apparently posted an unbelievable vert, by the way, close to 40 inches.
Steve Sarkisian as well. We've got so much going on here on this Saturday. Do not move.
So it's a pretty exciting day. Quarterback, running back, and wide receiver. Kind of like everyone's favorite positions mostly. And a lot of you guys are big fantasy football players out there. But it should be a good one. I'll take a look at some of these running back jumps in a minute. Also, we'll see if the DB 3-cone and short shuttle times are out yet. They may be back to do those today. I think they would have done them yesterday. But we shall see. Only interested in Scattaboo today? Interesting. Cam Scattaboo has kind of been like a cult hero on my channel after including him in a mock draft very early. Just because he had the same name as Cam Williams. And now there's a chance Cam Scattaboo goes earlier than Cam Williams. It should be quite interesting. See them hating on Helm? I don't know who them is. I don't know what to do with that. But yeah, he didn't run especially fast. Which, whatever. It's not really that big of a deal at tight end. But let's see some of these live results. So we can get 3-cone. Okay, so they are out. Wow. Darian Porter adds being extremely agile. Man, he just tested off the charts. I wonder if his updated RAS is out, because that's like elite agility. And that's pretty rare. Like, if for someone that's 6'3", 200, like, you're not necessarily shocked by the 40 and the 10-yard split and the good jumps, especially that broad jump. But elite agility is absolutely a surprise. Hunter Wohler had a good Senior Bowl week. Didn't run especially fast, but he's 213 pounds. 4.57 is a fine time for him. Adding in elite quickness and agility, it's very good. Jabbar Muhammad near 7. Let's see the corners. Only 3 corners doing anything, though.
Back to Lucas Oil Stadium. The running backs about
a few more safeties. Malachi Starks
see the rafters,
with
the
the worst
there. Let's go to the only person
3-cone of the group.
Their name on it hanging in any rafter in any place.
Worst
of sports business.
20-yard shuttle of the group as well. It's not great.
Thank you,
Worst
Rich.
3-cone of everybody.
DJ mentioned that he's not going to go today. He is here. I did speak with him this week, and by the way, he is as relaxed and cool and chill in person as he
not
is
phenomenal.
Backfield. Some really good feedback.
His 40, I think, was fine at a 4.5 flat. It's pretty good.
Runner. That is 1 point. Definitely
10-yard split was good.
Back. pass protector. But in typical Genty fashion, he also shared with me some of the constructive criticisms. Sometimes he can do a better job with his blocking technique. Sometimes he can do a better job taking care of the football in certain situations. But guess what? He only had 4 fumbles on 374 carries. Typical, humble
Check this
Ashton
out, though.
Genty. As for
His
a couple
RAS,
of the men you will see out
5'5".
here performing today, the double-headed monster out of Ohio State.
Not good.
Quinshawn Judkins, Travion Henderson. And it's fascinating because just playing a season together at Ohio State this past year, how about in the playoffs? 4 playoff games, over 700 combined scrimmage yards, 12 combined touchdowns, and they both spoke about it this week. Despite sharing all those carries, it worked in their favor. They talked about, they kept each other fresh, certainly, and they are fresh, I can tell you, to get out here today and put on a show. Rich?
Still the best safety. Yeah, I don't hate that take.
Fresh. Those guys could bring the wood for
But
sure.
seems like a decent chance, at least, that Nicky Manwari goes ahead of him.
You know, our broadcast on the screen.
Sweater, thanks for the tier 1. Mustang with the prime. Can you say program for me? Or do you want me to say program? Because I'm out of college football mode. Jace, thanks for the prime sub.
CBS hanging out with us as well. All right, Peter, running backs. I know you love this day.
I do. It's a great day. We offensive players are here. Judkins, we just talked about and how he performed on the field. How about what he did today so far at the Combine? He is 220 pounds. He stepped in an 11-inch broad jump. I'm sorry, 11 feet broad jump.
Yeah.
11 feet.
11 inch would be less impressive.
Someone who's 220 pounds, an incredible.
Facial
performer.
tootin',
I wanna see how he
DJ
runs
Giddens.
today, because we know he is jacked and can jump. But can he
Cam
run the football?
Scatabo.
I think we can.
Cam Scatabo.
11'11".
39.5. The running backs are showing out already.
I was gonna say,
Earlier
you
today,
and I
but
can do 11
I
inches.
crushed it.
Absolutely. What I'm looking forward to, guys, is
Rashard Smith kind of low. Darquez Hunter. I mean, 33 is not crazy bad or anything. It's just like
in the NFL. All right, we're playing smaller
not that
defenses,
good, I guess,
the
but
big backs, usually 7 out of the top 10 running backs in the league are 220 or more. Let's see if these guys haul it. By the way, Caleb Johnson from Iowa.
Quinshawn Judkins with the best broad jump, 11 feet. I know they were just talking about that, but I kind of wasn't listening who they were talking about.
It is only fitting.
All right, we got Ulysses Bentley going.
Be run by somebody named Bentley.
And he's moving.
Ole Miss's Ulysses
It's a fast time. 4.62 for Ulysses Bentley. He's a big back.
I'd like to give you the numbers here we're aiming for. If you go running backs in the NFL last year, Rich.
But again, these guys are not corners. You're not expecting a lot of 4.3s here.
16 pounds with a
If you can get in the 4.5s, especially if you're like 220 pounds, that's pretty good.
Fans of Indiana.
This should be a pretty good one, though. Jaden Blue. This should be a very good time. This might be in the 4.3s.
Texas Longhorns.
Don't blink.
We will see today.
He is flying.
That's
4.40.
our boy Blue. 4.4 flat.
Yeah, he plays to that speed, big time speed. Use him in the pass game as a mismatch, especially on those angle routes. He's a tough cover.
There's our neighbor across the way, Shane Steichen. He's coming by here. He's slated to join us. Same thing with Jaden Blue's head coach in Texas.
Can I get this off the screen, please?
Steve Sarkisian stopping by here. Always funny.
Wreck, thanks for the 2. Starks is going to fall to Baltimore, isn't he? Yeah, that seems like there's a pretty legit chance. Connor, thanks for the 2. Very excited to see Caleb Johnson run the 40. I'd like to see him get into the 4.4s. I don't necessarily know that it's going to happen, but be a good time for him. Taj Brooks is going to run pretty slow, I would imagine, but bigger back. But 4.53 is a good time for him.
Ultra productive is right. We know his stats at the college game at Texas Tech. How about this? Captain the last 2 years, first team academic All-American. And I asked the running backs coach, who's the best blocking back in this draft? Said Taj Brooks, Texas Tech, not even a question. Those are the things that might not show up on film.
Travion Henderson's the best blocking back.
On YouTube, but it's the stuff you get from conversations here at the Combine.
Here's Donovan Edwards of the University of Michigan. Let me see if I can hear any of the Ohio State fans now. They're used to having him run past. As he's about to run a 40 here.
A little bit of a stumble.
Stayed really low.
Here.
4.45.
Yeah, he can go even faster than that.
Donovan Edwards getting a nice round of applause here in Indianapolis. They won a handful of Big Ten championships in this building.
Also the only one running today that's been on the cover of a video game, I believe.
Trevor Etienne
I think
of Georgia.
he is another one. He's going to fly.
Of course, he is the brother.
Trevor Etienne's tape, when you put it on, was actually surprisingly good.
First round pick out of Clemson in 2021. Applies his craft in Jacksonville.
He stumbled too.
Stumble there. Keeps running.
4.43 though for Trevor Etienne. And he's a big back.
So obviously his
Really good time.
Check him out with his brother. And he's much taller.
Well, I don't think
200
Travis
pounds.
is 5'1".
He's not like
He's taller
big,
than
big,
that.
but
I feel confident in that.
built like stocky near under 5'9". But yeah, very good time.
Here's
But that would be low to the ground. That would be a tough guy to tackle.
DJ Giddens, really big back at 212.
He's got.
Bashal Tutin's going to be around that as well.
Right, but he is
Ollie
fast.
Gordon's going to be big.
He's got really good vision. He's a real quiet kid, very coachable, well liked. Smooth. That's his running style too. Real smooth.
4.43 for DJ Giddens. One of my favorite backs in the class. I mean, I really do love this running back class. It's so good. Giddens, another guy that can block. All right. Ollie Gordon's close to 230. Had a really good 2023 and a really bad 2024. I am not expecting a good time here. I am not expecting a good time.
Big time, well paid.
But nowadays, if guys are not going to run a good time, they just won't run. So we'll see if Ollie can get into the 4.5s.
Ollie Gordon,
226 pounds. That's a big back.
4.61.
Coming at you.
He reminded me of a Garrett Blunt. Charles, Ollie Gordon, one of the more unique, or I should say a very unique Senior Bowl game performance from him.
No doubt about it. And he really grasped it that day, didn't he, DJ? He wanted to prove something because you remember won the Doak Walker Award the year before, and then the next year the production wasn't quite the same.
It's not a bad time. He's almost 230 pounds.
For him. Talked to him the other day.
Hampton can fly, though.
Up that the offensive line was different. Just said he needed to make improvements. I liked his attitude.
Number 19 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 prospects board, Omarion Hampton.
He's got a track background. He can move. 4.47.
That's impressive. At 221 pounds, he is
Good
big
Lord.
and explosive. I was watching their game against Minnesota, and they've got a linebacker about 240-plus pounds who's working outside in. He has about a 30-yard runway to hit him. As you see, he's going with the eyes closed there. He hit him with everything he had, Rich, and he barely knocked him off stride. I mean, he has got unbelievable core strength.
No Genty today.
Touchdown rushing season.
If Caleb Johnson can get in the 4.4s, I would be shocked. Now, I do love him as a prospect. It's interesting because Underdog used code Bengal. Underdog had Caleb Johnson's 40 time. Actually, Harvey, another good season at UCF. 4.41.
He gave me a little mix of Tariq Cohen.
Underdog had Caleb Johnson down to 4.45.
Some of that vision and
Did he come in at like 225 pounds like his playing weight was listed? Because I don't think he's running close to that. 224. If he can get low 4.5, that'd be sick for him. But we'll see. These running backs are moving already.
Ohio State Buckeyes here today.
Put an Oregon defender behind him, and the time will be faster.
Nice. Thousand-yard season. 10 rushing touchdowns.
This should be a pretty good time. He got out.
Clean start.
4.43 for Travion Henderson.
Yeah, he's a home run hitter. You know, you think about Jahmyr Gibbs and how he's used with the Lions. You're going to see similar usage with Travion Henderson, not just as a runner, but using that speed in the passing game.
4.43.
Very good time.
A team captain of the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, and a man who traffics in getting speed.
Chris Greer and
around
Mike
there.
McDaniel.
Since they already told one of their fast Big Teners from Purdue.
Here's Jarquez Hunter. I like Jarquez Hunter. He got upright pretty early, but That's a really good time.
This group is delivering
And
right
he's
now.
phenomenal in terms of breaking tackles, yards after contact. Big O, thanks for the tier 1.
So they might be in the running back market. It seems like everyone could be. I mean, this is RB14. And
Yeah, these running backs are flying. Anything in the 4.4s for most of these running backs is very impressive. You typically are not going to see a lot of these guys running the 4.4s.
He had 15 rushing touchdowns and almost 1,300 yards rushing.
Long speed was a little bit of the question with him, so this will be an interesting time.
Pretty good start. 4.4 or 4.55.
Ashton Genty would be here now. He had 29 rushing touchdowns this year. 29. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Rich, so much of the conversation here in Indianapolis centers around the #1 overall pick currently held by the Tennessee Titans, and some of the big-name quarterbacks we're going to see on this field behind me later today really will factor into that. Cam Ward not going to throw, Shedeur Sanders not going to throw. Every other quarterback, it seems, going to try to show
Here's
off
Caleb
his stats.
Johnson.
How to get in that conversation
4.58.
for QB2. Is it Quinn Ewers? Is it Jackson Dart? There's plenty there. My understanding of the Titans situation, though, they need a little more time before making a decision on whether or not they want to move out of the #1 overall pick. Most of the evaluators I talked to...
Not a great time for Caleb Johnson, but he's 224 pounds. He was never running 4.45. It's one of the worst lines I've probably ever seen.
Several teams moving up to #1.
Thank you, Ian, and we'll keep that. We'll put a pin in that for the moment, since the
4.58
get out
40.
after the running backs finish. We just watched Caleb Johnson and his 21 rushing touchdowns this year for Iowa run a 4.5 40. Montrell Johnson Jr. of Florida.
4.42 for Montrell Johnson.
Transferred out of Florida to go to Georgia. Montrell Johnson taking over there and
4.42.
laying down a nice time.
We're all still trying to beat the unofficial 4.40 blue of Texas. Now here's Quinshon Judkins.
Joey, thanks for the prime sub.
On that Ohio State team, we're seeing these guys go up.
45 rushing touchdowns in 3 seasons.
Looking at
3,000 yard seasons.
Quinshon Judkins had a very, very good broad jump. 11 feet. That's typically a pretty good sense, pretty good tell for explosiveness.
I mean, it's like he's a missile.
It's an unquenching thirst.
38.5 vert, also very, very good.
There you go.
Thirst.
This looks like it's going to end up being a pretty good time. And he's, again, a bigger back. 4.48 is a really nice time.
221-pound back.
All right, so we're going to take a break.
It's a really
here.
nice time.
We'll show you the 40s that you missed, and then return live.
Yeah, Cam Scattaboo put up
is
a sick vert.
and running, just
39.5.
like
What do you weigh in? 220? Only a 10.3 broad.
Had it with your old phone.
Is Scattaboo running? I just want to say this is my guy, Bashal Tootin from Virginia Tech. Pride of New Jersey. And he's going to come in and test very well. I mean, already came out, had put up 40.5 in the vert, 10-10 broad. Very good. Scattaboo not running. It's disappointing. Great vert for him, though. But yeah, I think he probably would have been in the 4.6 range. So, not exactly surprising to see him say, no thanks. But disappointing. Always like to see everybody participate. But, yeah, I really wasn't expecting a whole lot. I still can't get over people expecting Caleb Johnson. Like, his underdog line, use code Bengal. I took the lower on it. His underdog line, or the slower, I should say, was 4.45. Like, have you watched him play? I couldn't believe that. Got a tweet. He stumbled. This second run is going to be sub 4.5. Yeah, maybe. All right, it's not going to be 4-4-5, I'll tell you that. See, I don't really know about Rocket Sanders. This was what I thought about because I was looking at where they had him. They had Rocket Sanders at like in the 4-4-5 range as well, I want to say. And he just doesn't seem to have that second, third, fourth gear. He's 217 pounds. I would say Rocket Sanders is kind of like a one-speed back. And it's not like especially fast. I like him as a player. I liked him more at Arkansas, a couple of years ago, but kind of found his stride again in 2024 after a down 2023. But I'm not expecting a crazy time. I do think we're going to end up seeing some really good times here. Again, for me, the one to watch is Bashal Tutin. Love him as a player. Does fumble a little bit. But
while we were gone,
I think
Corey
that's
Tyner
fixable.
Of Cincinnati.
He
got whistled.
He's a monster
So then
prospect, in
he
my
came
opinion.
out, ran it again and whistled down a 4.58.
It's a respectable time.
Here's Joe Quavius, Woody Marks, Mississippi State transfer to USC. Had a decent year. 4.56 isn't bad for
Woody
him.
Marks can catch the heck out of the ball. I'm looking forward to him in the field workout. You'll see that on display.
Okay.
This is going to be a real interesting time. Not really known as a burner here, Damian Martinez, 4.58.
Big back.
Yeah, this is Kyle Monungai
217, so he lost
from
9
Rutgers.
pounds since the
Has
Super
been
Bowl.
very productive there.
Kyle Monungai.
I would say kind of a fan favorite.
I feel like Rutgers always has a running back, too.
Well, I mean, Chiefs fans will tell you about it, right?
4.62.
4.62.
Yeah, didn't expect a super good time there, but
It's very hard.
he's a stud.
Okay. Devin Neal of Kansas.
Appreciate you, Griff. Thanks for watching. Brian Dayball a little bit lower today. It's up in the booth for the defensive players.
Coach of the Giants, they're in a...
There's going to be a quarterback conversation.
With the third pick. Quarterback need. Devin Neal, 3
Like Devin Neal as well.
1,000-yard seasons in a row.
We're about to see some pretty good times here. Got Devin Neal, Rocket Sanders, but Brashard Smith, Bashal Tutin, Marcus Yarns. We got a real chance to see the first 4-3 number of the day.
Just building out depth. They have
Bashal
so
Tutin
much
especially,
depth on the team.
he's going to be in the
Now it's
4-3s.
Trying to use free agency in the draft, go get a blue
He
chip
will be in the
player
4-3s.
to add some difference makers to their really good young core.
There's some really good times today.
Devin Neal's kind of a short stepper when he runs, but he can make you miss. Excellent quickness.
No, DJ Lagway's got NFL potential for sure.
How fast he is.
His favorite player growing up was Adrian Peterson. That's not a bad one, right? 4.6 flat from Neal. Next up, the latest South Carolina Gamecock to be here at the Combine. They've all been testing very well out here on the field.
All right, let's see what Rocket Sanders run. Anything in the 4-4 range would be exceptional for him.
Rocket.
So there you go.
Look like he's fully healthy. He got out. 4.47 is a great time for Rocket.
Another 4.440. We're just racking up the 4.440s here.
Love him as a
Awesome
player.
group. This has lived up to the build-up. I think one of the reasons is because they're all running. They didn't have this type of participation in all the other positions, but man, these running backs are not afraid. They are letting it rip.
Here's Brashard Smith. This is where Cam Scatterbo would.
These are the ones you're going to want to start watching. Brashard Smith is like a hybrid wide receiver. 4.42.
He's a former wide receiver, big time.
This is the one to watch, though.
18 total
I
touchdowns.
bet this running back class is so good.
What's up, bud? Oh, yes.
You can't go to commercial with Bashal Tutin.
They're getting younger with each shot. Okay, there we go.
No way, we're doing this. You can't go to commercial on Bashal Tutin. Oh my God. That's insane. Dude. It's going to be the fastest time of this entire group. And we're going to commercials? No, Dylan Sampson's not running. Yeah, they do run twice, and they're going to end up showing it later, but why are we not watching what is going to be the fastest running back time live? So we'll see the second one live, but you can't see it for the first time twice. You know what I mean? So yeah, them running twice is not really relevant. We're going to see it either way, but it's not as cool if it's not live. That's like watching the Super Bowl and being, I can't watch it. And you're like, don't they show highlights on SportsCenter? Isn't there going to be a rerun? Yeah, I guess. We have yet to see a back get into the 4-3s. I think Tootin will change that. And honestly, I think Jaden Blue is going to change that next run as well. Yeah, Marcus Yarns is supposed to be running. I think he's a threat to get into the 4-3s. I don't know that he will, but Marcus Yarns has some ridiculous speed. But also, all of these backs do. I don't remember ever seeing a running back class that had this many backs at 4.45 or lower already. And we're going to see two more likely get sub 4.45. This is an exceptional group so far, and some bigger backs. Like, there's Brashard Smith getting in there, around a 4.42. There's another one, but like, these are not small guys. Brashard Smith is kind of tiny. Etienne's like stocky. I mean, even a Marion Hampton. All right, here we go.
Couple of
Facial Tootin.
Two guys from our buddy Bruce
explodes out.
College football freaks.
4.38.
Facial Tootin with the first.
And that's at like 211 pounds.
From Virginia Tech. He was number 40 on Bruce's list.
Here's Marcus Yarns.
Number 88 on the list. Marcus Yarns.
Long strider.
He spins
4.45.
Out of Delaware. In the building Joe Flacco applied his craft in last year, right?
Any 4.2 potential with the running backs? No.
Is one that he will not stick with.
I think Tootin would have been the closest, and he just ran 4.38.
Up until Tootin's sub 4.
Jaden Blue got out. This is going to be a good time.
He's got it faster.
And he's
4.39.
4.39, much better than 4.4 flat.
100%.
But it is not better than Tootin's.
As someone who got a lot of 79s on his report card as a kid, I can appreciate the bump up.
Well, which one was that? The last one? Okay, Blues run.
I'm looking at all the projected times here, or I'll say projected, the times I took here on Underdog.
Had Blue at 4.35.
When we get the running or the receivers up,
we could have just seen.
Like, I would love for Matthew Golden to get into the 4.3s because that'd be sick, but for my wallet,
for the moment, that's why we call these.
I might prefer him
the official times
to run slower than 4.41. I've got Arian Smith faster than 4.31.
So he's already having a winning day.
4.55.
I've got a lot potentially on the line here. Had Shamar Stewart slower 4.54. That hit, obviously. Had Alfred Collins slower 4.97. I think that was free. He didn't run. I have Arian Smith, the Georgia receiver, faster 4.31. Obviously not going to go quite yet. Matthew Golden slower 4.41. I just thought it was too fast of a time for him, because even 4.44 would be amazing. And then Caleb Johnson slower 4.45, which obviously is hitting. A little bit worried about Golden.
Donovan Edwards.
And I mean, Smith running the 4.2s is just insane. But not impossible for what is maybe the fastest player at the combine. 4.45 again for Donovan Edwards.
Tyrone Tracy's season for the Giants, excellent, but kind of lost because of who he was replacing and what that guy did down the turnpike.
I'm still shocked Jahdae Barron ran in the 4.3s. Ridiculous.
So, again, it's all part of the conversation
Stoked for him, though.
that we have so much, as Sean Payton might be in the market.
I didn't know that Trevor Etienne would be quite this fast.
After Bo Nix's
a little under 5'9", 200.
Stellar rookie season.
He's not the biggest back, but again, built big, and he's flying again.
Want somebody from this class.
4.43.
4.340.
Luke, thanks for the 2. How many do you think Tez Johnson will get? He better run in the 4.3s. He's like 150 pounds.
As I would imagine, decorated as last year.
Betting on 40 times, 1-800-GAMBLER. I don't know. People say that.
But I mean, one of the things that Brandon.
But like these are
out in Buffalo is
the easiest for me to predict because I've seen these guys play, and I've been doing this for a long time. But
and he just had a terrific season.
I'll take over under 18.5 points when the guy scores either 19 or 18 every night. That's better somehow.
You have, and that for some reason general managers in this league choose.
Like I got Caleb Johnson slower 4.45, and he ran close to 4.6.
Somebody top of the market.
Like a lot of the lines makers don't know what they're doing.
Talented kids as we're seeing here today, you can get almost the same production, if not potentially better, from them. And that's part of the conversation here.
Vast majority of running backs are going to be part of the group, part of the committee.
4.45 for Giddens, still a very good time.
An overcorrection on those premier guys that don't need any other guys.
How heavy was Tez Johnson today? Did he
Derrick Henry
get weighed in?
Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, those guys can carry the entire load, and those guys I think we'll see the market now correct. When those types of players are around, they'll get their money.
But why? Again, you're saying running backs are mostly by committee. Wouldn't you say the same thing for wide receivers as well? I mean,
154.
It is.
I mean, it's a complete size outlier in the NFL. You can compare it to Tank Dell.
Needing to have it put in there.
Tank Dell's way heavier, which sounds crazy to say.
Much easier.
4.62 for Ollie Gordon. Tank Dell is at least 165. He's got more than 10 pounds on Tez Johnson.
And also come out and catch it. And you have those people who have already proven how terrific they are.
I mean, he's tiny, dude.
The fact that it's just like, well, we're not going to pay you 15, 16. The most we're going to do is 8, 9, 10, and you're scrimping on it.
Devontae Smith, I think, was closer to at least 170.
Please.
Because of the aforementioned touches that they get, they're more likely to get injured than a wide receiver is. And number two, the longevity is no.
See if Hampton can bring his time down at all.
So you're taking on more.
Look at all these 200-plus pound backs running low 4.4.
Here's Hampton. 4.46.
Heavy feet for Marion Hampton, but
and again
4.46.
He can come in and
DJ getting to 212 running 4.43.
See what the Jets did with Breece Hall, drafting him in the second round, but now Breece Hall's going to be in line at some point for the new general manager of the Jets to have to pay top of the market value. And will they turn to somebody like, say, when that day comes, whoever the Omarion Hampton of the draft is going to be, rather than pay Breece Hall?
I think that second contract for somebody like Breece Hall, you feel more comfortable doing that, and now you can use your draft resources to plug some of these other holes, which are numerous, especially in the secondary for that specific team.
R.J. Harvey.
4.43 for him.
2 terrific times.
But Omarion Hampton, I don't think he's getting to the second round where Breece Hall got. I was very surprised when Breece Hall got there. I'll be shocked if Hampton gets there.
I mean, Chip Kelly, who
Daniel Jeremiah
called up plays for people like Travion Henderson this year.
Calling out that he would be shocked if Omarion Hampton got into round 2.
For the Raiders. Here's Henderson.
We'll show you some tape on Travion Henderson.
Yeah, I'm going to do more MLB this year.
Pull it up, and I'm telling you, the pass protection stuff from him,
just the game hasn't been great.
It's next level. It is fun.
But isn't that on brand for Ohio State running backs? That they
I don't know what Dylan Sampson is doing.
As well as run. That's why they get 3 down backs.
I'm going to find out when you do.
Columbus.
I mean, it's
like
a
obviously
pro operation.
Zeke
They have
being
coaches with pro experience. They have players that are going to be future pros, and they arrive ready to roll.
Yeah, surely this is the year MLB The Show gets better. You've been saying since MLB 18. MLB 19.
Terrific. In his second one, he will stick with the first, even though he's just 2/100ths of a second off of the first.
Look how big Judkins is at 221 pounds. That's
super athlete.
So far, it's been a great day for both these guys.
Teo, thanks for the tier 1.
A glimpse along with that vertical of how much explosion they have in their lower body.
No, and I know, you know, what I was saying about Trevion Henderson and complimenting him. You kind of looked at me like you.
Bond's going to be faster than 4.38.
Can be.
I will
highly complimentary and
guarantee that.
About how terrific these Ohio State players are.
They're easy to love. Even as a Michigan man.
Did I misread your look?
You're
looking at me like where are you going with this?
Would
one?
pretty much bet anything.
You're being complimentary.
To be honest with you,
I'm going to tell you, Isaiah Bond's going to be faster than 4.38. I got the Longhorn hoodie on.
All right, David Spade is in our booth.
He's going to be faster than 4.38. I would bet
Dales, take it away.
Rich, just
anything.
A little fun fact on Quinshon Judkins. You guys just mentioned how sizable he is. How about the fact that he was a premium skateboarder? 8 years old to 15 years old. He was so good he actually had a small sponsorship from a skate park where he grew up in Alabama. He did 360s, kick flips, flat ground kind of guy, trick kind of guy.
He does kind of look like a skater if you
Pretty
see
good feet.
Quinshon Judkins.
Maybe the skateboarding helped.
He's got the vibe.
It all is part of the.
Yeah, that's totally
journey,
glazing
right?
is saying what is going to happen.
Jordan James.
And fast guy's going to run fast. Oh, what glazing, bro. Children, dude. Unbelievable.
.455. That's what he runs.
Yeah, that's who he is. When I was a young kid, I asked for a skateboard for Christmas, and my parents got me one that had the handlebars on it. That was a tough one around the buddies. They couldn't really pull that off.
I forgot about the skateboards with handlebars on them.
Caleb Johnson. He is, I mean, he is lean for someone who weighs 224 pounds.
And he's smooth, too. I mean, he's gliding. 4.57.
Improvement.
Yeah, and he could carry 240 pounds on that frame.
1,500 yards.
Caleb Johnson is a tank.
Touchdowns.
But he's fluid.
In his final season in Iowa.
Find the right fit. Get
Scribs, thanks for the tier 1.
Get outside zone one.
Where was the guy that said he was going to go in the 4.4s?
All right, so now here is Judkins. Transfer from Ole Miss.
He is not running in vans, by the way, in case you were wondering, Rich.
I wasn't, but I appreciate you saying that.
Just loved it. I did not know Stacy.
I still can't believe people were saying that Caleb Johnson was going to be low 4.4s, 4.3. I mean, it's you couldn't have watched him. You couldn't have, or you don't know what you're watching. Which I hate to be condescending, but like
live on NFL Network when we come back, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, dude.
Next here,
you couldn't have watched him.
Combine coverage. We go to break. Give this man a chair. We got our first simulcam of.
It's like David Spade in the booth. Who is that?
Oh, the two Buckeyes. First runs of Judkins and Henderson.
I wouldn't want to tackle either one of them.
Nope. And the winner is Henderson. When we come back, David Spade will hang with us.
It is David Spade. Why is David Spade there? Riley, thanks for the prime sub. Judkins' future Bear. I mean, the Bears could take a running back with one of those second-round picks. But I don't know why they would. I like their running back room unless you're really going to upgrade, which I guess you still can. Let's get Roshan Johnson some more run. Roshan Johnson, future NFL MVP. No bias. Over under 6.5 40 for David Spade. It's a good line. I would say under. I got the faster. I think David Spade's threatening sub 6. Yeah, sneaky athletic. I can't. Why is David Spade there? Gloomy, thanks for the 5. Hey, Bengal, thoughts on Pat Bryant out of Illinois? Really carried our offense this year. I feel like he slept on. Yeah, I watched him in the summer with his 2023 stuff, and I came away pretty impressed. I've not watched him yet in 2024, but you got a big-bodied receiver with solid hands. I think he's got a chance to go day 2, but probably going to be more of a early day 3 type of guy. It's just not that great of a receiver class, but I mean, he's definitely a real solid receiver. 6'2", 204. When he's a classic, kind of like big body chain movers. See if Bashal Tootin can get that time down at all. 4.38 is fantastic, though. Let's pull up the Combine IQ. See if we can't have like miles per hour.
Hopefully. Corey Kiner's second run from Cincinnati.
Yep.
He's going to stick with his first.
That first one works.
I can do math.
Yeah. Always.
No, LaQuinn Allen's kind of disappointing. He did jump at least.
Advice, David Spade.
I would say don't even ask me next time. Just take the lower one.
Unless it's a contract proposal.
Oh, look at that.
Rocket Sanders with the
Smart.
fastest GPS 40 time of anyone there.
From the U, Damian Martinez, his second run.
Nice.
Wow, now that's.
4.51 for Damian Martinez.
Combine's paying off.
They lost a little weight from the first to the second run, it looks like.
I did not know that.
I
You guys have a lot of info going on here.
Well, we have a lot of yeah, I mean
this
in
seems
front
like
of
it's
us
on a
here.
loop, but this is it is interesting to watch this at home. I mean, interesting is a strong word, but it's definitely something to watch.
We'll take interesting. I mean, you could have stopped there.
This is kind of the official beginning of the season, right?
Yes,
Sort of.
indeed. Here's the final run that we missed while we were in commercial break.
4.49 for Rocket
Sanders with a 4.49.
You talk about finishing. He finished all the way down to the 20.
And this is live. Brashard Smith of SMU.
He's flying.
4.39 for Brashard Smith.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You always got to run through the finish line. That's what I tell the guy. I do some light coaching. Yeah.
I think David
walk by
Spade's funny,
coach. I
so
just walk by
this
people
is
and go,
kind of
"Knees
fun.
up."
That's the light coaching.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? David Spade, good to see you,
Nice
brother.
to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
about
in,
time
man.
you throw the camera on me. I've been here for 20 minutes. Hey, everybody.
What do you think?
Everyone's like, why? No, the reason I'm here is there's absolutely no reason. I'm doing a gig across the street, and I'm with Dana Carvey, and when we checked in, I was like, this is a little football player heavy in the lobby for not a season. And then they go, oh, yeah, the combine. I'm like, oh, my God, how fun. Let's go over there. So,
Yeah, and here you are.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Doing some light coaching.
Yeah, I did some light coaching. I walk by, I go, abs begin in the kitchen. And I just keep walking. But, yeah, I used to do some button hooks. I mean, I used to be, I know the lingo. Yeah. I go like this. I go 10, and then I button hook, and then I go, throw it. Psychologically, then the DB thinks they're throwing it.
And then you
And
would.
then I go, pew, and I keep going.
The old button hook and go. That's classic early flag
I
football.
even tell him ahead. I go, I'm going to juke.
Pee-wee.
Juke, juke, juke. And then he goes, while he's trying to figure
Pop
that out.
Warner, you guys have that?
Have you run a 40 ever?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no numbers, but I definitely did the stuff in high school where you did, it was always the 50 when I was. That's how old I am. It was the 50. Do you know that it was 50-yard dash?
4-3-2 for Bashal Tootin.
4-3-2. Wait a minute.
No, hey,
Hold on a second.
let's put a pin in that story.
Yep. The fans are going nuts right now.
I didn't think there'd be anybody here. There's a million people here.
There we go. Let's see it again. Knees up.
Yeah, he got
Knees
out.
up. He did. By the way, didn't even look that fast. He's great. The chain.
David Spade's killing me, though.
How much faster he would have run.
I think 4-3-2 ended up being my prediction for him, wasn't
What's
it?
our best today?
That's our best
You're
right
looking
there.
at it. You're
That's
looking
it.
right at it.
I walked into it.
You did.
Good luck, charm.
You're making him faster.
Show me
just by being
4-3,
here.
Marcus
Just
Yarns.
by droning on.
This is the last runner right here, Marcus Yarns.
Delaware.
Of Delaware.
Come on, Marcus. You gotta want it. Oh, drive by coach.
You're rolling forward. Okay, they're gonna get you slower than what.
Now that's the real coaching right there. So that's a new one. You're rolling forward. You put that in your arsenal now.
Yeah.
You know.
Rolling forward.
So do you think when the colleges asked for your 40 and you gave him your 50, is that why you didn't get recruited?
Yeah, that's what was one of the problems.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's crazy, though?
Great GPA problem.
Bashal Tootin just knew his that commercial the first time and saved his best 40 for being live.
So dumb because I was a skateboarder, but obviously I got. I think I weighed 134 in full pads, and the coach. I was like Lucas. Remember that movie?
Of course.
Yeah. So the coach
started clapping.
Yeah,
So
it
you were
wasn't a ton
clapping?
of clapping, but they did tell me to leave.
Do you want to call the Marcus Yarns 40?
Of course,
David.
We got
This is gonna
Marcus
be
Yarns. We all
something.
know him from the Delaware with the bird, the bluebird, and here we go. He's off and running, and there he goes. He went all the way. Yep.
Well done.
Didn't stop for directions all the way to the end. And what do we got? 4.48.
Yep.
Solid time.
That's solid.
Nothing
Nothing to tweet about.
I think
but
you
yeah.
forgot to yell finish. If you yell finish, I think we get a little faster.
No, I should have gone down there and given a couple fist bumps.
Well, I mean, you're now that you're here, you can.
This kid
if
at
you
the
wanna do
hotel
that.
just goes, "Well, you saw my football. I already got Travis Hunter." I go, "Who do you think I am?" How many footballs out there have me and Travis Hunter?
But
So did you signed it?
Of course.
you signed it Danny Woodhead.
No, I signed up Peyton Manning. I want to make it worth more.
The David Spade, Travis Hunter football.
Yeah.
That's what we call one of one.
That's a buddy movie.
We noticed your analysis of the Luka Doncic trade, David, and
Oh, here it is. Boom.
feels like Saquon to the Eagles. That's some quality analysis.
That's
right there.
am I close? I don't know.
I do think so. Yeah. Well, we never thought that Saquon would be let
Thank
go by the Giants, and we never thought Luka would be traded.
I think
so.
my mullet is.
All right, let me get
itching.
caught up on
I feel like it was
super
kind of
chats
new.
here.
Well, Saquon was great. In my opinion, it was great, but it wasn't the right situation. But Luka, I think you really knew was great, no matter what was going on. And I'm still.
Rock covers of the 499. I'm from Bowling Green, and my mom went to BGSU, so it's really cool that Fannin is is a pretty promising prospect from such a small school. Yeah, it's always cool when the
last time I was at the SoFi,
smaller
I was
school
seeing
guys have a
Jeff
chance
Webb,
to go high and show out.
Miller, some old man.
Rock covers also with the 199. I'm addicted to mocking tight end to the Colts.
That
It's a
music
fun
from the
addiction.
era of the 50-yard dash.
Yeah, Leopard.
Yeah.
It's
Steve Miller.
Yeah.
back.
maybe equally bad
So
for you
That was your last time in SoFi,
compared to some of these other
and
vices,
Journey
but
went on. I think they.
sure is
I
fun.
feel like Steve Miller should
Timothy
play.
Pierce with the 5. Missed the stream last night. What are your
Journey,
thoughts on the K-State
you know,
DBs?
They did.
Well,
double
I would
sacks
say
even, of course. They did about 4 times.
that I think one is clearly
Steve Miller's
better than the other.
Yeah.
So we got that.
Jacob
going
Parrish
forward.
tested really
It's
well.
still in a football stadium, so it's still
And I
sort
think
of makes sense
has
we're talking about.
legit
He's
starter
the
potential.
quietest you've ever probably been in a football
Yes.
stadium,
A little
right?
small,
Got a golf football
but
vibe.
definitely
fun for having a
tested
couple
extremely
thousand
well.
people.
I mean, we also had like
You can buy tickets to this, I guess.
Yes, you can. And
Savage,
actually,
too.
I don't think they bought.
who is
No,
still
free
at
ticket
K-State,
Oh,
right?
that's
Yeah,
nice.
Who
just like you.
has a chance to maybe even get
All right.
higher
Yeah,
drafted next
so,
year, but I don't think
so
he's going to be at
I'm
the same
bummed you
level of
can't come to the show
athlete.
tonight 'cause it's like a charity, but
But Kobe Savage is
it would
pretty
be
good.
fun. Dana Carvey, who's one of the greats.
Why do I feel like I remember
Who
him
missed the 50?
Yeah, what happened? What
Dana got the flu
transferring
last
out?
week, and it was really a bummer. 'cause
Yeah,
we
he
were
went
all
to
stoked
Oregon
go,
this past
and,
season.
You know, it's funny. I only did
Um,
like one line in the whole thing, but I'm going on tour in about a month, and they kept saying, "What's the name of your dumb tour?" And I couldn't think of one, so I literally they go, "You have to
But
do
if
it
that's who you're talking about.
by Sunday night. We have to know it by Monday." And then I just took the
Any
line
safeties
from
here?
SNL and made it my to it.
That's it.
Because there was a bit where I was in a long sketch.
Oh yeah, Marcus Siegel. He tested really well as well. I didn't really watch him
He
though.
was like, yeah, I'm
Where's
good.
Spade? I go, yeah, I got a feel for it. so that's the new tour name.
Was that ad-libbed or that was part of the skit?
They did write something like that. And then they go, there's no cue.
Chris Bank with the $4.99. What are your thoughts on the future of the combine and its importance? I feel like participation in all sports in all different ways is dying.
Thanks for stopping by.
So
You guys
introspective.
gotta take off?
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's
Well, I mean, you can stay as long as
These
you
kids
want,
aren't
man.
going to
it's probably going to continue in this capacity. Yeah, it's disappointing that players are opting out. We're seeing more running backs show, like Amarian Hampton, Caleb Johnson. Those are two of the top running backs in the class, and they're going. The only one that's sitting out is Ashton Genty. I think we're probably still going to continue to see the top player from each position opt out almost more often than not, which sucks. But
it's the kid.
And that's a strong stride for Hampton.
I don't know. It is what it is, right? If it can't really do anything for you, I guess I understand sitting out, but I don't know. It's frustrating. It's like we're being robbed of incredible performances, which, I don't know, lame. Colton Roberts with the 2. Prospect you've been most wrong on ever. Well, it's tough to say because I feel like I grow every year, and my access to like all 22 film coaches tape was not the same as it is now. But I mean, I still feel like I would have been lower on Josh Allen. But also, I've changed a lot, where I feel like I'm not going to bet against somebody with elite traits so much anymore because the chance that they end up being very good, while it might be low, if it works out, they're going to be great. So I would say Josh Allen, maybe. I didn't think he was going to be good. And he's obviously an MVP type caliber player, but he wasn't accurate at all at Wyoming or his first couple years in the NFL, and then reworked his entire throwing mechanics and became good in year 3. And that's kind of the thing with the NFL draft, right? You can't say after a year or two that a player's not good. You don't know yet. Gloomy, thanks again for the 5 with the Pat Bryant. Gage Stevens with the $9.99. What do you think about tight end Thomas Fidone out of Nebraska? Fun fact, played with him, Max Duggan, and Iowa's starting center Logan Jones in high school. Went to Jalen Milrose High School in Katy, Texas, too. That's a lot of info about you, Gage. I think you just may have doxed yourself in a huge way. I feel like he ended up testing fairly well yesterday. He was in like the 4.74 range. He's not a player that I've watched individually. Ended up getting down to 4.7 flat. 6'5", 243. Has a decent grade there from Lance Erline, but he is not one that I've watched. The Josh Oliver comp, even though he's not as big. Josh Oliver's huge, but yeah, definitely want to watch. I mean, there's just so much time between now and the NFL draft. I've got basically 2 months to start watching as many different players as I can. But it's definitely tough. I'm not even close to 100 right now. And that's generally, I'd like to get to 150. I think I don't have the time necessarily anymore, but I would like to. But I think that's going to be tough to get to. Ryan Lentz with the 5. Which OSU prospects are your favorites in the draft? Also, which running back do you think goes first? Assuming you mean Ohio State and not Oregon State or anything else. I mean, I like the running backs, obviously. Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, quite good.
5 NFL scouts.
I'm not a huge fan of Sawyer or Tuimoloau.
Drills of the day, off tackle.
I honestly think
everybody.
Donovan Jackson's, I mean, Josh Simmons is good too. Like, favorite is tough, but it's like, who's good? There are, obviously, it's Ohio State. There are a lot of really good ones. I mean, Lathan Ramson's worth talking about as well, but
We've never seen
that offense is stacked. The 2 big offensive line prospects, Simmons and Jackson, and then, of course, the 2 running backs.
We're expecting to see Cam.
I know Emeka Ibuka exists. I'm not super high on him. I think he's going to be a solid pro. I don't know that he's going to be. I don't think he can carry an offense. But, I mean, you never know. You never know. It just kind of depends on how he's going to be used. I feel like the Rams would be a good spot for him at the end of the first round.
Man, he made an instant fan out of me this year. Caleb Johnson is running
Caleb Johnson should look pretty good out here for a bigger back.
I've never seen anybody just plow into these bags, you know?
Well, he'd be my candidate that would like to do it. Scadaboo would love to just run right through one of those.
Michael Climate, thanks for the 5. Think any Huskers will get drafted at day 3? No, you will for sure. I mean, one of the most athletic guys at the combine here was Ty Robinson. He's only 288 pounds at 6'5", but this is like your 3-4 defensive end type.
The Jello is
like think of like Dean Lowry.
Whenever you start Chick Hearn, it's going to be good. But
what's Dean Lowry listed at?
This at the top. Big backs in this league.
6'6", 296.
220 pounds plus. I'd say over the last 4
That'd be
5 years, that's going to be the
a pretty good upside comp for Ty Robinson. But yeah, he's going to get drafted for sure.
Still in vogue, don't get me wrong.
Like for sure.
Big backs against these smaller
3-4 defensive end.
Has proven very effective in the NFL.
Thanks for the 5. M. Kleiman. Jaden, thanks for the 10. I think the team should try to solve positions of need in free agency where there's proven talent and always draft best player available. You can figure out the roster construction afterwards. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with this. I think,
he didn't run a 40, Charles. Your Vol's got
like within reason, right? I don't think it's always draft best player available. Like if you have a quarterback and the best player on the board is a quarterback, and it's a waste of a pick, in my opinion, mostly. Unless you're really like,
what a bummer,
trying to be worried about an injury. But even though those do happen, I would roll the dice and say that my starting quarterback's not going to get injured to take a best player available rookie behind him. But yeah, like even positions where you're strong, you can never have enough corners. Can never have enough corners.
Chilling with Kimmy checks right now.
Always good to have a defensive line rotation.
Chance to see him work out, but I can show you the work that he did in the fall at Boise State.
We know about running back by committee, and that position gets injured a lot. I don't think it's bad to have multiple good ones.
But slippery and elusive. You cannot get him on the ground. Contact balance. Look how low he is right here.
But yeah, I think best player available is how you want to build it. Within the draft, you want the best players you can possibly get, and free agency is for patching holes. Because you get proven guys that you know what you're getting. Hopefully. I mean, obviously you see free agent guys that don't pan out. But you mostly know what you're getting. You can never have enough offensive linemen. The average fan really hates when their team drafts offensive line because it's not exciting or whatever.
I mean, every Cowboy fan I know, including my guy on the show, TJ Jefferson.
I mean, you see the difference between teams with really good offensive lines and really bad offensive lines, especially when guys get injured and you have someone that can step in and there's no problems. We see those teams and they win Super Bowls like Philadelphia.
Well, I mean, just not even his performance. Just talking about
Riley again, thanks for the prime. Scribbs, welcome back for 66. Speaking of the Eagles,
running it, throwing it.
Teo again, Eagles fly with the prime. Not Jake, Joey Swank, Vinny B, Big O, ADJ, Spunsy, Jace, Sweater Mustang. Thank you guys so much.
That was the most expensive video request I think we had, right?
I think we efforted, but I don't know that we were able to get that across the finish line.
Well, I mean, if Scadaboo goes to the Browns, Drew Carey would have given us that footage for nothing, I imagine.
I was going to offer to have a couple pets spayed or neutered in exchange for the
well, that's the previous host. It was Donovan Edwards, now Trevor Etienne.
Hey, DJ?
Yes, sir.
Did you think with Scadaboo, did you think he can go old school and go Riggins?
You know what I thought of him is I know he's not as tall as James Conner, but stylistically remind me of James Conner coming out of Pitt.
Real good one.
Ollie Gordon, this is a big back, and we referenced it briefly, Charles, at the Senior Bowl with Ollie Gordon. He threw a touchdown in that game to go along with how hard he ran the football.
Didn't you think he dropped his pads real well at the end of runs in that ball game, DJ? I saw something out of him in that he needed to show.
We saw a little bit more of the 2023 version, you know, where he went for over 1,700 yards. Jay Harvey, he's a home run hitter.
Love him.
Wes Hunter.
How deep in
I like Jarquez Hunter. I don't know that I would say he's most fleet of foot.
Oh man, this it again is going to
But he's got some power. Jaquindon Jackson, former Texas Longhorn, transferred to Utah and then transferred to Arkansas. Real mercenary of college football, becoming more and more common.
In front of this run, I think I can take my chances and hold and get in on the back end of it. Does that push all these guys down a little bit? And in other words, getting punished for the overall depth. But to your point, I think you're going to see starters in the 4th, 5th round. You're going to see some real talented players with starter ability in this draft.
Again, I understand I'm asking that question. We don't know.
Who's the other quarterback here?
But
day 2 is the sweet spot.
Hardison.
That's what you're thinking, because day 3.
I don't know if I remember him.
Isaiah
Obviously, no Matt Corral.
Won Super Bowls in his first 2 years as a professional. He was a 7th round choice.
You can find them, but I think to get real impact guys, I mean, we've seen Jahmyr Gibbs, what he's done to transform that offense in Detroit City. I know you see that team a lot over the years here since he's got there. That's a dynamic piece that teams are looking for, and that's why a guy like Travion Henderson, Tootin's going to get some of that love, trying to fill that home run hitter role.
Remember, Tootin began in North Carolina A&T before going to Virginia Tech.
Neal's very under control. Again, the top end speed was not going to be what he was about, but just a real feel runner.
Here's Dylan Sampson. Didn't see him run a 40. Uber productive running back from Tennessee.
Rocket Sanders.
I just love it when folks like David Spade come in, and by that I mean not someone who's funny and famous, but just not used to seeing a combine and then seeing it for the first time. Seeing that there's thousands of people here and it's quiet during drills or in between drills, and we're used to it now,
because there's competition. There's literally competition going on, so that's normally accompanied with a lot of sound and noise.
Right.
Got the tracer on him here. Jenkins, real smooth.
I'm getting an error code. My Google Chrome is out of memory. It's got a lot of tabs open.
Here is the next drill, the Deuce Staley drill. And let's see how Bijan did this one when he came through.
Bijan Robinson.
Speaking of Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson was the first running back in that draft, and you saw him take off last year, but just the overall foot quickness. Look at how quick he goes through the bags. And
Bijan, stud.
And then that adjustment on the
horns
fly.
up.
That's what you saw when you watch him run. Foot in the ground, stop. Quick little steps, change direction, hit the brakes, go. Excellent footwork from Bijan Robinson, and they're just starting to unlock all the heat.
Yeah, I don't know that LaQuint Allen was hurt or is opting out or what, but yeah, he's one of those day 3 running back prospects I actually quite like.
Eddie Faulkner, the Steelers, walking them through.
He's got some big time potential, really. Another New Jersey guy, unfortunately South Jersey, but 6 foot 200.
Quint Allen of Syracuse.
He jumped, so I don't know how hurt he is if he did the vert.
40, but he is out there for the on-field drills.
And here he is right now, actually.
Y'all need a demo or y'all good? Everybody good?
Let's see how quick these feet are.
You want to go demo? Yeah.
It does look a little bit like the Dirty Bird, right?
It does look,
first.
That's a good call.
Or the
Icky Shuffle.
The Icky Shuffle.
Yeah.
Doing the Icky Shuffle instead of the Deuce Staley.
We're going to see if we can see a real standout here.
The Icky Shuffle drill.
I think Amarion Hampton could be impressive at his size.
These guys have been working on these drills at the training facilities probably the last 6 weeks plus.
I'll tell you, Taj Brooks surprisingly quick feet.
Correct.
Yeah, they don't want you looking down at the bags.
At his size. Donovan Edwards really chopping.
Really nice. Again, it's the quick feet, it's the vision to be able to see the bags, and then it's the burst.
Well, again, Donovan's used to being in this building, Charles.
Yes.
ATN got moving a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, more success in a place in Ohio, but it's okay.
I'm trying to stay up on it today, Rich. I was step behind yesterday.
It's all good.
Oh, he's going to take the middle route there. He was supposed to bounce that all the way out. But
because they all went to the right.
He's going to be his own blocker there. He's just going to go ahead and run right through it.
My advice is the bad guys, make sure you give them the space, please.
Oh, my goodness.
You might take one today.
Jesus Christ.
So
Marion Hampton did not look especially quick there. The bad guys keep going the same way. They're not opening a
They
hole.
all know what they're doing.
So they're just creating different holes.
I'm watching them, and they are talking to each other in between to determine which way they're going.
I mean, I've never seen that.
My face personally.
I thought you were going right. No, you're going left. Okay, there we go.
Your other left.
Creating an
hole.
A gap or a B gap, to use the phrase. Look out.
Here we go. The thing is, you need the bad guys to be purposeful, and they need to really give it a good lean. You don't want
for their own personal safety.
Yes, you don't want to be half-stepping. Caleb Johnson, nice burst.
There's no guy. He can get bigger, can he, DJ?
Yeah, he's got a frame
he
to
can
carry
get bigger and be
It's a long day today. We're going to see receivers go later.
He was in the high 4.5s, I believe,
yeah,
is what his time
4,
was.
5, 8.
That's fine. That's the kind of back he is. He's going to be running with force.
Judkins tripping over the bags.
You don't want to have a bag problem with that guy coming at you. Honestly, he's one of the most ferocious runners I've ever seen.
He runs compact, too.
Look out.
Corey Kiner tripping over the bag.
Woody Marks,
CD. This is fun for him doing all the running back stuff, but he's going to get to show off once we let him catch the football.
Yeah, that'll be his time.
Martinez, we talked about it.
Damian Martinez did not look natural.
Moving around better, I think. Got a little more bounce in his step.
One guy.
Got the different shoes going.
It's another guy who's going to create things with force.
Interesting steps here for Devin Neal.
I feel like Neal's just kind of a steady.
Dylan Sampson looking quick.
He get 4 years of a
good rep.
yards.
Yeah. Sampson. I don't know, for being hurt, Sampson's moving around pretty good. See?
Yeah, I had a quick word with him. Just did not want to run the 40. When you're coming off of that, you don't want to extend it out. But he says he feels good today.
We're waiting on the official.
Quick feet there from Bashal Tootin.
Ran one unofficially, darn near sub 4.3.
DJ, I like this young man out of Delaware. I thought he had a nice Senior Bowl week.
Yeah,
I'm with you,
the
Charles.
comp was for him was Will Shipley coming out.
I'm a Marcus Yarns guy.
I like that.
Kind of elusive, slippery runner. Change of pace guy. Just, he's not going to be a power guy.
All right, we're moving on.
All right, let's see these running backs catch the ball a little bit.
How fast is Tootin? We're going to run him. Simulcam presented by Rocket against Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon Barkley.
Well, he's going to be faster than both. And he got out early. He's way ahead. Way ahead of Saquon at 10, 20 yards. Way ahead at 30. Way ahead at 40.
That's rolling.
Against two guys who are quite well known for running away from professional defenders. Wow. We're back with more with the running back group in a moment.
Welcome to the NFL Scouting Combine.
Hate simulcams. I mean, it's interesting to put these things in perspective. But I mean, 4.32 is a different level of speed. Let's see what Combine IQ has. Let's see if he's the new fastest 40 speed, or if it's still Rocket Sanders. It is still Rocket, followed up by Travion Henderson. How do I believe this? That the 4.32 40 from Bashal Tootin, he wasn't ever moving as fast as Rocket Sanders at 4.47? I don't know if I get that. Can some physicist explain that to me? It's pretty impressive. I'll read this out in a minute. I'll read the whole live combine analysis. It's kind of neat. Anyway, Ryan Hughes with the 7. Thoughts on D-line or DB guys for the Bills? Also should make some more analysis than Madden crap. More ball than some of these dweebs. Is this my burner commenting? Ryan, thanks for the 7. I think it depends what you want, right? Like, when I think of the Bills, their pass rush, like with the type of edge rusher that they like, I think typically a bigger bodied, heavier guy. So I am thinking of the guys like Landon Jackson somewhere on day 2 or early day 3, or Jack Sawyer in that same range. JT Tuimoloau. I know they have Von Miller now, but I'm typically not expecting, like, I wouldn't expect them to be in the market for really a James Pierce or a Mike Green, but it depends what they're looking for. But typically I'm thinking like a bigger bodied guy. And I also think that interior defensive line is very much in play. Wouldn't be shocked to see them take one in the first round. I think you're talking about if like a Derek Harmon, if he's available. I expect Walter Nolan to go earlier. But there are so many good defensive tackles. Like Tyleik Williams, I think, is a fit. I think that Alfred Collins may be on day 2. I think Kenneth Grant has a chance to get there. Josh Farmer. I'm surprised Zerlin has such a high grade on Shamar Turner here. But TJ Sanders is good. I mean, it just depends what you're looking for.
Back here on NFL Network's live coverage.
And then I would not mind them taking a safety. Like, if Malachi Starks gets to the Bills, I'm pulling the trigger. Safety is an upgradable position for Buffalo. Good stories be damned. CF Ryan, thanks for the tier 1 or the prime. Glay Bombs, thanks for the prime. Penn Rice MVP season this year. Dude, I dropped him in fantasy. In my dynasty league, I just didn't have a roster spot.
Pretty awesome to see, and then these drills right here are awesome.
Like, is he going to be able to play? I don't know where Ben Rice fits in with the Yankees right now. He might be a fringe roster guy. As a backup first baseman, backup catcher.
1,000 people apparently are here to watch all this. What do you gather with on-field drills? What do you get from this?
I think you get a little bit of in-person. Obviously, our scouts do a hell of a job going. Then you get the pro days and stuff. But to see these guys move around, see the fluidity, in and out of breaks, using their hands, the burst, the jump cuts, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, this has been an impressive group here today with the running backs and high participation. We've had some guys, high-profile guys, and
Basil
guys
Tootin drop the ball.
That don't work out here, saving it for the pro day. Do you guys?
Marcus Yarn should look pretty good out here.
I do. I love to see these
he
guys
might as well
compete.
be like a receiver.
This is the best of the best right here to go out and compete against your peers right here. Says a lot about these guys.
And speaking of competition, that's the conversation about your team this week. Is the sense of competition you're trying to create, or you're planning on creating for Anthony Richardson? Why do that?
I did see that, J-Bus. I actually picked him up.
We want to find guys out there that want to compete, and then we got to bring in the right guy from a production standpoint to go do that with Anthony.
Well, the question is you drafted him. Obviously, he's a quarterback when you draft him that high and has a talent like that. He's one of your future. But so the sense of competition would add what, do you think?
Yeah, I think just consistency. We're looking for consistency.
I don't know that I've ever really heard Shane Steichen talk.
Ultimately talented, we know that, and so bringing competition will be good for him.
Coach, last year, Adonai Mitchell, you guys have a good receiver room. But, man, the talent, you can see it in those flashes. What needs to happen with him where he could take this thing to the next level and get to his potential?
Yeah, no doubt. He's ultimately talented. You can see it, the one-on-one separation that he brings. Obviously, everyone's,
Adonai Mitchell, hook him.
Takes time. But going into year 2 for him, we're really looking forward to that.
And I know it's not your team, it's your former team, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, because, obviously you were a coach of Jalen Hurts. To see him now be a Super Bowl champion and have what's being said about him now,
yeah.
What's your thoughts on that, having watched it?
I'm really happy for him. The work that he puts in.
Official times, by the way: 4.32 for Basil Tootin, 4.38 Jaden Blue, 4.39 Brashard Smith. Harvey got 4.4 flat.
The Super Bowl 2 years later and win Super Bowl MVP.
Trevor Etienne 4.42. Edwards shaved off a second or two. Jarquez Hunter, or a second, I mean a hundredth of a second.
What apparently some teams want to have removed from the National Football League playbook in the brotherly shove. What are your thoughts on the conversation about removing this play from the NFL?
You know what? You can't take something away that's working really good for them. I mean, shoot, they do it at a high level. You know, so I think it's good for the game. You know what I mean? As long as, you know, the injuries are down, and I don't think there's a lot of injuries, you know, with that tush push, and they do it at a high level. And if you can do it at a high level, credit to them.
Yeah, because I don't recall too many, you know, let's stop the play because somebody's hurt.
No, they do it really well. They take a lot of pride in that. Obviously, when
Dude, I hate to say this. I wonder if you're going to start seeing teams fake injuries on the tush push, and then
It's fun to watch. Coach, you've been around the quarterback position for a long time.
start to try and say it's unsafe.
Here in these next two groups and let it rip. In a setting
That would be
like this,
super lame. I mean, that's like really tinfoil hat conspiracy.
I think if you just watch
But
the guys, I really like.
I mean, teams in college fake injuries all the time
Like I said, the competition
to slow down the high tempo offenses.
You know, seeing their drop, seeing their footwork, seeing their arm motion is good to see.
And what about a development of a quarterback in this league where you don't have a lot of pad time, you don't have a lot of off-season time, or at least much as you would like? Would you want to change anything of the way that you can develop a quarterback, maybe in season? What do you think?
Well, I think with anything, you got to spend as much time as you can with these guys. Obviously, there's rules, you know, with the off-season program. But when you do, you know, get them in the building, you know, starting in April, you got to be really intentional about, you know, your time usage with those guys.
Who's looked most impressive so
from a
far?
rep
I mean, it's obvious to look at like
going into that, but there is, you know,
the
some
40
subtle ways of
times.
doing it. Obviously, there's a
Looks like Damian Martinez almost got hurt there.
that people are
But
using. I
it's
think
still early into these running back drills.
I mean, you really put yourself in the
I
game.
was
You know,
impressed
you
with
got
the
your
Deuce
play,
Staley
you got your
drill.
calls, you're actually in the stadium of the team playing.
With
So,
the bags
you know,
for
taking advantage
Dylan
of the
Sampson. Thought he had quick feet.
Go ahead.
No, finish it.
Here he is.
I was just going to ask you on the calendar.
Running
I
a
think
flat.
People that are watching this, they see the combine, and then
I think Dylan Sampson is having quite a nice field workout so far. Rocket Sanders ran really well. A lot of these backs did, but Sanders is a big running back.
Life look like for you?
Obviously, finishing up free agency, obviously starting on March 12th is when it opens. So we're working through that right now, and then through that we go through our self.
Yeah, Ollie Gordon ran.
You know, in the mornings and the afternoons.
4.61 official.
You got your top 30 visits. You know, with the prospects coming into your building. And then you're going out on, pro days, getting ready for the draft, obviously, and then your players are coming back in the building April 21st.
Thanks for the time, sir. In case you need any help, out that door, make a left, and then your first left. Or if you want, you could just hop over.
I could do a little jump right there over the top.
But be careful.
Right there.
We
don't do that.
Yeah, we need, we're maranthoning. We're not sprinting. So
Love it.
Thanks for the time, man.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That's Shane Steichen, the head coach of our next-door neighbors, the Indianapolis Colts, right here in the home of the Colts. That's official 4-3-2, man. Out of Tootin. Wow. That was something. And then we're going to see if any of the wideouts can threaten Xavier Worthy's all-time record. That's later on today. Our live coverage of the Scouting Combine on NFL Network rolls on as the running back groups are put through.
Yeah, Ollie Gordon just didn't have a good 2024 at all, but nobody on Oklahoma State did. That team was really bad. Oklahoma State just casually was like the worst team in FBS last year. Hmm. Six flat's pretty good for Luther Burden. Golden probably a little bit shorter than that. He's such a beast, though. T-Mac came in at 6'4", 219. He added weight. His playing weight was listed at like 212. Is Ibuka going to be 5'11"? 6'1". All right, they weren't lying about his height. Emeka Ibuka 6'1". I'm very interested to see his time. I don't know that he's the twitchiest or most explosive guy. And neither is Trey Harris. I'll tell you, I felt really good about taking his slower at 4.5 flat. Now, the NFL comparison being Alec Pierce is interesting. I don't know that Trey Harris is that twitchy. I like him as a player, but I'm not really expecting that great of a time. I do think it's going to be low 4.5s. We shall see. He could be a 4.4 guy. It's a fast track at Indy.
Back here at the NFL Scouting Combine, the running back group that we're seeing, and we were talking about it when they were running their 40s, Daniel, about how fast they looked and how fast they were. Now that the official 40s are out, the average 40-yard dash time of this group, average,
probably low 4.4,
4.8, and
mid
we've
4.4.
been here obviously
high 4.4
since 2003 when we first came on the air. So that is why when we keep saying since 2003.
Yeah,
that's why we keep saying that. That's the fastest running back group we've ever seen.
Well, we didn't have any outliers like in golf. Don't they use the term like shot dispersion? Like there wasn't.
Marcus Yarns looks so natural catching the ball.
One after another after another. Normally we have one, 4.8 that sneaks in there, and just that wasn't the case today.
And one of the 40s that we missed seeing run, Cam Scatabo. Take it away, Stacy.
Yeah, Rich. I actually just caught up with
149 for Tootin.
And he is
pretty elite 10-yard split.
Because he has been dealing with a left low-grade ham issue. He did that a couple weeks ago, he told me. And so disappointed he couldn't participate today, but he's going to save his workout for Arizona State's private pro day. That will be on March 27th. Check that, March 27th. And certainly a fun one, and one.
Vinny, thanks for the tier 1.
Kind of wowed us all.
Welcome back 38
season,
months.
But disappointing he couldn't participate with that hamstring.
Again, I just loved watching him play, man. Just everything. More you can do. Cam Scatabo, 10-3 broad. And his vertical jump, 39.5. And David went from the booth down there to Arizona State guys hanging out.
That's awesome.
Spade and Scatabo right there, by the way. If Dana Carvey just can't make one, but that might be a new team right there. And Marion
Barber comp, R.I.P.
The Barbarian. Think about how hard he ran, how physical he was, and that was.
Boss dude, thanks for the prime sub. Welcome back for 10.
Numbers marry up pretty closely there.
There he is. Again, it was just so fun to watch him and how they used him and how every single time he made a play,
Taj Brooks looking pretty good. He's a good day 3 running back.
And you talk to the guys, at Texas, and their coaching staff kind of warned their group there. Okay, this is real. What you're getting ready to jump into with this dude, like you might look at it on tape and say, "Who are they playing? What's the like?" You need to get buckled up for what you're getting ready to experience.
And then just that game that went into overtime. That
Good
was
adjustment from Ollie Gordon.
After,
ball was low.
I believe the entire first round, and I think 2 or 3.
Who the heck is Bashal?
Third, second.
So you haven't been watching the videos.
Yeah, and we were all waiting for the classic. Then the classic hit. They delivered.
And Matthew Golden, who had that clutch touchdown.
Yes.
The tie. We'll see
on
him
4th down, right?
Yeah, we'll see him.
Man, Jarquez Hunter does not look natural. Running a little Texas route
out there as well. Texas wide receiver.
Speaking of Texas, former
this
Texas
kid, we didn't see him run a 40.
quarterback recruit Jaquin Jackson.
Arkansas Razorback.
Oh, yeah, with Jaquin Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah, he is a physical runner, even though he runs a little bit narrow. He's got a nice little...
Ghost, thanks for the prime
I
sub.
think he had a ton of wiggle, but thought he caught the ball really well and easy. So as we see him go through the catching drills here.
And with
yeah, Cam Scatterboy I don't think would have run particularly fast. What's up, DJ?
From my Kansas State expert.
Woody Marks is a really good receiving option.
Eric Stone Street.
Jaquavius, former Mississippi State running back, transferred to USC. He's actually about to run here.
Does it match?
Yeah, this is where he's going to shine. That ball was on him.
Breakdown on him.
Good adjustment.
Upright, very smooth and
kind of
fluid.
nearly took it to the face. He got a fastball.
The hands were a little bit inconsistent.
Skip a dip with the prime sub. Thank you very much, Skip.
So Stone Street, I think we're in the same.
Let's tune the next A-Chan. Where's he projected to be drafted? Never heard of him. I mean, he's got great speed. He was in my NFL Combine standouts video. Guys I expected to perform quite well. It's not really a surprise to see him have big speed. He's one of the best 10 running backs in the class, and maybe even slightly higher than that. Bashal Tootin is legit. He's 210 plus pounds. Obviously, like elite speed.
Both of them said the exact same thing independently of each other. How impressed they were with the shape these running backs came here in. And we use that word intentional so much, being intentional about what
caught the ball pretty well there.
So they've been that way throughout the entire
but this is my guy, Marcus Yarns.
Thing I thought was, exactly
he's a natural catcher of the football, man.
That's awesome.
Okay, so some trackers using the player tracking data.
Yeah, I like to say data, but
okay,
this is something that's outstanding that we're able to show here, put some numbers on it. Woody Marks talked about his ability in the pass game. It's exceptional when you watch it. You get Hampton getting all the way up there to 17, it looked like. Here's Judkins. Once he's going to take off and go, you're going to see those numbers spike.
Data is a very Star Trek way of saying it.
I say data.
Is that a New York thing?
Well, I got an email once upon a time that said it was data.
Be careful with those emails, man. Have your head on a swivel.
I don't think I don't really hear anybody say data in regular life. Nah, I can't show the workout because it's like TV. I can't really broadcast TV. But I'm doing as much as I can, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it. It was just a lot of it's just me sitting here saying, you know, not a whole lot. I recognize this is not exactly the highest form of content, but we're having a good time. We're hanging out, kind of. It's like a live action Q&A in a way. So. Data is only East Coast. I'm a data guy. Data. If there were two T's, maybe I could get on board with that, but it just doesn't make sense to me with only the one. I mean, running back, wide receivers. Why didn't Xavier Watts runner participate yesterday? Why does anybody opt out? I don't think he would have run particularly well. So that's always a reason, right? Is that true, J-Bus? Big time fall off? How talented is Nick I in coverage and as a DB? I'm going to guess you mean Nicky Manwari. It would be Nick E. I'm going to guess that's who you're talking about. And he's actually fairly good. I don't know if he's going to end up being like a two-high type safety where he's going to play a deep half, or especially not like cover three single high safety. But I think he's the best near the football. He can play in the box, can play in the slot, can carry routes vertically. I think he can play in too high, but this is like your classic box safety with very good speed to, again, carry routes if he needs to. And I think Yeah, no agility testing for Nicky Manwari, which is not exactly surprising, but 20 reps, by the way, in the bench. But he is he's a legit prospect. He's not just an athlete, you know? Mike Green did not participate, dealing with an injury, supposedly.
Joey Molinaro has shown up for this appearance that you're about to make here, Joey. And was it just complete accident that you had a Spade and Farley throwback SNL shirt on?
Well, when I got the invite to be here, I knew that I was going to wear this. My sister got it for me for Christmas.
That's Sandler too, huh?
It's the Sandman, Spade, and Chris Farley, the legend. And I knew I was going to, so about a month ago, I texted my buddy, said, hey, I'm wearing that. And then I had coffee with DJ this morning, and there were some rumbles that maybe, and so I said, definitely wearing it now. Have to.
So we are in the home of the Combine in Indianapolis, but also our friend Joey back here. What's your impressions of the Combine so far?
Dylan Sampson's looking good.
You get coffee with Pat McAfee every year. He posts about that. DJ has to get coffee with me. They're all into the deal there. But have you ever been on Howard Stern, Rich?
I have not, no, but I grew up listening to him, and I idolize that guy.
I know you do, and all I could think about really watching this out here and you guys being in the booth for this long is just what his reaction would be to the entire thing, right? Like, I can't imagine.
I mean, can we get another rep for Marcus Yarns, please? The ball was thrown 3 feet short.
I'd throw myself out the window. That's the thing that I thought about was what Howard would be thinking about this entire situation. I mean, they're not doing anything. They're just running. They're running, and I'm watching it for 12 hours. My God. Yeah.
The king of all media.
Chris, thanks for the 5. Are you mentally prepared for the reactions to the chat and your friends in Discord with whatever the Giants do on draft night, assuming you're live? I'll be live. I'm live every year.
Picked up any conversations there?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I would say I am mentally prepared for it. I've been doing it for a long time. I'm obviously pretty familiar with disappointment as a Giants fan over the last decade.
Was he really? Prime 47.
I didn't see him.
Yeah.
What was he saying?
He hopped over and he says, the thing about Indianapolis is when I think of it, I think of what I call the killer P's. It's pace cars, Peyton Manning, and Prime 47. I'm certainly looking forward to go there to have myself a steak. It reminds me of another killer P, Patrick Mahomes there. And just every time I have one of those steaks, I sit back and say, wow.
It's fun.
It's the gravelly.
See in the Super Bowl, though? Yeah, not in the past 10 years, though, is kind of my point. The Giants, they've won 2 Super Bowls in my lifetime, which is awesome.
If only we could slide
2007, 2011 seasons. But outside of that, the Giants are like historically not even a playoff team. They got in the wild card. They won 9 and 10 games in their Super Bowl runs. They have not been very good. And since 2016, the Giants actually have the worst record in the NFL. Worse than the Browns, who in that range literally did not win a game in a season. Worse record than the Jags, the Jets, the Raiders. I mean, everybody. The worst record in the NFL since 2016. The New York Football Giants.
The big thing that's happening now you see online is it'll be a terrible play. You know, Mahomes just like skips it in the dirt, or that spike, right? The missed spike in the AFC title game. And then people will dub over Collinsworth with the what a play by Patrick Mahomes.
Kyron Williams, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Giants reports on Rodgers.
I saw him there.
I'd be cool with it. It's an upgrade. Hopefully not terribly expensive. And it means hopefully the Giants don't take a quarterback at 3 or, God forbid, 1 in this draft. Like, I get Cam Ward has potential, but
everybody just keeps talking about the biggest story that happened in football in February.
The Patrick Mahomes impression is a good one.
For me, and the biggest story in football in February, I got a haircut. Haircut. Mahomes got a haircut. Yeah, he's coming on the revenge tour. I was like, guys, can I just sit here in peace and eat the steak and ketchup, man?
Did you run in
that's pretty good.
This time around?
No, but I did on Monday.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was cool. The Combine's in town, but so is the Giant Head Convention. So me and him got together, and they had the 2 biggest heads in the city, so they had to get a picture to capture that moment. Yeah. But it was pretty insane meeting Peyton. It really was. I would have to say that it was the closest thing. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
It was the closest thing that I think I'll probably ever get to meeting the president. The process that went into me getting 2.5 minutes with Peyton. You know, they take him down a hallway. You're in a secluded room. There's nobody else in there with you. They kind of had like a nickname for him. They knew that he was coming from upstairs down the hallway.
Were they talking in their wrists and stuff like that?
Yes, they're calling him Wobble. I don't know if that's because of his passes or what it was, but it was insane. No,
And of course, Dylan Sampson drops the ball now.
Everybody says don't meet your heroes, but you want to meet Peyton Manning. That's for sure. Yeah. So, and then at one point he was pitching me, dude.
What was he pitching?
It was crazy because we had this little video that we were doing. And so I'm in there, and he walks in, and I introduce myself and everything, and he has no idea. But then all of a sudden, I kind of start pitching him the idea, and all of a sudden, he's just going. He's like, all right, so. He's like, so you want me out? I'm like, yeah, I want you out. He's just like, all right, so may I come in? I do a little.
Marcus Yarns, dude.
You do me.
What a beast!
You, right?
Catches the ball
like,
so
dude,
well.
Do whatever you want to do. This is insane. So it was cool getting pitched by Manning. I kind of flubbed that, but it's all good.
No, that's still strong.
You know who else I saw there at Prime? Gronk.
Really?
Gronk was there, man. It was
Joey?
insane. You know, it was the biggest guy you ever see. Really looks like Paul Bunyan in real life. Love Gronk, but dude, he was just like. Yeah, the first time that I heard about the Combine, I said, the only thing I like the Combine is my Red Bull and vodka.
That's a great Gronk, man.
Thank you.
That was Gronk.
That was a good one. That one caught me. Good to see you, Joey.
That's a walk-off on that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Molinaro is here.
Always fun.
I want to hear that one again.
I love you. My Red Bull and vodka.
What was he saying?
And it was insane. You know, it was the biggest guy you ever see. Really looks like Paul Bunyan in real life. Love Gronk, but dude, he was just like. Yeah, the first time that I heard about the Combine, I said, the only thing I like the Combine is my Red Bull and vodka.
That's a great Gronk, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That was a good one. That one caught me. Good to see
it was okay. Like I can tell that it is now, right?
I said, the only thing I like the.
Really?
Gronk was there, man. It was insane. You know, it was the biggest guy you ever see. Really looks like Paul Bunyan in real life. Love Gronk, but dude, he was just like. Yeah, the first time that I heard about the Combine, I said, the only thing I like the Combine is my Red Bull and vodka.
I do agree, not loud enough. It almost seems like he didn't fully commit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That was
The restaurants?
But yeah, the Mahomes was good. I think his Mahomes is good. His Chris Collinsworth is good. I feel like he does a Gruden. But I mean, nothing's going to compare to Frank Caliendo. Are we getting receivers next? Let's see if we have any like verts for receivers coming out. Not seeing anything. I don't actually know if receivers are ahead of quarterbacks. I would imagine they are. But I don't know. I felt like I remembered that quarterbacks ran first and running backs went first today. But they have changed up the combine format over the past several years since I started watching it. Dude, I used to get sorry, Cat. I used to get sick like every Thursday / Friday in February, like middle school and high school, so I could watch the NFL Combine. It was very different then, like in the early 2010s.
Back here on NFL Network's live coverage of the NFL Scouting Combine. And again, we just keep on as we're watching these guys go through it. Fastest group of running backs we've seen since we came on the air at this event 22 years ago. Man, I can't believe it.
It's a 4-4 club that
or
we
22
watched.
combines ago, I guess, right? And the whole concept of we just saw 3 remarkable seasons from highly paid free agent running backs. And the question is, you know, obviously the free agent class might not be as well decorated as Saquon, Derrick Henry, and Josh Jacobs. 2 guys who were, you know, 3 guys who made the playoffs, pardon me. So
good adjustment from Bashal Tootin.
Do we see a regression to the mean, or running backs like James Cook who want to get paid aren't going to get the amount of money because we're seeing these guys
I think it got
perform like this?
I think it got so far out of whack.
What did?
In the pay scale. I mean, I had so many texts come my way during that Super Bowl comparing Saquon Barkley to the prices of the receivers that you got for that money. Like, there's receivers with nowhere near the impact of him getting paid that amount of money.
Right.
And it was like, okay, the punishment has gone on it's gone too far here. And last year was an example to kind of right everything. So I look at investment in terms of, you know, the collective, not just the free agents getting more money, which I think we'll see.
Matthew, thanks for the prime. How you feeling about Rodgers to the Giants? It's a popular question.
But I also think
I would be okay with it.
Draft capital and CD, when you look at, you know,
decent upgrade.
The building blocks in place. Detroit's the great example.
And it would hopefully stop the Giants from drafting QB at 3.
Come in, have an immediate impact right away. I don't know if Charles can hear me down there, but that was, you know, that was, to me, you're seeing investment in the free agency side, but you're now see it with draft pick capital as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you guys were talking about something before about how supercharged teams can get when a running back makes a big play, whether it's a Pacheco running through and barreling over someone. How about Saquon on the first play of the game in the playoffs? Takes off and goes. These types of plays, I mean, they're like bolts of lightning, and they go throughout teams. And I'm glad that we're starting to get.
Will Campbell at 3? I would be surprised about that.
Old, uniform numbers again.
Not just that, though. Just to, you know, stay on this subject matter if we can. That we just had, you know, Shane Steichen in here, and his first season as the HC. There was a question as to whether Jonathan
favorite running back in this class.
Was he going to get paid? Was he
like
hurt for
favorite? Jaden Blue. Hook him.
I was there the day at training camp when he was in the bus with the owner.
But I mean, like,
basically, you know, told
it's
them,
hard for me to
hey,
pick
at some point,
between how good Genty is, Amarion Hampton, Caleb Johnson, and then you have DJ Giddens, Bashal Tootin,
somebody who wants to get paid,
the Ohio State guys, Judkins and Henderson.
And they did finally pay him. And then when it came down to it in this building,
it's really tough to pick
the Texans in
a favorite.
Home final regular season game
like Jarquez Hunter. I'm a Marcus Yarns guy. I love Rocket Sanders.
The ball to or throwing the ball to in the final
I can't pick.
Drive of that game, and he was dynamite. And
I mean, Dylan Sampson could be a fun running back by committee type guy.
View running backs, it's just like, you know what, a lawyer, right? You don't want to pay him until you know you actually need one, right? And then when you get a great performance, it's like, okay, but then the next time you come around, well, you're 28, you're 29, well, you're 30. And now here's Derrick Henry proving at age 30 you could still be as dominant as ever, and you could say that that's an outlier or what have you. Or it's the future here, that one of these guys, maybe Ulysses Bentley is going to be that future. Maybe Taj Brooks is going to be that future, and I just don't understand.
Running backs running the wheel route now.
Just say
we are 0 for 2 on completion so far.
$4 million at the running back position, so we can get a little bit extra here or there. When the running backs
0 for 3.
It all comes down to it. Are the ones
Did we not have anyone other than Matt Corral
fourth quarter
to throw the football here?
We were talking about how Judkins wrapped up the Penn State game because he was so dominant.
Now they're going to start underthrowing it.
That's what running backs can do more than any other position potentially in this league.
Yeah, and I think to me there's individual cases, and Derrick Henry, I mean, I almost think with him we should never use him as a comp because
We've had one completion on 5 wheel routes.
School, and it doesn't seem to impact him all the way through college to the NFL. Workload, age, it doesn't seem to slow him down, where there's other examples of running backs who have fallen off that proverbial cliff.
There's number 2.
You got to look at each one.
I don't know who Hardison
My
is.
take on running backs, and I'll get to CD on this one. I just want, if you're going to invest in, let's talk about the draft here. If you're going to invest
RJ Harvey's moving
in a running back, let's shift the conversation. I want all of his carries to matter. In other words, I want to have the team built up, and then when I insert him, knowing I've got a 5 to 8 year window here, I want all those carries to matter. If I'm a terrible team and I take a running back, I'm going to waste 3 years of carries on him. And then
big Amarion Hampton guy, of course.
Ready for him. That's my theory.
And DJ, to follow up on
What's up,
that,
Wheel
you guys
Easy?
talked about Jahmyr Gibbs. Wasn't too high to take him at 12 for Detroit. Why? Because that offensive line was built up and ready for him to get there, right? That's why they're able to do the things they're doing. To your point, if I'm going to take a
Caleb Johnson looking real good.
And I don't have the infrastructure in
Nice
front
adjustment.
Of me,
He just
those are wasted
was
carries.
never going to be the fastest 40
The Steelers
guy,
have been
but
working hard on getting an
he's
offensive line,
smooth,
right, guys?
fluid,
Remember
glides
those
out
years
there.
of Najee Harris? Some of his
Montrell
best runs
Johnson
were
kind of
getting back to the
alligator
line of
armed it.
scrimmage. Now they're starting to reap more benefits because now there's actually some space.
Hampton is
and some
small.
headway for their runner.
That's not true.
Drop that one. And that's where Henderson has a little bit of the edge on Judkins is in the passing game.
Here's Kiner. So we're going through these final.
Look at this drill has been tough.
Right here, DJ.
He
Here's what
catches
he
it.
marks.
He is really natural catching the football and has done it a lot.
There you go.
He's like, go ahead and throw it out there.
Right on cue. Running backs finishing up here. Quarterbacks and wide receivers coming up next. Stacey Dales, we send it down to you.
Rich, did you guys see Iowa's Caleb Johnson on this one? He went about 4 players ago. And this is a great drill for him because he told
Actually
me
remarked
the
how
most
good he
underrated
looked.
part
Thank
of
you,
his
Stacey.
game is his pass catching ability. That's what he believes, and his speed. He said, people think I'm smooth, so I don't run fast. But the last time I checked, somebody clocked me at 21.7 against Iowa State. And you guys mentioned Derrick Henry, by the way. DJ, you know this.
Dylan Sampson
Johnson,
flying.
one of the taller backs, right? He's 6'1".
She caught the ball a little bit more
I think he
naturally
came out
there,
at
though.
224 here at the Combine. His favorite player he saw on a billboard when he was 11 years old heading to practice with his granddad. That player on the billboard, Derrick Henry, who you guys just talked about, loves how tall he is and kind of tries to emulate him a little bit, but certainly wants to show off his pass-catching ability here.
Good rep from Bashal Tootin.
Good stuff, Stace. He does
But
catch it
this is
well
one to
as
watch,
well,
Marcus
pass
Yarns.
protection as well, so he has value in the passing game both ways.
Easy.
Well, you know how what we say on the air here gets parsed and broken down, and people will say you didn't get that fact right or this fact right. Well, I just got fact checked by my 14-year-old son Cooper when I referred to him as a 13-year-old in the Joey Molinaro segment. It's just habit. He just turned 14 2 weeks ago, so I'm getting. I mean,
I would like to make you feel better there, but you're not. You're in trouble
from my own house.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
getting
tough
texts
one.
like you got that wrong, Dad.
That's a tough one.
All right, Coop. Thanks for watching. All right, this looks like a final catch.
Nice, and here they go.
And the rest of the running backs to follow.
Good running back group overall. That last drill was pretty rough.
Who's flipping? Nobody. Good. One minute. That was fun. One of the most talented groups of running
Caleb
backs
Johnson
we have
leading the
ever
break.
seen. Have just finished an on-field workout and a day here on Lucas Oil. There's the flip.
There we go.
Is it DJ Giddens? Who was that?
Attempted. And it was
Jarquez Hunter. Holly Gordon did something.
I guess everybody named Hunter is next level talented here, huh?
Dylan Sampson doesn't look hurt. He's doing a backflip.
Fun stuff.
That's a great group. That was a fun session. Good way to start the day right there.
Indeed. And guess what now? Quarterbacks and wide receivers getting out on the field. Whee! Don't flip away.
I wouldn't be doing a backflip at the Combine, personally.
My name name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Hacienda.
This commercial's back. God, saw it like 100,000 times last year. If you mean Cam Scattaboo, he didn't do anything with the running back group. Nor did Ashton Genty. Also, there was another back I felt like I saw sitting out as well. We saw no Genty, no Scattaboo. LaQuint Allen didn't run, but did the on-field stuff. Phil Maffa, I think, was the other one who didn't do anything. Clemson running back. I mean, he's a big dude. He was pretty good at Clemson. But yeah, I don't think Phil Maffa did anything. Oh, we got receiver verts out. Ty Felton, number 1 out of Maryland, 39.5. Jaden Higgins at 39. He's a candidate to go day 2, as is Alec Iomanner, 38.5. Jameer DK, 38.5. Trey Harris, 38.5. Jimmy Horn, 38. Andrew Armstrong's potentially one to watch down the board as well, 6'4", 200. Are we still getting these? Or is this everyone that participated? Because we're missing some pretty huge names here. Tez Johnson, 10-11 broad jump. Pretty good.
Co-pilot. Type in a name. You want to find out their strengths and weaknesses like Cam Ward? Could be the guy going number 1 off the board on April 24th. Okay.
Jimmy Horn is potentially going to run very fast today.
I have. I don't like how negative it is. No, I'm kidding. This is really good. You get the positive.
He came in to run fast.
What the scouts are talking about, and it's really great write-ups.
Whatever you do, don't type in your own name.
Yes.
No, that could be rough. Bench press. This was this morning. We saw the DBs on the field yesterday.
Keaton Crawford, 18. Hook 'em.
Out of Nevada, putting up 225.
Former Longhorn.
Did you do this back in the day when you were DB 27?
Not well.
Stop.
Yes, but not well.
Jalen Reed.
He had a
Happy
nice
Valley,
year.
19.
What a nice year. Remember, Kevin Winston was supposed
We
to
do
be
have some quarterbacks. Brady Cook jumped 10-8.
Look, now he's just showing off.
Unbelievable performance this week. You talk about how it could help a draft stock. All the numbers across the board and
37 inches.
Amazing week.
Well, he did all the testing.
In the vert.
Upton Stout put it up to 21 times.
He's had a very nice week here.
Is Brady Cook about to show
He's a
out?
nice player in the NFL.
Time for broads and verts. Judkins.
Yeah, Brady Cook at
one of the 2 running backs on the
wide
field
receiver.
today, jumped almost 39 inches.
The broad jump was the longest broad jump of any running back. He did it at 220 pounds.
Nobody was better in terms of the testing than this guy.
Rachel Tootin, remember, he ran 4.32.
Yep.
In the 40, and then made sure we understood why he could run that fast. He can do it all.
Cam had a day jumping, though.
We also might see
It's going to be so interesting where teams see.
like quarterbacks and receivers run back to back. We might see like the 3 or 4 QBs go, or however many it's going to be, and then receivers go right after. I think that's actually what happens typically.
In the first round. We'll see him
Dude,
in the first round.
Jalen Milroe's hands. I don't know what the Senior Bowl measurements we're doing, but his hands are suddenly not tiny. They're now 9 and 3/8.
40 inches of vert.
Wow.
He was like a complete hand size outlier at like 8 and 3/4.
4.48.
And now they're significantly bigger. I tweeted about this.
I was down the field with a couple of running backs coaches, and they were talking about the exact thing you just talked about, Chris. The speed of the group overall, where after a while you're hearing 4.4 something, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Instead of going, wow.
Yeah,
You know, you should be saying wow in the 4.4s, and you're like, oh, okay, he did all right.
And I would just say the Ohio State kids doing the
8
drills,
and
running
6/8,
it, Judkins we're going to see right now,
which was
well into the month of
just
January.
8 and
They were
3/4.
excused if they wanted to say,
But like,
I just want to wait for my pro day. Nope, they did every drill. They ran the 40s, and both these guys showed out.
What's the difference between Judkins?
doesn't really make any sense. And then Dylan Gabriel apparently grew a lot.
Henderson catches the ball a little bit better out of the backfield. So it's going to be
I don't know how he managed to do that.
when they're deciding who they want and why they want
It's cold on that first measurement.
I mean, when you look at the
Pretty
weights, I
good.
think it's almost a 20-pound difference in terms of Judkins being bigger. But you heard DJ talking about it earlier. In the passing game, Henderson has a little bit of an advantage with his hands and his route running.
Yeah, he ran 4.43 compared to Judkins 4.48.
See what Bashal
Etienne?
Tutin's,
He ran 4.42. What'd you see down there?
RASs.
That's all exactly what we're seeing right now, the vision, the burst. And remember, he was at the University of Florida first before going to the University of Georgia, then couldn't play in the season opener, all right? And then ended up having to play, not having, but taking over and running the rest of the way. In their bigger games, he was the guy they wanted to make sure had the football. And we talk about 4-minute offense and closing out games. He can do it right from the beginning.
This guy might have had the best day of all, Chris.
Damian Martinez 8.5 too after a good broad jump.
Talking about a first-round pick, so we know that, and everyone's
Bashal Tutin came in at 206.
I've been around this draft when I saw
So a little bit
Gaines,
lighter
Ricky Williams, and
than
we've
what I was
seen,
expecting. I think he came in
Jameer Gibbs
supposed to be
go
like
just as high as
211.
Bijan Robinson. I wonder if Hampton helped his stock enough where now it's a debate who's the first running back off the board.
I don't think so, Peter.
People are going to view people differently.
But maybe.
For all of us, it seems like Genty all day long, but you bring up a great point, Peter. Other people may have a different eye on what they're seeing with these players.
Your guy from Tennessee, he didn't run.
No, coming off of a hamstring, I think we talked about before. Got hurt in the last regular season game against Vanderbilt, and then got hurt again right before they were going to play Ohio State.
So this is pretty good testing for Bashal Tutin. 9.73.
Head bursting, but look at the feet. Look at the footwork, look at the vision. And know what he did a lot this last year? Put the ball in the end zone. Scored a lot of touchdowns.
22.
Finished with nice burst. Look at the hands on it. Nice and easy. Catches the football, tucks it, gets upfield.
Well, you got to be able to do this in today's game. You want to stay on that field, be able to catch the ball out of the backfield as well.
Marcus Yarns, 9 flat.
And the wide receivers. In this first group,
Might look different
you're
at
gonna
receiver.
recognize a lot of names. We know that Shador's not throwing. We know that Cam Ward not throwing. Jackson Dart, 41 starts. Quinn Ewers, 36. Dylan Gabriel at 3 different schools started 63 games. Will Howard started 43.
See if Quinn
You're
Ewers
always
can throw a
looking for
deep
that
ball
third
here.
guy that maybe can creep into the back end of the first round. Peter, what are you looking for?
I'm here for the Jackson Dart experience. Obviously, you said Cam Ward and Shador not throwing. A lot of talk about whether Jackson
Devin
Dart
Neal
can
posting
be
a pretty good
first-round
RAS.
pick. Let's go see what he can do out here. You know he's got the production. Starts off at USC, transfers to
Winshawn
Ole Miss.
Judkins with a near 9.9.
2 years. Jackson Dart, great interview.
You got to think about these as percentiles. 99th percentile athlete.
The #1 high school player in the country, has always had a target on his back, always had that red star as one of the guys to watch. Let's see how
Caleb
he does.
Johnson
He's
didn't
actually
jump.
gonna compete and throw today.
Yeah,
But
2
yeah,
years
yeah,
ago,
this
someone told me about
40 time
Bo
really
Nix,
wasn't
he
too
was the
bad.
guy. Make sure you keep an eye on
And
him.
especially he's
This
224
past year
pounds.
In the off season, same person said Jackson Dart. That's Charlie Weiss, Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator, New England.
Okay.
Man, those quarterbacks.
Of course, the final destination for these guys, Green Bay, Wisconsin. April 24th. That's where it all gets started on a Thursday night up in Titletown. We cannot wait. This is all part of the job interview process for these guys as they get ready.
Okay,
Today
we have
we're gonna be
new
seeing
we
a
have
bunch
new
of names that
numbers
you're
coming in.
familiar with.
Sam Brown.
They've been across our TV for Saturdays
Yeah,
for
it's kinda
years
cool.
and years and years. And
I love the number of starts you
From the
talked
U,
about those guys. This is 2 years in a row.
41 and a half inches in the vert.
once again, one of the guys you'll see down there is Dylan Gabriel
Pretty good.
out of Oregon. And also Luther Burden III. You'll see him participate later today with the wide receivers out of Missouri. Destination Green Bay is the latest show from NFL Media.
Gabriel.
Jack Besh, 34 and a half.
The grind, the work.
I don't know when we're going to see the receivers actually run. Tez Johnson, 10-11. You go with a 37-inch vert. So I guess we're still seeing these measurements come in. I want to see if Luther Burden's going to do anything. I want to see Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden, Tetaroa McMillan. We got nothing for all of the top receivers. Quinn is not running the 40, by the way. No 40-yard dash for Quinn Ewers.
To catch a full episode of Destination Green Bay presented by Toyota on the NFL's YouTube channel. Taking a breather.
Jaden Blue obviously opted out of the on-field drills as well.
It's all coming your way from Indianapolis. The names that have been across your TV screen on Saturdays. Getting busy on a Saturday here on NFL Network.
What happens when one of the most famous dunkers of all time goes to the greatest lobster fest of all time?
I make Red Lobster famous.
No, Blake. Dunking happens.
Yeah, you're right.
Create your own lobster lover's dream with 2 or 3 choices on one plate at Red Lobster.
Got one more.
Hold on here. Where's Kiner? Corey Kiner at 5'9", 209, his hands sub 8 inches. And that's, if you guys didn't know, that's measured across from thumb to pinky. 7 3/4. Apparently it's the second smallest hands in the history of the NFL Combine. He's also not testing well. Are we getting more quarterback jumps or the same 3? It's the same 3 that we've been looking at. Okay. Are we just getting no top receivers doing anything? Like, having this number of opt-outs would be crazy lame. It's early enough, though, that I think maybe some just haven't done it yet. That's what I'm hoping for. Draft Network Suite said part 1 for quarterbacks and receivers, so I think there are 2 groups. I mean, that makes sense, but I just wonder, like, would it not be alphabetically? Would we not see Bird and Bond already? Or Bird and Bond and Golden?
Now for Next Gen Stats, powered by AWS. We're talking about the running backs. Top NGS production scores since 03. Bijan Robinson, of course, a top 10 pick a couple of years ago. Ashton Genty, runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. We'll see the guy that is next in line. We didn't see him participate down there, but he was with his running back brethren down there on the field, and that's where we will take you right now because, of course, you can find more out about the real-time combine results with this sort of stuff. In-depth analysis featuring next-gen stats in the new Combine IQ dashboard. It is exclusively on NFL.com.
Yeah, Shador is not doing anything.
So Ashton Genty, as I
Cam
mentioned,
Ward is not doing anything.
Didn't participate, but he was down there with his running back brethren.
Or at least not throwing. I imagine not doing anything.
Stacey Dales.
Yes, I am here with, well, we didn't get to see you. I was disappointed. I had my hopes up, but you're going to go high in this draft, Ashton Genty. And I thought, how much fun would it be if we actually had you break down some of your tape? Are you having a good week?
I'm having a great week. I've just been enjoying it. You know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I don't think people realize just how
Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but you're not doing
the
anything.
The cool thing you said this week is, like, you're so
just interviewing with
in
teams
the
and had
backfield when
medical
you're
done, I guess.
playing.
That's
Where
something.
Does that come from?
I think just from my preparation, right?
I don't blame them for opting out, but it's like, it is kind of lame.
On the field, right? So
it's more fun to watch these guys perform.
You had 30 touchdowns this season, 29 on the ground. How do
many.
you marvel back at that production?
You know, it's amazing. You know, just a testament to all the hard work I put in, but you know, also
amazing.
Also having, you know, a great group of teammates around me. You know, that my O-line. You know, I can't score all those touchdowns without them.
You do a lot of things really well, and you know, the feedback is you and I have discussed this week. You're obviously a three-down
Max Brosmer
guy.
warming up.
You're a home run hitter. Let's take a look at some of your tape right here. Break it down for us if you can, and give us a spin in your mind.
Yeah. I just thought it was Brosmer, but I've been hearing Brosmer lately.
And, you know, I kind of cut it back, and you know, I got one man to beat, and after that it's just speed. Right here, that's another mid-zone run. Right, the run breaks down. You gotta have great footwork, and then that contact
bounce right there.
That contact balance right there, right? That's what makes me exceptional. Same thing here, right? Just bouncing off defenders.
Like, I get it.
Making runs down the field. Now,
but it is always lame when these guys talk about themselves.
Yeah. Nobody
like, that's what makes me exceptional.
like you do.
I don't know. It's just like,
how do you train for that? How have you mastered that craft?
You got to be confident. I get that, but it just seems
given talent, right?
You're breaking.
I think that's about 70% of it.
You know, down your.
And then it's
here's some of your highlights there.
In the weight room, you know, lifting heavy, squatting heavy, all those types of things. But I also study the guys I'm playing against, right? I study how they tackle. Do they tackle low? Do they tackle high? Are they more physical, right? Do they really want contact or not? And
how's Luther Burden been looking? We have seen no receivers yet.
Break so many tackles and then just having that great contact balance.
Well, you study everything.
Yep, we saw Tez Johnson's broad jump.
You got some great moves. Look at that. Did you study that?
Just a little bit, you know. We had to choreograph it first and then, you know, execute it, you know.
How long did it take you to
Also,
get
I hate to be like, I guess I'm getting
friend?
older now, and all these draft prospects are like significantly younger than me, but and this is going to be attacking your generation because there are people in the chat here that are, you know, teenagers and early 20s as well, but like
productive, almost 48.
Doing the TikTok dances, I gotta take you off the board. I mean,
yeah, not only that, you and I did not choreograph it.
How many of you guys in the chat have done a TikTok dance before?
But it's the contact bounce, all the things he talked
the
about.
reporter's tall. That's Stacey Dale. She was a WNBA player.
Supple, being able to bounce, absorb, continue to stay on his feet and move. And yes, it is Barry Sanders-esque.
I mean, he's got top 10 talent. It's just a question of whether or not, because there's so many like quarterback-needy teams and other.
Remember Ezekiel?
It's crazy to me.
Right. If somebody really likes him, after what we're seeing, where the runner truly is back in the game, you better go get that young man.
Andrew, thanks for the 5 back from yesterday. What wide receiver should I look out for the Texans? Also, would you like Taj Brooks as an RB2 in Houston? Taj Brooks, I think, is a solid day 3 type pick.
Follow me there at RapShoot. Anyway, let's get to some of the
He's
receivers.
kind of, it would be like Damian Pierce.
As we wait for some of these receivers to run in.
I'd like to see them get like more of a home run hitter, like a more receiving back. Joe Mixon solid though.
This offseason, we'll start with Cooper Kupp, the Los Angeles
but if you're
Rams
talking about 25, you got like potentially Tedero McMillan with a fall.
Very clearly, the Rams
Matthew Golden, Emeka Ibuka.
For sure, there's going to be a market.
Those are your round 1 options. In round 2, you have some interesting, intriguing guys. Jalen Royals, maybe.
Is there enough
Jaden Higgins.
Trade where a team will take on his full salary? If not, it certainly seems a possibility for the Rams would be cutting Cooper Kupp and then moving on. Another receiver who is expected
more like Cooper Kupp.
Well, Deebo Samuel with the San Francisco 49ers also do $20+ million.
Yeah, Ibuka could go
requested a trade, wants
round 1.
General manager John
I think he
Lynch
might end up being more of a round 2 guy though.
There is going to be interest in Deebo as well, despite the big salary. Still plenty left, not yet 30. Team to watch.
49ers open to trading receivers Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. Didn't Ayuk just sign an extension?
But that is one to watch as well. And then, guys, it got a little interesting this week. Speaking of John Lynch, He was asked about some rumors that teams have called or he's had conversations surrounding potentially trading Brandon Ayuk, who is injured, who tore his ACL, who may not be ready. We'll see for the start of training camp or maybe the start of the season. Lynch said those conversations are productive. He said they do want to get younger. Obviously, there's a lot of cash to go around this offseason, likely paying Brock Purdy. Just, I would say, a situation to keep an eye on for San Fran.
Ian, thank you. I thought we had settled the whole Brandon Ayuk thing. We did the whole contract squabble, the hold in, the whole bit. All right.
Hey, people make sequels.
That's a good point. Once we wrap up here, can you believe it?
I feel like Luther Burden's going to go earlier than expected. Luther Burden to the Niners would be a sick fit. I guess Burden's an option too to the Texans at like 25 or whatever. I just can't imagine he gets there.
We just saw it. This is his latest TikTok.
I think Luther Burden is so good.
NFL Network. Go for it. More coming your way. Hold tight.
I don't even think he's slot exclusive either. All right. Let me refill up my water. Hit the bathroom. I'll be back momentarily. We're going to have receivers going pretty shortly here. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully getting some more 40s here in a minute.
Championship game if you're Quinn Ewers. Will Howard is the national championship.
Bashal Tootin is a Virginia Tech running back that ran the really good 40. And yes, I do think he's actually quite good.
Everyone thought they were getting basketball scores. What's going on with IU? Gets them to the college football playoff and plays in a big, big way. And Riley Leonard, what did he run it 9 times on the first drive in the national championship game? All of them have that pedigree for winning. All of them have that pedigree for competing. And today is a day that you really go out there and compete.
There's Will Howard. Rumor had it he was out there throwing in the streets of Indianapolis deep balls this week just to get ready for this,
These guys can't wait. You got burned off the nervous energy. What a great way to do it.
Listen to the crowd.
Big Ohio State contingent here today.
House, didn't they?
Sure did. He's got a big smile on his face. There's some Buckeyes fans. Hey, Sparky.
And don't forget, Kansas State's going to claim a little bit, too. He was there first.
That Ohio State fan looked like a slightly skinnier
toe the line down there, throw it in this first group.
Matt Patricia.
Gabriel, Howard, among others. Once again, the finish line, Green Bay, Wisconsin, April 24th, right here on NFL Network. It's going to be here before you know it, Charles. I'm just telling you. It feels like you're like the end of April. Well, we're already in March.
I mean, my goodness.
Here we go. All right, so you've seen the running backs shine. What about the quarterbacks and the wideouts?
Jim Leahy, the liquor. Jim Leahy gifting 5 subscriptions or memberships over there on YouTube. Thank you very much, Jim Leahy. Is that a Trailer Park Boys reference or just a very good, luckily born name? Could that possibly have been Matt Patricia? Did he lose weight? Matt Patricia is the new Ohio State defensive coordinator. Maybe it just was Matt Patricia. But he just got hired there. So he wouldn't even have a connection to these guys. Was that just Matt Patricia? I mean, to be fair, it did look like him. Yeah, just search Matt Patricia on Twitter, and there was the quote, "There's some Buckeye fans," and it's fucking Matt Patricia. That's even funnier. Jim Leahy, thanks for the Tier 1 membership as well over on YouTube. Big Trailer Park Boys fan. The liquor speaks to me, Randy. Hell yeah, dude. I don't really know when the receivers are running. We've had kind of like a significantly long break in between the running back on-field drills and anything else. Starting to see some of the quarterbacks on the field. We'll see what's going on.
Weekend.
Saturday.
It should be happening very soon.
Yeah. We got they're bleeding into the upper deck. Pretty impressive.
David Spade with us.
It is interesting to watch this at home. I mean, interesting is a strong word, but it's definitely something to watch.
Patrick Mahomes, like the biggest story in football in February, I got a haircut.
Good to see you, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
Why, you guys got to take off?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, am I out?
1, 2, 3.
That's a funny line. Yeah, David Spade was there. I don't know. It was
We've had
bizarre.
a fun day so far, and now it's
That's a
time
funny
to
line.
Quarterbacks.
You guys gotta head out?
This year's draft.
I didn't catch that
Cam
live.
Ward,
That was good.
Sanders not working out today. Jackson Dart, however, will. And the Ole Miss quarterback is out there on the field. QB3. He's got the elite quarterback hair already. He's going to be thrown out there. Daniel Jeremiah. He's out there. And what do you think of this kid, DJ?
Yeah, Jackson Dart.
He's got TikTok hair.
Each and every year. Started out at USC, then ended up at Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin, and really is aggressive. Likes to push the ball vertically down the field. A lot of big plays in that offense, and someone who had a solid week down there in Mobile at the recent Senior Bowl.
Cam Ewers, is he doing a last-minute manicure?
Cam Ewers, it's not his name.
Manicure here. His coach Steve Sarkisian's in the building. He's going to join us in our studio.
Quinn is like cutting his nails.
Dylan Gabriel was
happening?
in this building. He was winning the Big Ten championship over Penn State. It's still difficult for me to call Oregon a Big Ten team, but they are. And he's the offensive player of the year. And there is a national champion quarterback, Will Howard. Every single time he moves, the fans go nuts because there's a ton of Buckeye fans, a part of the 10,000 plus that are getting ready to watch these quarterbacks sling it here today.
How about the epic postseason run for him? I mean, once
He was terrific, no question about it.
He got hot.
He was.
Shit, maybe Cam Ewers is a good
State.
QB
Rich
prospect.
Eisen, along with Daniel Jeremiah right here, and
I'm interested to see if Quinn's going to look good throwing deep balls at the combine.
First, second, third overall most likely, and then maybe there was even a conversation, could there be a fourth to trade up? Would Arizona trade out? They didn't. They took Marvin Harrison Jr., speaking of Ohio State. Unlike last year, this year the free agent market and what happens 2 weeks from now will potentially affect who takes any of these guys. So let's start with the evaluation one by one. Cam Ward is the top one on your draft board, and the question is why, and what do you see out of him?
Yeah, he's just got a lot of talent. I mean, when you watch him, the ball jumps out of his hand. He's just a little bit under 6'2", but it's a power arm. Just watch the velocity and the juice he's able to generate. He can really spin it. RPO game, doesn't need to really have a lot of time. He can get those quick hands, get the ball out. Here he can just kind of disconnect his arm with
Like,
his
I really wanted to love Quinn, right?
The strength inside
Big
the pocket.
Texas fan.
He's really, really strong to pull through. Keep your eyes down the field. And look at the ball placement right there. Nicely working with his tight end. And then you get a free runner. He's got enough twitch to be able to escape.
He was never
create with a big-time crossbody.
what I wanted.
Working left to right.
I think he limited the Texas offense, unfortunately.
Maybe not the same
But
RPMs and juice on the football. But
I don't know.
someone
I don't
who's
want to be a
tough
hater.
all day long. He will hang in the pocket under
But
a lot of pressure and deliver the ball.
Quinn left a lot of meat on the bone
Sliding
at
and
Texas.
climbing up in the pocket again. A lot of
And
traffic
injured all the
around him
time.
at
That
all
is true.
times.
Injured all
In
the
that
time.
Colorado backfield. Here's an example of him sitting in there, knowing you're going to take a big shot and still
OC with the 10.
placing this
You think
ball
there
beautifully over
any
the
way the
outside
Cowboys
shoulder.
could get Derek
So
Harmon,
touch and
Jaden Higgins,
accuracy,
Caleb
not a
Johnson,
power
like the
thrower,
combo of the
but
three?
anticipation, touch,
You're the
and
reason I started
accuracy.
researching
That's
prospects.
been
You think
his
they could
calling
help
card.
Dallas? If not, who do you like the most for them?
We look at
First of all, thank you very much.
side-by-side comparison.
And second of all,
body type wise,
I think there's a chance Derek Harmon at 12, Caleb Johnson in the second, Jaden Higgins in the third. Like, there's a chance. I don't know if the range is going to match up on those guys.
And as I mentioned,
But obviously they would all help Dallas. The Cowboys should find an RB1 in this class. I like Derek Harmon a lot. I don't know if he's going to go at 12 right now, but I like him a lot. I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick at 12. He's a good player.
Going to make him available,
really good player.
But that has now
and then Jaden Higgins.
There's Sam Darnold at the top of the free agent class.
Is an interesting prospect to me. There are things to like about him. He's got really good size. I never really saw him catch the ball with his hands. He always kind of takes it into his body, catches it low.
At the top of the draft, and for that, let's have Ian Rappaport set that table.
It was bizarre.
My saying for the Tennessee Titans is they are at least open to dealing number one, and they have gotten interest. I would say the New York Giants at number 3, certainly your team, expected to have interest, and actually Joe Shane, the general manager, has said this, expected to have interest in potentially trading up to 1, tried to do it last year, obviously. Jaden Daniels, Drake May tried, was not able to make it happen. Both those teams stuck and took their quarterbacks. We'll see if they're able to do it this year. Not just the Giants, though. Several other teams in the top 10 have done the quarterback homework.
Raiders.
Have paved the way potentially
Saints,
for
maybe?
if they want to make a move. Jets are a team that still needs a quarterback. Saints are a team that still needs a quarterback. But this is what I would say about the Tennessee Titans, Rich. They are open to it, but they are not done yet. They are doing the work on all of these quarterbacks from Cam Ward on down. They have said they will not pass on a generational talent. What we don't know right now is, do they view Cam Ward as a generational talent, a quarterback they absolutely have to take at 1, or do they say, you know what, the value to trade out and just collect picks, collect talent is too much, they have to make that trade? That answer coming over the next several weeks.
Well, that trade, you know, is predicated on, does anybody else think Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders is a generational talent? Or do they think
You're not going to hear DJ ever say generational.
Travis Hunter's a generational talent. And if the Titans feel that, maybe they won't move out. I mean, that's...
I'm interested to see how he answers this.
Other free agents at the quarterback spot are both Week 1 starters for the New York teams last year in Aaron Rodgers and Daniel Jones. And that's how I now send it over to you and ask you, what do you think is going to happen at the top of this draft in a couple of months, Daniel?
Justin Fields is another interesting name that teams are doing their homework on. So...
Is he generational?
I don't think, and Ian just referenced it, getting calls, you know, for that first overall pick. I don't think any decision's been made. Not only will they stay there, but who they will actually take. And talking to just my friends around the league, there's a lot of folks that believe if the Tennessee Titans stick there, based off the people they know inside the building, it felt to them more like it would be an Abdul Carter pick, and then they would, you know, take some time and try and figure out the quarterback thing down the road. And when I've referenced that, I know publicly you get a lot of pushback, and people say, well, there's no guarantees you're going to be up there. So if you've got a chance to take one, you take one. But not if you're not in love with one of these guys, you're not going to take him up there. And the Tennessee Titans earned that first pick because they have a plethora of needs. So fill one of those needs with a player you feel like is going to be a star in either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, and know that you've got more quarterbacks coming in future years.
I'm just going to ignore that you said the word plethora, because that could get us off track. And then give me the names of some guys, because the Super Bowl was just won by a second-round draft choice, right? In Jalen Hurts. Give me some guys that we're going to see spin it out here today that a team might be thinking, you know what?
Finally, 40s. Looks like we have quarterbacks up.
Top of the draft. But we are...
He's starting. We'll have Brady Cook. Brady Cook can post a good time.
Guy and win with him.
I think it's because there's a good clump of those guys. So I wouldn't just give you one name. I think there's a handful of them. We're going to see them today. Starting here with Jackson Dart. Will Howard is in that mix.
Only 2 quarterbacks running 40s with this group, at least. Brady Cook, Seth Hennigan.
Team could be a great fit as someone who
Cook is moving.
Some upside to run. So
Brady Cook 4.60.
Who shouldn't be surprised by that time as a very, very athletic quarterback. He jumped really well earlier.
Well, the group of quarterbacks in this group that are going to be running, it won't take too long. There's only 2 of them. We just saw one. Here's the other. Seth Hennigan.
Seth Hennigan had a great Senior Bowl game, comeback win.
Very dressed down.
This is not going to be important to anybody, but Stephen Jones looks a lot like my childhood dentist.
Until this very moment. Caught on our cameras there. There was obviously Stephen next to him.
It's really only for me. There's no reason to say that.
Selectively aggressive with that one.
Nice.
Hannigan.
478 for Seth Hennigan. We can count up on super chats here.
That makes Spade the second best actor here.
Connor Martello with the $9.99. Love your stuff, Bengal. Can you give me 3 names you like for my Falcons? I know we don't have a third right now, but I believe we will acquire one. It's an interesting belief. Can you give me 3 names for each round? Okay, first round for the Falcons, Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama. Mike Green, edge rusher from Marshall. I'll give you even 2 more. Jalen Walker and Michael Williams, edge rushers from Alabama. Nope, Georgia. Why did I say Alabama? I read Jalen Milrose. I saw the logo on screen. That's why. All right. That's round 1. In round 2, I mean, I think you're looking at some of the same positions, right? I think it's something off the edge, interior defensive line, maybe linebacker, corner, receiver, potentially in play as well. I think for the Falcons, 3 names in round 2.
John Hamm and Billy Bob Thornton. And
heavy hitters.
He stole it. So
there are just a lot of edge rushers I can go with. I would say Princely Uman Mielen
you got to give him a break, right?
A little bit of a blow here. You don't want to just
is one. I think the linebacker from UCLA, Carson Swesinger, Demetrius Knight from South Carolina, a couple names to watch as well, 2 linebackers.
Normally there's a whole bunch. So just, I guess, returning to the conversation of who could be that.
I like Jordan Birch, an edge from Oregon. Kind of a bigger body, though. Bigger body guy. Joshua Farmer from Florida State, if you want an interior defensive lineman. Alfred Collins, too, maybe.
It's a competition. I think there's a lot.
If you want like a real penetrating 3-tech type that could get there in round 3, Omar Norman Lott.
Bunch of them mentioned.
I think Trey Amos is an option for the Falcons too, corner from Ole Miss.
I like Shador and Cam a little better than those guys, but the gap is not that wide, and I feel good I'm going to get one of these 4 or 5 guys in the next round.
What are we shooting here? What's
definitely a few names there for you.
Yeah, you're seeing your hand on the football. So they do this. They have every team you get the entire workout, and then you'll get the pictures, the images, all that stuff, and then that's.
Thanks again for the $9.99. OC with a 5. Thoughts on Carter after the injury news? I still think he's very much in play to be the first overall pick. The injury stuff doesn't seem to be super significant. Some type of stress reaction or fracture in his foot that is not going to require surgery.
From him this year in Columbus, and
it seems like nothing serious. So
his speed, his weight, his heart.
I'm going to say he's fine, and I'm going to say it doesn't impact much. Braden Buffalo with the $19.99. Thank you so much, Braden, with a near 20 bomb. Hey, Bengal, been watching for a while since 49ers franchise. For Dynasty Fantasy, I love the offseason. Always so interesting. Also, Hook'em, Aggie suck. I like this guy. Gives me money and then says nice things, and then also hates A&M. Thoughts on Colin Simmons, Arch, and Ryan Wingo? Ryan Wingo and Colin Simmons, obviously, I guess not obviously, but 2 very good freshmen for Texas football in 2024. I think Ryan Wingo has wide receiver 1 type upside if you're talking about a fantasy guy. He's an X-type receiver, but he's got electric speed and good size. I mean, he's a 5-star receiver prospect out of St. Louis.
But he also told me he wants to put some ass into it.
University, which is the name of the high school, St. Louis University, Missouri. Really, really good player, and I think if you can see Arch develop as a player, he's got great athleticism, which you don't necessarily associate with the Manning family, but he can really run. He's got a big arm. I think he's going to have a productive 2025. I'm hoping for it, and I think Ryan Wingo is a real candidate to be the leading receiver on Texas next year.
But then also I just wanted to mention Jackson Dart.
And then Colin Simmons. I don't know what his NFL projection is going to be right now. Obviously was really productive as a freshman. I think might have had the most sacks of any freshman in college football last season. Right now he's light. He's undersized because he's only a true freshman off the edge. He's got to continue to build up and gain weight. I don't think Colin Simmons is more than 220-ish pounds right now. He might be listed slightly heavier, but he's light.
Like, this is a very important.
But if he can get up near like 240 plus, it's going to do a lot for his NFL projection.
Yeah, well, it didn't grow. It got measured differently.
I know he gained weight when he got to Texas, but I think his playing weight was going to be around 220, to be honest. Listed at 245. That's starting to get pretty good.
Here's the second run.
If Simmons can continue to grow into his frame,
And I love the competition aspect.
Someone
of it,
that's, you know,
Stacey.
like
It's great.
255
Great
pounds.
quote. Put some
Maybe
ass
even,
into it.
yeah, 255 is probably a good weight
It's a
for him
bumper
at
sticker or a
6'3".
t-shirt or-
You're going to start to talk about an NFL caliber, like 3-4 outside linebacker prospect. But he had a great true freshman year. Posted 9 sacks, a bunch of forced fumbles, an interception even.
Adjust your eyes now, because it's going to start getting real fast.
Okay, now. Here we go. See some fast 40s.
All right, we have Isaiah Bond is in there, of course. Luther Burden is going to run.
He's almost 6'4", 202.
These guys just might not have jumped, but it looks like we're going to see Luther Burden run.
He's a real fun-loving dude.
All right, receiver 40 times. This is where things get electric.
4.52.
The goal for him was just to get under 4.6, so getting down the low 4.5s, that's excellent at that size. Give you some receiver numbers here, Rich. If we look at the top 10 in receiving yards last year in the NFL, the 40 time was 4.44 on average. So Moses Malone is the target.
Alec Iomanner of Stanford.
He could say something that few can say here. He got the best of Travis
He
Hunter.
dominated Travis Hunter. I had like 200 yards on him.
Monster game against Colorado. Just
It was like
294 yards.
Yeah, 300 total, like 3 or 4 touchdowns. It was an insane night in 2023.
He can run. He can get out. 206 pounds. And Stacy's going to love him.
Yeah, it's a really good time. 4.47 for Alec Iomanner.
You know where he's from, Medicine Hat, Stacey?
I do. I know many people from Medicine Hat because Canadians.
Medicine Hat, I think, is in Alberta, Canada.
We know each other. It doesn't matter if you're from the East Coast to the West Coast. We all know each other.
4.47. Nice one, Sean Payton. Well, he found some talent on the offensive side of the ball in last year's draft. Him and George Payton, the 2 Paytons.
Yeah, it's on the edge of Alberta, Canada,
He's looking for his joker.
near
He
Saskatchewan.
wants a mismatch player. Elijah Badger here. A lot of slot fades for him.
4.46 for Elijah Badger. This is the one, though. This is the one to watch. Well, you got a couple. Arian Smith, too. But Isaiah Bond
So here's Isaiah
said he's going to break the record. Said he's going 4.20, maybe even 4.19. Came in 5'10 and 5/8, 180. Absolute burner. Was unhealthy at Texas in 2024. We just dealt with some injuries, dealt with some really bad quarterback play. And when you're an absolute burner and you don't have a quarterback that can throw the ball down the field, it's tough to be as productive as you have the potential to be. He didn't really get out great, I don't think, but he's going to really carry that. 4.41.
That's why you got to under-promise and over-deliver, Rich. But that's, I mean, it's a great time.
By the way,
it's a fantastic time.
He didn't get out well at all.
And he didn't really stumble. It was a pretty clean start.
I didn't think so. He didn't stumble, but he didn't get out. 4.41.
You got to speak it into existence.
I thought he could have gone like 4.3 flat. I said he was not going to run 4.1.
Confident and aren't wallflowers. They will.
That's, I don't know how you can say you're going to run 4.20 though and run 4.41.
4.44 is where you're aiming for here.
But yeah, it's a good time. I still think he's got something faster in him. I think he's closer to 4.3 speed.
Got a little wiggle after the catch.
Not a Marion. Arian Smith though is probably going to post the fastest time here of any receiver. It was a loud 40.
A vocal 4.44.
I think I need to hear that again more so than see it again.
Okay, it's right from the start. Is it a word he's saying? What's the word? Is it bite or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know what that was.
Again,
is he in the Cobra Kai?
I don't know.
Yeah, Isaiah Bonds, he did not get out. I'm interested to see the 10-yard split. It was a 1.53. It's not terrible, but it's not great. And really, like, didn't carry it. Didn't really get much faster.
years.
Trained by John Kreese.
Nice.
Yeah, Janae Barron running faster than Isaiah Bond is out of control. Luther Burden. Really good athlete. He's great after the catch. You got to factor in, though, that he's 206 pounds.
From St. Louis, Missouri.
He's a heavy receiver.
East St. Louis playing.
He's like a hybrid running back in a way. He's not like, he has that type of after catch potential. 4.42.
Good time for him.
Really good time.
All right, so we're going to take a break, but don't worry. We 100% will show you every single 40.
I thought it was going to be a little slower than that. That's a really good time.
Glad you come back.
Let's tweet out. Did not have Janae Barron running faster than Isaiah Bond on my bingo card. Dude, he can absolutely burn, though. At 4.41 is still fast. Very, very fast. But you're going to see a lot of guys in that range. And Bond is a track guy. Again, 4.41 is still crazy fast. But this is a Georgia State champion sprinter. Top stories. Isaiah Bond breaks Xavier Worthy's NFL Combine record. That's not exactly what has happened. He's only run once. So that he can get that time down for sure. Shamir DK with a 4.34 off camera. That'd be pretty good. Golden has not gone yet. New fastest 40 here from the receivers, Shamir DK. I wonder if we're going to get back for Golden. I don't know if we're going to see Tetaroa McMillan do anything. I mean, we're going to find out.
Now with
I bet DK runs 4.34. I bet it's a 4.34. Wow.
4.34.
That's legit.
Juan Felton. The Hokie. The 4.53. Ty Felton, Maryland.
Felton getting out.
He's real productive. Plays inside and outside.
4.38.
That is a fast turtle. 4.38. Matthew Golden.
All right, I unfortunately need slower than 4.41 here. I think we're going to get it.
4.3 flat.
Yep, I'll take. Sign me up for that.
Matthew Golden.
Sign me up.
4.30.
Time sub 4.3. You never know.
Holy cow!
Miss 4.54.
He's a big, smooth receiver, so not going to be about the top end speed.
Right, Golden.
God dang!
Right there.
It is platinum. We can upgrade the worth of the medal. Jaden Higgins.
I told you guys Matthew Golden could move. Some people are saying like quicker than fast, but
he is big and fast.
I didn't think you'd be 4-3-0 though. This is just the first group of receivers. We're gonna see another group go in a bit.
He gave me some Nico Collins vibes when I watched his tape.
It's a long day today.
He gets his production's one thing. He gets a ton of pass interference penalties drawn on defenders.
Yeah, Jimmy Horn's gonna run real well in a minute.
John Holden, and we're going to see his quarterback throw shortly.
Matthew Gould at 4-3 flat. Are you kidding me?
An Alabama transfer.
Jimmy Horn's gonna run real well. He's gonna be the 4-3s, I think, for sure.
Here's Holden.
Treshaun Holden's not running too bad for a bigger guy.
I mean, maybe we should stop mentioning where they used to go to school, because that used to be something to talk about, or why.
No, it's just about everyone.
Former Alabama receiver.
Guys who've just gone all the way through.
Yeah,
and
that's
stayed.
right.
Yeah.
That's the outlier, right?
By the way, Missouri head coach Eli Drinkwitz texted me. He was very.
There's going to be a second group of receivers. This is just the first group.
Give me the first round with the locky.
So Arian Smith will be with the next ones.
Now here is Jimmy Horn, Jr. of Colorado.
He's getting out.
Quick hitters.
4.47. I really thought he'd be a little bit faster than that.
Again, obviously we talk Shador, we talk about.
4.47 is a good time.
This kid really shine bright.
I thought he could push into the 4.3s though. He's only 174 pounds with a track background.
At any point this week,
You got the neon headband. You got to run 4.3.
He's just taking it in.
Okay,
and living in the moment. Torrey Horton.
This is a really good player, real smooth, coming off of an injury.
Colorado
It's pronounced
State.
Chimray.
See what he runs coming off.
I've talked about it with Wheels, who's a big Gator fan.
4.46.
I thought it was Shamir. Chimray? All right, I'll make the adjustment.
Kobe Hudson.
Who is it? Throw the ball to DK.
Horton had only been cleared to run for the last 2 to 3 weeks, so that's a good time for him.
I miss Torrey Horton. What did he pull?
Hudson.
Every time I see him, I just think about.
Yeah, 4.47 is a good time. Like anything in the 4.4s, even low 4.5 can be pretty good.
They grow up fast.
4.46 for Torrey Horton. Thought he was gonna have a breakout in 2024. Didn't really happen as much.
Kobe Hudson.
UCF's well represented at this combine.
4.58. All right, here's Tez Johnson. Tell us about him, Daniel.
I better do it fast.
He better run fast.
He's not going to be here for a long time. He can fly.
He's 154.
A lot of reminders of Tank Dell in terms of just the quickness and burst and that size. He's only 154 pounds. One of the smallest players we've seen at the combine ever. But you're going to see real quick why he's here.
Put the key on real quick.
Real quick.
Here's Tez Johnson.
Yeah, he got out. Ooh, he got out.
4.55.
Gosh, he just must have topped out because it looked like his start was excellent.
Yeah. Well, he's got a second run coming.
That shocks me. And at that size, that's an important time. Like he's going to have to run faster than
You
that.
just can't. You can't run a 4.55 at 154 pounds.
Well, he's got a second run at it.
Yep.
We'll be here for it. Josh Kelly is the final receiver of this group. And again, they'll run it. Then we'll see the quarterback spin it with this group. The final first 40 is a 4.7 flat. And the second group of receivers.
Dude's in Jarvis Landry territory.
Second group of quarterbacks to wrap up our Saturday, but that's a long way away. As we're now back
Me,
to the top.
154.
And Andrew Armstrong.
That's funny.
If he can improve upon his 4.5.
I'm significantly more than 154, thankfully, but I'm also significantly taller than Tez Johnson.
We see you. It's.
But yes, I am skinny. But I'm not an NFL receiver.
Is he telling us to talk to the hand? Is that what that means?
I think he's just trying to cover up.
Understood. 4.53.
Consistent time.
See if Isaiah Bond can get it down.
Okay. Here's the new head coach of the Jets, Aaron Glenn. The Texas A&M corner, who was drafted 12th overall by the Jets, now is the HC of the Jets.
Darren Mucci is the general manager. It's a big off season for them. They've got a lot of free agents in the secondary looking at that.
Is it now in a good way instead of not? Oh, man.
It's a really good job of running through the ball. I want to see some improvement on some contested catches.
Io Manor's moving. He gets to about 10 yards and takes off. 4-4-4. Yes.
That's a smattering of applause from the over 10,000 fans here, hoping to see a record breaker like they saw last year from this wide receiver group.
You guys are up?
That's it. The kid's first overall on the clock.
What jersey was he wearing there?
I didn't see.
Titans.
Pop him back up.
Yeah, Ellick. Ellick Io Manor.
Number 1 overall pick when I can't figure out which jersey that you're.
Oh boy, don't do that. Here's Badger.
4-4-3.
Okay.
I'm not 6'. I'm like a little over 6'2", 6'3".
Hang up the phone. Isaiah Bond is up. Kevin, there you go. He heard me. Okay, so Isaiah Bond again showed up here and said he was going to break the record and could run in the 4.1s. And again, last year.
I just don't know how you say that so confidently, and you're not even close.
Second run after running 4.41.
This is a much better start.
Isaiah Bond.
4.40.
It's a 4.44.
Which again is a great time. It's a great time, but not in the same ballpark as former Longhorn.
So we'll take a break and come
I just don't know how you say that. You don't have to say anything. Like if he said he was going to break the record and then came out and runs like 4.2 anything, 4.29 even, 4.30, I don't think anyone's complaining. But it's 0.2 of a second away, fully. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's still a great time. It's just not even close to what he said. And then Matthew Golden just absolutely took off. 4.30. Just insane. Very happy for him, though. I don't know that Io Manor wasn't fast. Like, I thought his 10 was actually decent. .149 for Matthew Golden. For perspective, by the way, that's the same 10-yard split that Xavier Worthy had last year. I felt like this 10 was going to improve. But this is typically, you're going to see like bigger bodied, heavier receivers. They're going to accelerate a little bit more slowly, especially the guys who are like the long striders. Now, this is just the first group of receivers we're going to see. We're going to see the second group a little bit later. Were these a 1.48 10-yard split? I said it was a 1.49. It's a good correction from you, if that's the case. but it is not the case. I happen to be right. You are correcting me while being incorrect. It's an interesting choice.
We didn't miss him. Here they are. And Sam Brown, that actually just made me jump.
It got me a little bit.
It got me. I didn't know it was coming. Pat Bryant.
See if Pat can run a little bit better here.
What up, Swan?
6'3".
Yeah, Arian Smith will be with the second group of receivers. What are you doing, Swan? Are you coming over or are we just meeting up later?
This one surprised me a little bit. I did not know he had this much juice.
He does. I mean, his second run almost as good as the first. Both super. Felton. Virginia Tech.
Bond's second time was 4.40.
Now here is Ty Felton of Maryland.
Yeah, I think Arian Smith will be in the 4.2s. I thought Bond was going to be close to him, but I had Arian Smith as the fastest 40 time of anybody at the Combine.
Makes a lot of catches in a lot of crowds.
We did see Maxwell Harrison go 4.28, didn't we?
Get it.
Insanity.
Every year at Maryland. Didn't move.
There we go.
See?
Golf clap.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew Golden took his 4.3 flat and said, I'm good.
Look out.
I'm glad he gave another shot at that.
Brian Daboll.
You'll notice that his name is no longer listed in the
Did they ever?
stumble. Take your time, Ty.
in the bottom ticker there.
Take your time.
He was telling us, Daboll, that when we saw him, we were at the production meeting in Munich for that Munich game. He was telling us that
Yeah, and Luther Burden.
the team.
They posted great times. Like Matthew Golden, I did not think was going to be 4.3 flat. I thought he'd be like 4.44, which would still be great.
But
and then Burden, I probably would have had it like 4.48.
Him as the
interesting.
Yeah.
But 4.42 is fantastic.
And that, but there were
Sebastian with a 2. You think you'll get back into Madden next season? I sure would like to.
And
I'm
I was just
hemorrhaging money
Not many times
by not being that interested in it this year.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's a nice 4.39 run for Felton.
I have a third round grade on him. I feel pretty strong about that.
But, I mean, if you remember the conversation about neighbors here at the Combine and throughout the draft is, personality and would it mesh with the NFL and all that sort of business? Were there any flags? Didn't see any of that.
He absolutely loves football.
He just loves ball. I mean, you could tell when we met him prior to that game and from the stories that Daboll was saying.
Now they got to get the right guy to get it to him.
Do they ever?
Trey Harris. That 4.54 is plenty fine for him with the way he plays, how efficient he is, how he moves, size. That's where he is.
That's where he is. Jaden Higgins.
Dude, Tank Dell and Tez Johnson are not comparable.
Wide receiver group. The running back.
Tank Dell was 165, already a crazy outlier.
Golden one.
And Tez Johnson is 154
That'll play.
and ran even slower.
I was told to expect faster from Golden at his pro day because he had got a high ankle in his last game in the playoffs.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they said, whatever you see here, he'll be faster his pro day. I don't know that we need to see him running his pro day after that.
I don't know where Tez is gonna go at all.
Obviously, just
it's selfish for us.
Selfish for
but
us.
I do want to watch him run routes and go through the rest of the workout.
Well, you said you got a Nico Collins vibe from him.
Pretty good comp.
They ended up matching up pretty good. When you pull the numbers, you don't know exactly how that's going to come out. But the athletics stuff, along with the size, it's a DNA match. There's a lot of 50-50 wins. Just go up and get it.
See some of the RAS scores on the receivers.
We'll see that when we get out in the workout, but sometimes these big guys are stiff. He's not. He can stop and start.
Dude, like the Senior Bowl. Okay.
Look at that stride.
you got to think about the way the receivers are winning. In a one-on-one with no help anywhere on the field, no threat of being hit, and only space,
in the background.
a defensive back is up shit creek without a paddle. They are in a really, really near impossible spot to try and play defense. To cover a 5'8", 150-pound receiver in a one-on-one, that tells you nothing about the receiver. They should be getting open every time. If they don't, there are more questions. So the corners, the DBs that do well in the Senior Bowl one-on-ones, they're actually worth watching. Because they shouldn't be, essentially. Same for the receivers that don't get open. But it's about how these guys get open. I'm really more caring about the guys who are lining up on the outside that can win the way you're going to win in the NFL. That's by beating press. It's by creating separation outside of, like, in the slot.
5'9", very fast. But when he was asked about his size, DJ, he said, listen, we're not bodybuilders out here. Put the tape on. Watch me play. But he also said this week that he's got a nutritionist and a chef, and he's trying to gain weight. DJ, how does he translate for you at the next level?
Well, it's just at that size, you got to play really, really fast, and you want to see them time really fast to kind of confirm your beliefs. So the fact that he ran what he ran was a little disappointing at that size. He's going to need to run faster.
Here's Torrey Horton.
And you saw some of the names there, or maybe you didn't, but of
just got
guys who were the lightest at the combine. The only recognizable name I saw up there was J.J. Nelson, who he made the biggest NFL impact of anybody on that list.
Coach in Colorado famously would say about
and J.J. Nelson
defensive backs going in the weight and reps room and
has
225.
Just under 1,500 career receiving yards.
Nobody ever asked me to lift Jerry Rice across
11 touchdowns, pretty good. He had 6 in 2016.
It's what he said.
I don't know, dude. I'm just. You gotta factor in. He's gonna be off of like at least half the league's board.
See him physically hold up at the next level, and if you
put the pads on, right? I mean, then.
Yeah, I mean, it's. There's numbers that'll support it, though. When you're at a certain size, you need to be accompanied by a certain speed to be able to protect yourself.
Torrey Horton is moving.
He got the whistle.
Again, he's not. He hasn't been 100% very long, so that means he's
a big dude.
Probably legitimate, a 4.3, high 4.3 runner.
Well, plus the head shake is another indicator.
OC with the 4 favorite late round gems. I like a lot of the running backs. Some of those guys are going to end up moving down the board. I'm liking Marcus Yarns as like a hybrid running back receiver. You got to think about it though. Like a lot of these late round guys, it's hard to project any of those guys to be future starters. They're going to be role players a lot of the time.
This era, right? It's a great
Every
point.
year there's more and more.
Great point.
And then you look down at the notes and they're like.
And we'll see what the agility testing ends up being for offensive linemen, because that can be a pretty good way to identify gems.
No longer with us every single time I see that name. 4.57.
All right, Tez, let's get this thing down here, man. You're a heck of a lot faster than 4.55.
Should have had David Spade still here telling him knees up, right?
Yeah, coach him up a little bit.
That second number's got to be at least a 4.
Big run here for Tez.
4.50 would be okay. That looked better, but it's 4.51.
That's more like it.
It's an improvement.
He's not going to be happy with that, but he's trending in the right direction. He'll get to his pro day. He'll get in the 4.4s. He's not a 4. I'm just telling you flat out, he is not a 4.5 guy.
What was the 10 though? The 10 didn't look that bad. 1.53.
Right? You can run great 40, or at least considered that. And then you put the pads on and he's faster than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So some guys actually do better with more weight on them? Right?
Well, it's just game speed versus this track speed.
So Kelly will stick with his first run. And we're now going to break. We'll get on-field drills when we come back. Some Longhorn simulcam presented by Rocket. It is Bond, Golden. Well, we know who's going to win.
They should throw Adonai Mitchell up there.
Hey, Matthew Golden's hanging with them there.
Sure is. We'll be back with some on-field drills with Quinn Ewers of Texas.
Adonai Mitchell ran 4.35. Adonai Mitchell ran faster than Isaiah Bond.
Right here live on NFL Network. This
Dude, the guy here on Twitter is acting like 10 pounds is like, it's like, dude, it's just only 10 pounds. 10 pounds is a lot when you're comparing it already to a 165-pound receiver. See, everybody says Jerry Rice ran a 4.73 on whatever hand timing they were doing back in the day. Or 4.71. But if you actually look into it, and this is an important quote here, sources vary on his 40-yard dash time, which was measured between 4.45 and 4.71. Let's see what Michael Irvin apparently explains why Jerry Rice was timed.
Michael, what does it mean to you that Jerry Rice became Jerry Rice after timing 4.7 in the 40?
Well, because some people can't run a clock.
Yeah.
And then some people can't run with the football.
That is
and
correct.
Jerry Rice is not going to run with the clock.
It's also fair.
With a clock, speed in a 40 is really about how quick you get moving. How fast you get moving right now to get right. It's a take. But speed on a football field is I just got to outrun that guy right behind me. and Jerry Rice gets the ball in his hands. It's a whole different.
I really can't listen to any more Michael Irvin, but that is a good point. But here's a Reddit post about it. No, Jerry Rice did not run a 4.71 40 in 1985. I feel like it's the same type of thing where people are like, Michael Jordan got cut from his basketball team. Oh, you mean he didn't make varsity as a freshman? I think that's the actual story. I don't think he got cut and then got a full ride scholarship to play at UNC. I'm just saying. Anyway, it's a trope to say Jerry Rice had a terribly slow 40 time. A lot of people are throwing this out in the various Laquan Treadwell. Oh, that's a reference 9 years ago. Yes, if you Google Jerry Rice 40, you get 4.71. It's not correct or based on any source I could find. According to Bill Walsh in an off-quoted interview, it was a 4.59. According to Gil Brandt, who's a famous NFL scout, wrote on NFL.com for a while, it was no better than a 4.55. We timed Jerry in the 49 times, said former Dallas Cowboys general manager Gil Brandt, and he never got under 4.55. Though the same article repeats the myth that Larry Fitzgerald ran a 4.63 40, so I don't know. When speedster Jerry Rice was drafted by the USFL in 1985, head coach Raleigh Dotch said he runs a 4.45 40-yard dash, probably just media fluff.
Everything he does, just a lot of, it's real
A December 1984 NCAA news article here says Rice ran a 4.45 40, though he had earlier run as slow as 4.9s or 5 because he didn't know how to run. I think this is your explanation why Rice's 40 wasn't as fast as his football speed. Anyway, it's like a common myth. Everyone likes to say that.
Look at the footwork here on the sideline against Arizona State. You look at the next-gen stats. How about the top speed there?
Okay.
Bond didn't get the time that he wanted,
but he got the top.
He got up
24 miles per hour, 24.17 for Isaiah Bond in the 40.
And of course, you know, I don't know how you measure this sort of thing. It's just, he was the guy they dialed a play up to when the season was completely on the line and the game was on the line, and a 4th down. Have to have it, otherwise Arizona State's going to win the bowl game and shock Texas and knock them out of the playoffs. And Ewers,
Golden's a beast.
That was one of those moments.
I would rather have Matthew Golden on my team.
A big time, big moment.
Also,
I really think Bond is the better athlete. I know the testing, but you gotta
set up so that they were picked
you
up
gotta
to
watch
buy
him.
enough time to hit that throw.
And Steve Sarkisian will be joining us later on. Our
Let's go, Sark.
He is in the building. And the same thing with our Hall of Fame friend, Kurt Warner's part of our coverage. Good to see you, Kurt.
Hey, good to be here with you guys. You guys are doing a great job, as you always do. But now let's get this thing going. I want to see these guys slinging around a little bit. I'm excited. We got a lot of guys that played a lot of football at big-time colleges, so I'm excited to see how this shakes out.
Your general sense of, I mean, anything, watching the guys warm up, and what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, watch just a touch of tape. I'm not like DJ that dives into it in the middle of the season. I'm all NFL all the time until we get to this point. So dove in a little bit, and DJ and I were texting back and forth. I see a lot of really good quarterbacks, productive quarterbacks, played at a really good
Put out a
level.
tweet about it here.
But I don't know if we've got those wow players in this group. And so what I like and what I'm excited about today is that I don't think we're
The
going to be
2 fastest
going, oh
GPS
Josh
times
Allen throw it 75 yards. So we're going to look at these guys and go, okay, which was the
In the
better
48
thrower
wide receiver,
of this
2
group?
Texas
Because we're not
Longhorns.
going to wow
Isaiah
us.
Bond the
They're gonna
fastest
come
at
out here and show us they
24:17.
know
Matthew
how to throw the
Golden,
football. So
capital
that's what
O,
I like
I guess
about
for
this
go,
competition,
Golden.
because I think at the end of the
The
day,
review
it's
at
going to be DJ and I
23.57.
going, okay, who'd you feel understood how to make these different throws the best of a quality group of quarterbacks?
I always go back.
All right, let's see these receivers catch over the shoulder here.
He was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean, he was just everything.
This
was
is
on
NFL.com.
balance. There was a rhythm to him, and every ball had the right pace. It just was a you can
In
can
their
see it.
combine
When you see
IQ
a guy throw
section.
live, it's just different. You get an appreciation for it.
And I love that word, DJ. I use it all the time, pace. That doesn't mean throwing it hard, right? Doesn't mean the ball's hanging out there, but it's the pace. It's the right kind of pace.
There will be another
for the
group of
distance
receivers,
throw,
yes.
or the touch kind of throw that they make.
And
so I'm
another group
always
of
looking for
quarterbacks.
that. So it comes off. I use the term firm but soft. My son always says that's not physics, Dad. It can't be firm but soft. I truly believe it can, and those are the kinds of things I'm looking at too, DJs. I want to see, do they put the
Why
right
is Matt
pace
Corral
on all
throwing,
the
dude?
different
Get him
throws?
out of here.
Well,
Devitt,
what
thanks for
we're
the prime
seeing
sub.
right now is just a straight up over the shoulder adjust drill for
Sorry,
the
Cat.
wide receivers only, and by that I mean the quarterbacks that we're eager to see.
So Bond's
spin here
acceleration
today are
isn't
still
not very
warming
good.
up.
The double
It's the
negatives are killing me.
throwing
No, his
quarterbacks that were out there
acceleration
with the
was
tight
pretty good. He
ends.
just didn't
And
maintain his
conversion
top
drills
speed.
on Monday night with the
Like
linebackers and defensive
he was kind of his
linemen and
fastest in
defensive
between
backs
10 and
yesterday.
30 yards.
So there's a couple of these drills, this one and then the gauntlet drill for just the wide receivers alone, and then the quarterbacks that we're looking forward to see spin it will get out there and have drills with the wide receivers. Meanwhile, just two yards apart.
Yeah, the 149.10 is where Xavier Worthy was.
Well, now 1 yard apart because Kurt keeps moving closer to Charles Davis. Look out. Good to see you, Charles. He's down there as well.
Great to see you guys, and how cool is it I get to hang out here with Kurt while he watches his quarterbacks work. And then the good thing about the top quarterbacks is it's not just their quarterbacking.
Who threw that ball?
Receivers need to do, and they have a chance to work with them as well. Now
Matt Corral, I guess, or Hardison. God, these guys suck.
But I know darn well when Kurt Warner's operating a drill, if he's not getting exactly what he needs from a receiver, he knows how to get it and knows how to correct it too.
Well, and that's one of the things that we always talk about when you get to the combine. A lot of different guys out here working together that haven't worked before. When I'm watching a quarterback, I want to see the quarterback make the right throw, even if it's not a completion. And I always feel that's one of the hard things when guys are out here is it's like, I think I have to complete every ball or everybody's going to think I can't play. Just make the right kind of throws.
So the gauntlet's coming up when we come back. That's always a fun drill. And then we'll see quarterbacks, big men on campus from this.
I mean, Matt Corral is dog shit. I'm going to make a video about the combine risers. For a lot of these guys, I don't think they're necessarily rising so much. Like, it feels like a, very cliche to say, oh, this guy totally improved his stock. Like, if you had watched him, if you were familiar with him, you knew Nick Eamon-Worry was going to test really well. I'm going to include him in the video, I'm sure, but can I really come out and say, oh, Nick Eamon-Worry is a huge riser, he's going to go really high now because he's as athletic or even more than we thought he was? Also, I don't really get a 91 athleticism score when Nick Eamon-Worry is literally the most athletic safety in the draft ever. He had a 1.4910. That's just where Matthew Golden was. That's where Xavier Worthy was. Did it at 220 pounds. And then came out and repped 225 pounds 20 times. Like, I can't even put into perspective how ridiculous this is. Just an absolute monster player. Let's rip a quick crazy mock draft. I'm trying to get ready for my mock draft Monday. I think I'm going to like something like, with no trades, Abdul Carter, Cam Ward. I think the Giants are likely taking a quarterback at this point.
Run as fast as you can and as straight
We do have the gauntlet, though. This is important to watch.
as you can and take the last one of the house.
I think Isaiah Bond should do well here. I think injury really hurt him, no pun intended, in 2024. But I really like his potential still. I'm an Isaiah Bond guy.
The 35-yard line as the
I recognize the situation.
10-yard line is Charles Davis and Kurt Warner, part of the broadcast as well.
Hey, CD, since they started
Pat Bryant looking great.
They're timing this drill. I feel like we're getting a lot more speed from these wide receivers than in maybe 3-4 years ago when they were doing this.
Absolutely.
Luther Burden should look good here.
Caught everything, tried to stay down the
Wish he would actually run a little bit, though.
And then they said, hey, there's a clock. And everybody just took off. And real quick, guys, Shedeur Sanders down here. Rich, you had mentioned you have not seen him not smile since he's been here.
Oh, nice adjustment, DK.
The streak is intact. Good to see him down here. And
He crushed that.
Love it. Just watching footballs come at him one by one. We saw Mason Taylor last night of the tight end group stay right on the 35. Top out at 25 miles an hour a couple times running.
That was awesome.
Ty Felton moving.
You're going to see Ty Felton here.
Ty Felton's had a good day.
DJ.
Yes, here's Jacoby George.
Gauntlet, but just looking at the bigger picture, the tough part for the receivers like a Ty
Took one off the shoulder, but mostly pretty good. But really don't want to see the receivers drop the ball here. You want to see natural catching of the football at top speed if they can.
That competitiveness also with him, he's got some of those combat catches. So
like, how naturally do they catch the football? Really don't want anyone taking it into their body.
The tape watching them, but that's the one thing you're not going to get from those guys when you're able to see it.
Here's Shedeur's wide receiver. I should say
Jimmy Horn looks like a natural catching the ball.
Backs last night.
And he's got Wester in the next group.
Shedeur is standing right next to Kurt right now.
Jimmy Horn or Kobe Hudson just smooth here as well.
Hudson.
Tez Johnson's a little bit all over the place.
He can catch the ball. That was strong.
Just watching this gauntlet, Kurt, it reminds me of if instead of footballs they were takes and topic bars, that all the footballs would be.
Josh Kelly fell down.
Answering whether
He's had a rough day.
The most complete team of the Mahomes era, all game day morning season long.
Tez got it together. They're just off the line was weird.
One after another, just fired into you.
And I handled them just as well as those guys did too.
And then throw it away. That's the gauntlet drill.
Okay, let's look at Ladd McConkey.
I like the gauntlet. You really get to see how natural somebody is.
We're going to really transform this drill into real life as he's catching the ball, going down the line. They're going to stay right down the line. Oh, now all of a sudden we're in pads.
Nice.
Look at that. Getting a chance to see him catch it on the dead run and go. Again, you're going to get.
And I like seeing poorly thrown balls in the gauntlet. I like to see these receivers go outside of their frame to catch the football and adjust to it. When it's right on them, it's not as fun.
Love the tracker. See if Bond can stay down this line a little bit.
That's nice.
Pretty good. Luther Burden, who already, with that time that he ran in the low 4.4, has got everything he needed. And now you're seeing the natural hands. He's got great hands.
We're back live now. You know,
Oh, Besh is moving. This is a great rep.
They do call him that in the facility.
Do they really?
Yeah, that stuck.
I'm honored since that came from the Rich Eisen show. And
They're moving a little bit faster this time around. Another great rep from Isaiah Bond.
The reason why I bring it up, though, is
I don't trust the spikes of the miles per hour. I think it's got something to do with the shoulder movement when they go up to catch the ball. I like to look at like where it's kind of sitting around. I don't believe that they're just at 17 miles per hour and suddenly it spikes up to 27. I just don't think that's just not how it works. They're not running faster than they were in the 40. You know what I mean?
Certainly in recent years for wide receivers, but what McConkey
Burden kind of right on that line, catching the ball naturally. Another really good rep. These receivers are looking pretty good so far.
And Joe Ortiz.
It's not really that great of a receiver class.
We're going to invest in the line of scrimmage. Coach Harbaugh said he believes.
But you might have some contributors here.
So he takes Joe Alt and gets that position solidified, knowing with the depth of the receivers he was going to get a stud with his next pick,
right?
Which you got McConkey, which leads to kind of the discussion we had earlier.
Daquan Felton with a good rep.
Yes.
And sometimes that can cause some of those guys to.
The thing is, like,
because teams know they can get one and fill another need first.
Is there?
These guys train for this so much now. Like, how many times have all of these receivers done the gauntlet in preparation for this? So many times.
Guys are going to go maybe top of 2. I think we've got
all these guys train for a month or 2 or 3 months now to get ready for this.
That border, I had a first-round grade on McConkey, and he ended up getting to the second round. So it would be if Emeka Buka.
Jaden Higgins looking at net. Like his hands just swallow the football.
In this specific draft, I don't know if there's enough other good players to push those guys down.
Stacy?
Are they near 10 inches or more?
I spent time with him yesterday, DJ. You just mentioned him.
9 1/8.
He's really interesting because, you know, you talk about his hands.
9 and 1/8.
Something goes off in his brain, and he
looks
just
like Jimmy
wants
Horn
more
has tiny
opportunities.
hands,
I
but
think that's what he's wanting at the next
kind of
level,
just
but
stick right to him.
he's so coachable. The one
And it just
thing
looks
that
easy.
people don't realize about him,
Drop
he
that
wants
one,
to
of
hang
course.
back, and he
Fucking
wants to
great
get
timing.
coached. And I just think that bodes well for him moving
They
into
do
this
look
next
tiny.
level.
That was a heck of a
8 3/4. I don't know.
Again, just
It's not huge, but
down the 35.
Kobe Hudson catching the ball naturally. But yeah, they do so much training for it now that
I-35 and then
are they this good naturally, or have they just been working at it?
Yeah, he's right on the line. Oh,
Good rep for Tez Johnson until the last one dropped it.
That's too soon in Dallas.
Is it still too soon? Didn't know that.
Better that time from Josh Kelly.
No, it was appropriately enforced then, and it led to the appropriate reversal of it.
I love the tracer on this drill. The tracer was made for this drill.
Okay.
I think Pat Bryant could go early day 3. We got a lot of receivers, though. I don't really even know how to rank them.
All right, so when we come back,
Like a lot of early day 3, like day 2 receivers. I don't really feel good about any of these receivers going day 2. Like when you get into the Io Manor, Besh, Restrepo, Higgins, Royals, Williams range, like I don't know when we're going to see these guys go. Because of the guy, like I think there's a clear top group with Travis Hunter, T-Mac, Burden, Abuka, Golden. And then you have some higher potential guys, some bigger bodied guys. Restrepo, I think, is going to be solid. He's like Abuka light. If you want to talk about, like, you know, someone who's going to be a slot receiver in the NFL. I really am very interested to see how many receivers go. We're going to get the Giants at 3. I think it's going to be a quarterback. I would take Travis Hunter there. It's tough for me not to come out with, you know, the same 3 every time. Although I don't know about Shedeur Sanders. I also think it could be, if the Giants were to acquire a veteran QB and completely avoid quarterback at 3, I think Carter, Ward, Hunter is a realistic like landing spot. And then you talk about Shedeur Sanders in that 6 to 7 range. Maybe even the Saints would move up, although moving up for Shedeur Sanders, I don't know about that. And then the Patriots are a tough team because it feels too early for Will Campbell. So what do? Is it ever just Mason Graham? Would a team ever move up for Genty? I don't think so. Like Cowboys from 12 to 4 doesn't really seem like a good move for their franchise, so it's tough to like project something like that. It could easily be Will Campbell. I don't typically go Mason Graham. I'm going to do that today. I think it's in play, if nothing else. Look at the Patriots depth chart. Godshaw is apparently tradable or cuttable. And they've got Christian Barmore, who is not really like
back here in
same type of defensive tackle that Mason Graham is.
There with the wide receiver group, Jackson Dart. So many people eager to see him spin it, and there he is spinning it in perfect timing for Quinn Ewers to step up there. Steve Sarkisian, his coach, is in the booth. Good to see you, Coach.
Thanks for having me. This is cool. I like your guys' view. It's much different than the view I normally
it's
get.
Nice,
right?
isn't
yeah,
it?
It is.
We've got a good perch. We've got a good perch. Let's just jump into it as we were, watching the drills right there. Dylan Gabriel's going to get out there. So
yeah, live on NFL Network.
We're hearing about Quinn Ewers' oblique for much of the week. What can you fill in for us about what he was dealing with all season long?
It's a strange thing, like, because we can't point to one thing, one time, when it really when it occurred and when it happened. And oddly enough, the play he hurts it on is non-contact. There's nobody around him, and we rehabbed him as best we could. And I think one of the things that our doctors filled us in on is, like, when you strain your oblique, technically there is some tearing that happens for a strained oblique, or it wouldn't occur. And then ironically, about a week later, I think David Carr gets the exact same injury, and it shelves him, I think, for the rest of the year. So I think it speaks to Quinn's toughness, his resiliency, and he's fought through.
I'd be shocked
stuff.
if David Carr was. I guess he is
fight
shelved
through
in a way.
made some big time plays for us down the stretch to give us a chance.
And you look at him work out here today, Coach. For those that haven't got a chance to see him throw live, when you've been around him on the field, what is it live you can maybe appreciate a little bit more than if you're just watching the tape?
he can throw darts, man.
Yeah.
It really is unbelievable. Like, you know, you ever play darts with some guys that it's like they can hit every spot every time. That's what it's going to feel like, I think, today, unless I'm wrong. I think this guy is just going to throw right where it's supposed to go every time. And so I'm glad he's healthy, too, because I think a lot of times people will look at, well, what was the deep ball like, this and that. And
So
I thought
bad.
his deep ball dramatically improved over his 3 years with us, and, you know, hit some great shots, obviously, to Isaiah Bond and to Matt Golden, a couple of guys here today.
And
obviously, Sark's got to talk him up, but yeah, Quinn was tough.
What do you think would suit him best at the next level, where you're hoping that he could land with? Obviously, I'm not
He's not going to
sure
say
you're naming a
anything
team,
here.
But
Yeah.
the system that you're hoping he would get to.
Well, I think the thing nowadays in the NFL, the more I get my chance to study these guys in the offseason, and we've started our NFL studies and what people are doing. The NFL, like it's always been for a long time, is such a copycat league, right?
Like that Quinn gets to go with Isaiah Bond there.
Systematically, you know, the verbiage is different, right, from one team to the next. But I think it's more about the play caller than it is what plays you're running, right? It's not so much about the.
I'm
plays
interested to
and
see
calling those
if
plays,
everyone's going to catch
putting your
Dylan
guys in
Gabriel's.
position
Well,
to find rhythm and success,
Gabriel
but
missed there
he's
wildly,
such a-
but it's a
he's
completely
such a
different spin. It's a reverse spin from a lefty throwing than it is
20 yards
with a
in.
righty.
Any system that gets completions and
So I wonder if we're going to see any drops with guys not used to catching
you know, I always
the
think
ball
like
from
what
Dylan
Brock
Gabriel
Purdy's doing with the 49ers
from a
right now,
lefty.
just how efficient they are, especially in the middle of the field. I think
And then
something
maybe
like
vice
that,
versa for a guy
you know,
like
look at Kyle
Trayshawn Holden or Tez Johnson, but
with Miami,
less
and
likely.
so something like that I think is going to serve him well, because just that tree of coaches from Mike Shanahan and down, and where all those guys have gone, I think will really be good for him.
There's Will Howard from Ohio State. By the way, you'll know every time he's out there and throwing, because the Buckeye fans that are filling up this Big Ten stadium,
that's right,
are letting them hear it. And I do believe, while you were talking about yours, he threw to Isaiah Bond maybe for one final time. Never know, there'll be some pro day action right there. Steve Sarkisian is in the booth. And what do you think the evaluation people are looking forward to seeing today? Like, what would you be looking for?
From the cues or from the receivers?
From both.
I think
How
probably
about
from both. I think one of the things from a quarterback perspective, right? When you throw at your own pro day, you're throwing to guys that you've been working with, whether it's for years because they were on your team, or guys you were training with getting ready for your pro day, so that you find a little bit more of that rhythm. I think you find out a lot of the guys' makeup at the combine, because you're throwing to guys you've never thrown to a day in your life, right? And you're looking out there like Quinn just threw to number 24. I'm not sure who that is today, but you're throwing to a guy that you've never thrown to, right? But yet trusting that throw, right?
Did Bro say Ewers would fit in on the Niners?
Where they're supposed to be, and you find out, I think, a little
That's
bit about
not weird.
quarterbacks who trust their own ability and can throw the ball to whomever. And that's
I'm
what
going to
I
show you
find
how much I don't
it's
think
like,
that's weird.
Who can feel comfortable enough to say, hey, just go cut it loose and let these guys go play? I think from the receiver standpoint, uniquely, can you be coachable? Because some of these routes, right, maybe they never ran in college or in high school, and now they're getting asked to do it here. Can they translate it? Can they take to the coaching and still be fluid, right, and show off their speed and their change of direction and obviously their hands?
Coach, you won't know anything about this, but myself as a weak-armed quarterback, I was able to cheat my drop once we started getting further down the field as well.
Me too.
So I keep an eye on that.
That was me too.
Josh Allen took a full 5 and a couple hitches and kind of relaxed,
boom,
and then let it go.
Let it rip, man. That was. I was just telling you guys on the. Before we get on here, I don't know how I even got invited to the combine, because
I don't know. I put out a tweet about Quinn Ewers to the Niners before. I can't find it, but
man,
it's actually a very good fit in the Kyle Shanahan offense.
I was throwing to guys a heck of a lot faster than I was throwing to at BYU at that time too.
On the way in, did you pass your quarterback's uncle's statue? Did you pass that?
I did
On the
not.
one?
I
Yeah.
did. Well,
Yeah.
you know, they drove me right in. I need to look for it on the way
Texas
out.
treatment right there.
Yeah,
No.
they drove me right.
treatment.
It's a little cold out there today, man. I thought the weather was supposed to be good this week.
Yeah, Uncle Peyton's statue is outside.
Yeah.
Here. What are your expectation levels for your QB?
I'm excited for Arch. You know, I feel like his progression has been perfect. You know, a chance for a couple years to be with Quinn and to, A, learn who we are systematically, but B, just to watch how Quinn has handled things. And, you know, Quinn's journey was not the smoothest, right? And there was injuries and how he responded to those. And, you know, at Texas, if you don't go, you know, 30 for 30 with 5 touchdowns, you know, everyone's going to point to the 1 or 2 incompletions and all that stuff, right? But how Quinn handled, I think, was good for Arch. But then in the end, I think, for Arch, the beauty for us, he got 2 starts for us.
Good adjustment
year.
to the
And
football
he
there.
Started our SEC opener against Mississippi State, and so I think that exposure was good for him. But now we're watching him in winter workouts and off-season stuff, really becoming the leader of the team, like the quarterback has to be. And he's got such a great personality that I think his teammates really respond to him. The coaches have started to respond to him, and so I think things are off to a really good start for him. And we got a pretty good football team around him, which I think is important too. We try to recruit every position at a high level, and as long as he can allow those guys to make their plays, his physical ability will show up, his leadership will show up.
Nice adjustment to the ball there.
Use his athleticism.
Ball was off behind him. I think it was
big
Pat
athletic
Bryant.
guy that's a different dynamic than we've had over the past couple of years.
One of the things I want to ask you, Coach, is going through this process this year. Everybody's talked about NIL and transfer portal and how that's impacted college football. For me, on the scouting side of things, the realignment with
Will Howard's missed a couple of throws here
I've
early.
never seen more good on good with these players as you're studying them, getting ready for the season. Did you notice that? I mean, this
There's
is
another
grind
miss.
that you guys are going through.
We had a unique schedule because obviously we played Michigan too early in the year. I see Rich's shoes down here, but we did play Michigan. We did play Michigan.
It's my armor.
in week 2 in Ann Arbor.
Ty Felton with a
We
drop.
got to play Clemson. We got to play Ohio State. And so I was even just thinking about Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams, 2 tackles that are here at the Combine. And you think about the defensive ends they blocked this season. I mean, and it's across the board, and from A&M's guys to Georgia's guys. I mean, there's some real dudes we had to block week in and week out. And so for you guys to evaluate the players out of those 2 conferences, it's got to feel more comforting, because I always tell our players, we're trying to remove as many things after but, right?
Yes.
Here's all the good things about player X, but, and those are the things we're trying to reduce, the buts, and move them up into things that right? And every team wants to reduce the unknowns about players, and so I think that's what playing in those 2 conferences can do for you.
That's great.
Kurt, you're down there. What are you seeing down there, Rosera?
Yeah, you know what, Coach? I just wanted to hit on something. DJ and I were talking about pace on the football, and with your quarterback in Quinn Ewers,
Dylan Gabriel, the throw to Tez Johnson.
The one thing that jumps off when I watch the tape and I watch him throw is he never throws it as hard as he has to. He has that ability to kind of lay the ball out there. Something that he came in with.
Quinn just doesn't throw it hard, period.
Speak to that a little bit.
No, I do think, Kurt, and you're one of the best of all time at that, right? And playing with Mike Martz and some of those dig throws and things of just understanding how to pass the football, right?
Yep.
There's so many guys that want to throw the football as hard as they can. And interestingly enough, I had a chance to have breakfast with Bill Walsh before he passed away, and I asked him, what's the first thing you look for a quarterback? And he said, does he throw a catchable ball? What's the premise of calling a forward pass? To complete it. And so we always tried to coach to that, but I think Quinn, obviously the natural attributes, and coming out of South Lake Carroll, they threw the ball a bunch. That was in him already, and we just tried to accentuate that as best we could, but he does definitely have that feel of throwing a ball where it's catchable for a guy.
They're moving on to the next drill. Steve Sarkisian's up in the booth here, and Kurt, every single time Will Howard's throwing it, the fans are going nuts, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, they are going nuts. Well, of course they are. Obviously, he had a great year. Obviously, you talk about the background a little bit, but they are. They're having fun with it down here, and I love what Coach said, because I wish everybody out there that's watching, even the people in the stands, heard exactly what Coach said, right? Is understanding how to throw the football. That's exactly what I'm looking for from all of these guys. Not how far they can throw it. Do you understand how to play the quarterback position and make the different throws?
Well, what are you seeing so far?
So far, it's actually been pretty good.
Yeah, Milrose in a different group.
One of the hardest things, too, when you come to the Combine, Coach knows is very few
Some
of these
other
guys ever
receivers
play
in
under
the
center
next group,
anymore.
too.
And
There
so
are 2 groups.
one thing that they do is they put them under center and force them to make drops, back from where they would be. And so that's always a transition, too, watching who's got that smooth footwork, who understands how to get into balance quickly and be able to make the throw so their weight's not in the wrong place and the ball's not coming off funny. So all of those different things. But so far, I think the group has been pretty solid. As we said, nobody's necessarily wowing you with the physical ability. So now we get to step back and just watch these guys as passers.
All right, here's your guy. You want to break it down for us?
Here we go. We're under center, as Kurt's saying. And to be able to throw this ball, right, this deep out cut, right, with a smooth drop,
It's a good ball for
subtle
Quinn.
pitch, good base, good balance at the top of it, and lay that ball on the boundary and trust that receiver's going to be there on the boundary. And again, you know,
It's a good
those
ball,
are things we're
too.
talking about. I don't know who that was. I can't remember what the number
that was
Io Manor.
That was Stanford.
That's Io Manor.
Yeah, so
It's his
never,
fault, to be
I don't know
honest.
if Quinn's ever thrown that pass to him in particular, right?
Right.
But laying that ball in position and trusting that throw can be there.
Well, next up is going to be Bond, and we'll see who the quarterback is going to be. There's Dylan Gabriel throwing it.
You got a chance to be around him and see Gabriel.
These quarterbacks,
play
man.
Against him during his college career.
Yeah, here's Hennigan throwing a Bond right now.
Good route.
You know, and for the receivers, right? What's different for these guys in college football? One foot in bounds is a completion. Now these guys are catching this ball on the boundary, and they got to get two in, right? And that there's transition and change to the game that we're obviously looking for as well.
Well, listen to the crowd here. This has been happening all day.
They just appreciate a nice outcut.
Is that what it is?
That's what it
Is that what it
yeah.
is?
Yeah.
Here's another one.
Jesus.
See, are they getting on the receiver for not catching that one? Is that what I'm just hearing right now? It's a very Ohio State crowd, Charles Davis.
Yeah, it's a tough crowd, and it wasn't Will Howard's fault, not according to them.
Right.
Listen, hey, Coach, you guys have been talking so well about Quinn Ewers, and we're talking about the.
Will Howard's like missing wildly. Again, it is tough. First time potentially throwing a lot of these receivers. It's tough with the timing, but
Obviously, both sides handled that.
He's been
incredibly
off.
well. You handled incredibly well. But let's be honest about it. How tough was that for Quinn, having Arch around on that campus? And to me, he should get extra marks for handling it, keeping his job, and doing what he did during those years. Because, folks, that wasn't easy. Everybody wanted to see Arch play.
Well, I couldn't agree more, you know, Charles, and I think that's probably a great thing for Arch as well, because the way Quinn handled it, the way he took Arch in, you know, the way they supported one another, a credit to both those guys, and a credit to Coach, you know, Milwee, our quarterback coach, for managing that situation. But in the end, you know, I think for Quinn, all of the stuff he went through at Texas, right, for 3 years, I think kind of puts him in position to be ready for what it's like to be an NFL quarterback, right? It's not roses and sunshine every day, and definitely not on every Sunday, right? And when you got to respond to it after the game and things of that nature. So his resiliency, his composure, his poise, his work ethic, just put his head down and grind, I think are all really positive things for his future of what he's trying to accomplish in the NFL.
We talk about grit, and we use that word a lot, but if you look at the quarterbacks over the last few years, they've been through things in college.
I think Cam Ward would be impressive if he threw. He just does have a very good arm. I don't think, I mean, Sanders might impress with his accuracy. I think they'd be better than what we're seeing right now.
With all those guys, because remember, we were in the market for a transfer guy at that time. And so Quinn was a transfer, Bo Nix was a transfer, Jaden Daniels was a transfer, Caleb Williams was a transfer, all the same year. And so we evaluated all those guys, and I think Jaden would sit here and tell you that year he had at ASU was not a great year for him. And then he goes to LSU and lights it up, and he's a Heisman winner.
Bond into the 4-3s? Hell yeah.
All right, let's break down these throws, and then we'll let you go on with the rest of your day, sir.
You got it. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Golden 4-2-9.
So again, just the accuracy, right? Yard in front of the front number on a slant route, catch and run opportunities. You see that there.
Wow.
The five-step drop, plant, no hitch, throw, lay it on the boundary on the speed out. And then obviously the deep out cut, which is always one of the throws, right? The NFL is trying to evaluate. Can you make these types of throws, laying the ball on the boundary, having the arm strength and the accuracy, and putting that ball in position where only the receiver can catch it?
Well, as our thank you for hanging out with us like this, your going away present is the news that Matthew Golden's official 40 was a 4.29.
How about that?
And Bonds was officially 4.39.
Are you allowed to not have a receiver that runs a 4.2 at the combine?
That's right.
At all? I mean, this is quite the
Good
streak
one.
you've got going.
Texas speed, man. Texas speed, you know?
And then we got a Longhorn simulcam as we throw to break, presented by Rocket. What do we got here? It's just not. It's not.
Why are they not showing Adonai Mitchell on the simulcam? It's a
The combine
Texas receiver erasure.
2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl.
How about that?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you got some more coming, Coach.
Well, we got to keep recruiting speed, right? You know, we like speed too.
All right, as they would say. 2 of the top 5 are Longhorns. Thanks for coming on, Coach.
Appreciate you guys.
You're going to see Arian Smith run very fast with the next group here. Not now, but that will be happening here sometime today. Do we have... I guess they just opted out of the vert and the broad jump for whatever reason. Ooh, we do have running back 3 cones, at least 2. Taj Brooks with a 6.9 is a pretty good time. Sub 7 seconds we like to see. He also posted the fastest 20-yard shuttle. Facial Tootin with the slowest so far. Hampton right there. It's like pretty elite agility testing for Taj Brooks. If you look at the top performers in the 20-yard shuttle among running backs all time, obviously you have some like pretty absurd times. Oh, that's the 40-yard dash. Like, why do these look so fucking weird? But 4.06 from Taj Brooks is extremely elite in the 20-yard shuttle. And there he was like, what, 6'9"? In the 3-cone. Taj Brooks had a really nice day. All right, let me hit the bathroom real quick. I think we've got a couple more drills, and then we're going to see the next group of receivers.
Back here in Indianapolis, Daniel Jeremiah, Rich Eisen in the booth, Kurt Warner, Stacey Dale.
We're going to start to see some deep balls, I believe. I believe that's what's happening here.
We really haven't been able to focus in on him since we just had the Texas coach throughout much of the first part of the drills. What have you been seeing from him?
That ball's coming out well. Ball's got, again, to use that word that Kurt and I have been talking about with the pace. Some of those outbreakers threw it really nice. Slant right on the money, right on that upfield shoulder. And someone I think teams are excited about. I have him as my 3rd quarterback as Tet McMillan's there from Arizona, the receiver, giving him a little bit of love. But he's had a solid workout thus far. Kurt, have you got a chance to get your eyes on Dart?
Yeah, I'm with you. And, you know, I think the other thing that's nice when you actually come to the combine, it's one thing to kind of see him on film, but to see Jackson Dart's lower body. He's got that thick, strong lower body, making some of these throws really effortless, being able to get his legs into it, laying it out there. But you're right, ball's coming out really, really well. I know a lot of people wonder about that system, how that helps him, but he's throwing the ball well today.
It's Will Howard. Our colleagues, Colleen Wolfe and Cynthia Freeland, are talk to the crowd during our commercial breaks.
Yeah.
They were finding where the Ohio State and Michigan fans are in the stands, and I think they riled them up a little bit.
Got him going.
For when Will Howard's out there slinging it.
That's funny.
It's Max Brosmer right there from Minnesota.
And I know we're watching the quarterbacks, talking quarterbacks. Jack Besh from TCU, the receiver, did not run a 40, is having a phenomenal field workout
Is that right?
so far. Yeah, he's really looks good, catching the ball well, moving easy.
We saw that in Mobile.
Yep.
Exact same thing you're seeing, and he's a great combat catcher as well, though. You use that term a lot, DJ.
Yeah, he's
If there's a
tough.
crowd, if there's someone, he's going to go up and go get it.
Brady Cook, who's tested really well, ran fast. He's a good athlete.
Here's Dart. Chewing gum. He's got the flow. Slinging it out there.
Kurt, what's a teaching point on how flat you want this ball?
Well, really, I mean, this is one that's going to have a flat route underneath it. So this one is more kind of up and over. So you want to see a little bit more touch on it. I always like to see, can you show me you can get it up and down, up and over that underneath defender, but still drop it down on your guy. So always trying to see, how high can I throw this? How much touch can these guys put on the football? But there you see Quinn Ewers, a perfect example. Just the ball comes out effortless. Good pace on it. Looks easy for him to make these second-level throws.
Gabriel's got a lot more arm in him than you would think based off of his size. It's just everything he does real compact.
You're right. The ball does come off with kind of a little bit more speed than some of these other
He can spin
guys.
it like you watch him spin the ball.
Exactly. The ball is spinning tight. Good touch throw right there.
It's Hennigan.
Okay, here's Howard. Listen to the crowd.
I mean, Howard has arm talent, but man,
For everyone else,
he's not completing anything.
All right. Here's Cook.
Talk about protecting the football. Look at the number on the bottom of the screen. 300 plus attempts. Fewer than 2 picks. So with Jackson Dart, I was talking about him the other day, and the comparison that I had.
Will Howard at
took
least
some people off guard.
spinning
I
the
talked
ball a
about
little
Jalen
bit.
Hurts, just in terms of the build, how the ball comes out of their hand. Guys that have gotten better each and every year in college. And here we look at them side by side. Just, I know Jalen Hurts ran the ball more, but Jackson Dart was successful running the ball in the SEC. He is very athletic. There's something to this one to me. Guys, I think are just going to keep getting better.
Pointing out that he already licks his hand like John Elway. Okay. Okay. I mean, Elway is that's some elite comparisons right there.
Yeah, that's lofty.
Right? Okay, very good. Yeah, you saw that.
I think it's hard to imagine a lot of teams trading up in this year's draft, because I don't know who's going to want to trade down. Like Dallas trading up from 12 for what? Like the easiest guy to connect them to is Ashton Genty, but are they going to move up from 12 for a running back? It seems unlikely. Ever Will Campbell at 5? I don't know what to do with that. Such a weird draft. Genty at 6. I really don't mind that. But, like, do they just go Shedeur Sanders? But maybe they pass, try to get Will Howard round 2. And then Shedeur Sanders is a Jet. Give me Shamar Stewart at 8. Do the Saints ever go tight end? I don't know. Like Jalen Walker's a fit. I'll plug him in for now. The Bears have options here. I'm going to go Membu. I like Luther Burden. I'm going to put him to the Niners at 11, even though it feels weird. We're going to get weird here. I'm going to go Amarion Hampton at 12. On a little bit of Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs action. OC, thanks for the 2. What do you think happens with Aaron Rodgers? Raiders, Giants, something like that. I really do want to go Tyler Warren here. I think Walter Nolan's actually a decent option. Go Kelvin Banks.
All right, you ready for the main course?
I am actually kind of hungry. What are we talking about?
We've been seeing appetizers with out routes and in routes. It's time for the go routes. It's time for the go routes. They're the most crowd pleasing. Remember, we saw Joe Milton go nuts with it recently, right? People were going crazy. Watching Josh Allen throw this years ago, now the MVP of the league, showing off his arm. I will never forget this when he started from his own 8 and threw it all the way to somebody else's 25.
Can I give you the creative for next year? Can we get Glavin to do the chick stick, the long ball with Maddox for next year before this drill?
Sure.
I mean, if we get David Spade in the booth, I'm just shooting for anything now. Let's just go get it done.
Kurt's down on the field. Let's see it.
All right, here we go.
What was that side?
That was
for?
a side. That was an efficient side.
This is not football. What is this?
No, throwing it 70 yards in the game is not football. Throw it 55 on time, nice air. That's football. Okay, I like it. Nice.
Long drive.
There you go. On pace. Put some air on it. Let it turn over. Nice and smooth.
The crowd digs it.
Yeah. Okay. Too high.
That's a lot of air.
That is a lot of air.
Okay. Let's see what Brady Cook can cook up. Let Brady cook, Kurt.
That was a side. That was such.
I heard that. I know.
Such
Kurt.
an efficient quarterback side right there.
Oh, please.
Now we're at the driving range. This is not real golf.
I'm not mad at the guys with the big arm. We just don't need it all on this.
Kurt wants people to hit doubles.
That's very flat.
Nice throw.
Look, who is that, Besh?
Nice shot.
Okay, here's Jackson Dart, everybody.
Dart throws a nice deep ball. Should look pretty good here.
Got it up early.
Nice bond.
Nice ball.
Ready to go.
Those are 2 beauties, Kurt.
They are nice shots. Wouldn't even mind a little bit more air. You know, always talking about air.
Turkus, thanks for the prime sub.
Now it's easy for your receiver to track. So I like that term you threw out there, Daniel. Early with air. We like to complete these, we say, in a coaching world, right? 42 to 45 yards down the field.
Quinn Ewers with Luther Burden.
Just get it up and let your guy go get it, because the farther you have
These are underthrown.
the more inaccurate you're going to be. That's just typical football. So we want to get it up early with air and let your guy go get it.
Oh, it's 50 yards down the field for Ewers.
Look at that turnover.
Whoa. Gabriel from his 10, that darted at 35.
He does spin the ball, man. For a guy who's not really big, he can spin the heck out of it.
Thank you so much for the resub, Kaiser CS. The bear down.
Harder it is to be accurate as that ball kind of fades inside a little bit. So get it up early. Let your guys chase it down.
And again, second go around.
See if Hennigan and Besh would end up lined up together after they had the game winner
Will
of the Senior
Howard.
Bowl.
Here's Will Howard.
Ready, set up. Ready, set up.
There's
There's
nice
the one
air.
right there.
Nice
That's
air.
the one.
There you
Yep.
go. Even
Better
if it's
ball.
underthrown, it's fine. You can still slow down his receiver and track it and play it.
That's a good ball. But, ooh,
So,
nope.
throw it too far, right? Get it out there, flat.
Thought that was going to hang up a
adjust to.
little
It's
bit
gotta be
more.
Perfect.
Mason with the tier 1. How you doing? Good to see you. That's a good ball.
Ball outside shoulder, away from the defender. Really good throw right there by Brady Cook.
So Dart has here is 2 for 2 with 2 nice balls the last time. That's
So flat.
firm ball, but it's right there.
Let's go.
Yeah, just look at the different trajectory between those 2 throws. It's interesting to compare it.
Viewers having a nice day.
He's having a really good day.
Taking a little break here.
They're going to give us time to give you some tracker action.
We got to get a chip in the ball, right? Isn't
We've done that
what the NFL's
before
doing?
with the trajectory.
Bond up to 22 something miles per hour.
Call that football tracking data? Is that what we call
Yeah,
it?
data. I'm a data guy.
Okay. The FTED.
Not used to drag a 3-letter word. I can promise you that.
Let's go. Sell that same go ball, man. Yeah, absolutely.
So what are we doing now? Same thing or?
Yeah, we always finish up with the high point in the red zone, right?
Yards.
But not everybody took a second crack at the deep ball.
From quarterbacks or yeah.
Come on, run.
They want them to really run. Hey, CD, if you're down there, as someone who's playing corner, how important is it when you're covering somebody where they're really trying to push you off here with your speed?
They just got a lot of opt-outs, I think.
Run by you and get you turned and get you going. That way, that creates that comeback so easily for you. That gives you the separation. If I don't believe you're going to run by me, if I don't respect that at all, then it's going to be a contested play. And a quick question for you and Kurt. Brady Cook, Missouri. I always thought he was one tough competitor. I feel like he's throwing it pretty well here today. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, first of all, let's start with how he worked out. I mean, he did all the testing. He jumped. He ran really, really well. When I go through my notes on him, you know, a lot of zone read, quarterback power, use that athleticism. I thought with him, the arm was just okay. It's been better here than I expected. And then there were times I just thought maybe he held the ball a little bit too long on tape, but you know, that's something you're not going to get a feel for out here today. But he's had a nice day.
Ewers just threw to Bond again. They didn't connect.
Kurt, left-handed, right-handed. When you're throwing to this side, what's easier?
Pat Bryant with a drop.
I think always when you can stay open to it is going to be easier. So if you're a righty here, you got your feet open. This way you got to close off, throwing it all the way out. Because what you notice on this play, right, it's what we call a stop route. So they're turning inside, and then they're fading away outside. So this throw needs to go to that outside number. So a little bit longer throw if you're a lefty there. You could see Dylan Gabriel try to kind of fade to the left a little bit to open his shoulders and his hips so he can get that right angle on the football.
Were you with Burnell at with the Packers?
I was. Yep, he was with us in Green Bay. And
what the receivers say about the difference?
Well, I mean,
righties?
You can see it. I was kind of looking at the deep ball because you saw Dylan Gabriel miss a couple of those deep balls, but as he throws it, some of us have like a natural
I streamed FIU last
fade.
night.
You know, like if you're a golfer,
I'll probably get
some
that
people
video
have
up
a
today.
natural fade. I had a natural fade on my go ball, so if I throw it to the right-hand side, it fades right to where I want it towards the sideline. If you saw Dylan Gabriel when he threw those go routes, it started to fade back to the inside. So the ability for a receiver to understand that spin and where that maybe that fade or where that ball may be going, you know, from that standpoint is a little bit different for a lefty versus a righty.
You know, it's analogous to that, DJ. That's why, you know, and Rich knows this too. Bill Belichick wanted the left-footed punter.
It's different. Yeah.
Because of that spin, and when you set up for a natural spin off of a right-footed punter, that ball's going to kick back on the opposite side of you, and that can create a good play for you.
Stewardess, I speak, Kurt. May I translate Warner's answer for you?
Give that to me.
It was an excellent answer. It 100% was informative and made me smarter. but I don't think Kurt was around Green Bay long enough to hear wide receivers say anything about anything. I think Mooch gave him his walking papers really quick. Kurt, am I correct?
These quarterbacks to the receivers.
In interpreting that answer?
I mean, this is as bad as I've ever seen this.
Years later, I didn't really have a chance to ask him when I was there. You're right. You're right.
You know, what did the receivers have to say about Brunell? He wasn't long enough. Right?
Did Mooch just text that to you when I was talking? Like, hey, he wasn't there long enough. He got himself cut.
I know you.
I don't know if Kurt's familiar with the.
There is another receiver group and another quarterback group.
That was it. The hat. Zip out the door.
Hey, DJ and Kurt, how much are you guys enjoying the experience you're seeing these guys come in with?
Well, first of all, these guys are older, they're mature, they've played a ton of ball, and in some ways, Kurt, I like that these guys have moved around a little bit. They've been in different systems, different coaches, different environments. We've seen them have to adapt, which is going to be what they're asked to do when they get to next year.
You're right. I actually just tweeted that today. Like, it's going to be interesting to me as we kind of get into this new era, how people view those guys that have transferred a couple times. You talk a lot about loyalty to a program, but then you have, guys.
Yeah, this group is getting closer to being done. Not quite done yet.
Maybe the #1 quarterback, go to 3 different places. Now you got to adjust to different systems. You got to learn different systems. You got to lead different groups of guys. And so I'm with you guys. I think there's some definite positives that can come from that. And guys that say,
what did Jordan Whittington run last year?
That's never going to be a negative in my mind. So I think you're right. There's going to be an adjustment period of things they're going to have to do differently at the NFL level. Guys that have gone through that
did not
been successful in it. I think that speaks to who they are.
I mean, in all honesty.
And I think Adonai Mitchell was 4.35.
Roseman went from New Hampshire to Minnesota. Brady Cook.
Let me just put out a Texas bias tweet. It's about time. 4.34 even.
From USC to Mississippi. Ewers had a cup of coffee in Columbus before he went to Texas. Dylan Gabriel, Central Florida, Oklahoma, Oregon, Hennigan, his entire time at Memphis, and we all know Will Howard went from Kansas State to the winner's podium at Ohio State. So in this day and age, transferring is more common. Like, just take a look at this group.
Worthy was what, a 4.21 for the record?
The lion's share of them transferred.
Fairly certain.
And had to find another spot.
Yeah, Arian Smith out of Georgia is going to be the one if you want to see a fast 40 time. That one's worth watching.
Transfer player. He had to answer a lot of questions. Everybody wanted to know what was going on. Why are you leaving there? They would call your other school to see if you were a problem back there. Now, Kurt said this to me earlier. There are good, valid reasons why guys are moving around more. Plus, the rules make it open and available for them.
Now more
a lot of air under that from Gabriel.
Connecting. See Hennigan again.
I transferred in '97. I was just ahead of my time, apparently.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, they want to know if you were a problem, too. Why is this kid coming here? What did he do?
Because I got tired of getting the crap kicked out of me by all the SEC teams we were playing.
You were looking for a name, image, and likeness.
Hey, they had to build up the coffers of DJ.
Oh, man. Here's Hennigan. Throwing again.
Remember,
Nicely
50
done.
starts in Memphis for that young man. 50 starts.
Yeah, very, very productive. Son EJ played
Third QB off the board. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be Jackson Dart, maybe even Will Howard.
Asked him to throw the ball around.
I was on the coaching staff for his father.
I don't love any of those options.
His father played. There we go.
Aging yourself a little bit.
Age reveal.
Let's put a little more air under this. The first one was a little flat.
There you go.
Yeah. That was better.
Well, I'm trying to figure out this angle, DJ. Like, normally they have this about like 45, 60-degree angle. These guys are going to the high back pylon here, which is a completely different throw for the quarterback. I think they're trying to figure out exactly. Normally they set up a cone on the sideline so the quarterbacks have an idea what the
I think
angle
Brosber's actually looked all right,
I think these guys
funnily
are
enough.
struggling a little bit to know what is this angle on this particular throw. So we've seen some
But he doesn't have
misses
much of an arm.
May not be misses if we had a better idea or worked together a little bit more.
Well, that's also why air is your friend here.
No doubt.
I can't imagine Will Howard's a first-round pick. I think this is the hyping up quarterbacks because that's what the average fan cares about.
Instead of having to be right on the money.
I cannot imagine. I really even can't imagine Jackson Dart as a first-rounder. I can't. But that's where it's trending, I guess. OC with the 2 thoughts on Mike Green. I've talked about him a lot in my mock drafts.
Well, you know, I was
and even some other videos. Love him as a player. Twitchy, explosive, defends the run well.
Jackson Dart's got plenty of arm.
Love Mike Green.
There's Quinn Ewers.
There you go. Nice. That's it.
That was well
That's
done.
it.
Nice touch.
Let's see Dylan Gabriel.
I'll tell you what, Quinn Ewers has had a really good day. Throwing the ball looks effortless.
Nice throw. Oh. Is that Tez? Who was that? 24?
That was nice.
Tez Johnson.
I mean, he's used to catching balls from Gabriel, isn't he?
Yeah, that's his teammate. Yeah.
Here's one more from Will Howard.
This draft is one of the most top-heavy in a while. I really couldn't agree less.
The next drill's on the way. So
like we've got like
solid. I think there's been a couple balls that were
close to 5
put a little more air under it, but on
pretty good players. That's being a little bit mean, but and then it's like there's decent depth, but not like top-tier talent. The first round is fairly weak.
Feet look good, firm base.
The talent that you're going to find in the back half of the first, let's just say the first into the third, is not like significantly different.
He's made some great progress with.
There are like 3 good players. You know, again, it's being a little bit mean. You got some guys with potential, but as prospects, the complete package, very few guys. 10 maybe.
It has. I think one of the biggest.
DJ said 15 to 50 is similar grades for him. That makes sense.
Just learning some of those
like if you think about the truly elite players in the class, you've got 2 guys.
I think him, Quinn Ewers,
Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty. I give you 3. He's a running back. And then you have like Tyler Warren, Colson Loveland's pretty good. But you can find a lot of problems with all these guys. Like Will Johnson, problems. Will Campbell, problems. Shamar Stewart, problems. Jalen Walker, problems. I think Jahad Campbell's one of the best 10 or 15 players in the draft. I like Mason Graham. He's a fringe top 5 guy in the class. Same thing with Malachi Starks, to be honest. But Graham has, like, if we're going to nitpick, he's got shorter arms. He's not that powerful as a pass rusher. Those are some of his detractors.
Look out. Little flat.
But I do like Mason Graham a lot. I think he's very good.
Little flat. You got to be perfect on those throws.
James Pierce has potential. There are things you can point to with him as well. Run defense, pad level, size. Not crazy to like Eamon Worry over Starks. They're different positions, though. I mean, Starks is a free safety. Eamon Worry's a strong safety slash, I'll just even say just a box guy.
Back with some more from this group.
Hunter was just a receiver. Where would he go? He's still, like, probably the best receiver in the class. So, still top 10, probably. Then he would still go top 10 as a corner. Like, if he's a really, really good player. If you combine this year's class with last year, do any of these guys go top 10? Yes. Travis Hunter would be a top 10 pick. Abdul Carter would be a top 10 pick. Let's see if we can fit them in. 2024 NFL Draft, Caleb Williams to the Bears. That would be unchanged. Jaden Daniels to the Commanders, unchanged. Patriots 4, Drake May, unchanged. 4 is where the draft would start. Even though Marvin Harrison Jr. was a very good prospect, as was Malik Neighbors, as was Joe Alt, as was Roma Dunze. You start to talk about Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter at 4. I feel like the Chargers would keep theirs the same. Giants, Travis Hunter, of course, would be in consideration. The Titans, I think, would have probably... Yeah, it depends what they're looking for, right? But you really start to talk about Abdul Carter. They're at 7. And if the Falcons really wanted a quarterback, but... Yeah, the Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter's sweet spot, just completely hypothetically, this doesn't matter at all, would be 4 to 8. No, Travis Hunter doesn't get and Abdul Carter don't get past 9 with a Dunze. Would Cam go over Penix? I don't think so. They really like Michael Penix, but I think when you talk about Cam Ward and Shador Sanders as prospects, they're like Bo Nix territory. See, Fontenot has not taken an edge rusher in the first round, but he took Arnold Ebiketie with a top 50 pick. Was Ebiketie top 40 even? $38 overall. So it's like he was still a fairly high pick, even though he wasn't a first rounder. Speaking of the Falcons, at 15, not taking an edge rusher. Did they take a DB? Did they take Jahad Campbell?
Back here.
Will Johnson's still there. I'm starting to find a tough time placing Will Johnson.
These guys to get to the back pylon, correct?
Yeah,
Like he's starting to fall a little bit for me.
And let them go elevate and then get your feet down. Both those balls, you want those to be up a little bit higher towards, what is it, 2 and 2? Kurt, what are your landmarks here?
That's exactly it.
Would Latham be OT1 in this class? Yeah.
You know, this is one that, as much as the quarterbacks, you're always out here trying to compete and show people what you can do.
Yeah, Will Johnson surprisingly short arms,
it's not just about completing,
which is a problem for
those guys go up and
playing press man in the NFL. I like Will Johnson as a player. 2024, like Malachi Starks, was not as good as 2023.
As you said, DJ, the biggest thing is...
That's what I want to see right there.
There you go.
Now we're cooking.
The biggest thing for the quarterback is getting it out of his hands quickly.
But I'm not sure he's like
the receiver go get it instead of waiting too long and then having to drive
a guaranteed top 10 pick or even top 15. If you're not a guaranteed top 10 pick, you're not a guaranteed top 15 pick. 30 and an 1/8 inch arms are not long.
Wrap it up for 8.
What y'all doing? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we got some. I think we got some action here.
Let's follow.
All right, let's see some back handsprings, backflips.
Some incredible gymnastics in this.
Who's doing something cool?
Whoa!
Whoa! What did Ty Felton just do? It was like a side flip.
Yeah, some Maryland love right there.
Hell was that?
I can't do that off the diving board.
That was Tez.
Like, Will Johnson is a press man corner, but the arm length is concerning, and it matters a lot for corners.
Chasing him down. Which one's going to come out with the acrobatics of the quarterback crew?
Did you see? Was that yours?
No, that was Jackson Dart. Just did a cartwheel.
But did you see yours? If we can get a video back of yours, he faked it. He faked like he was getting ready to do a cartwheel, and then he aborted it. He aborted it right before somebody got hurt.
I thought when Kenny Pickett tried that in a game, they outlawed that. All right, Kurt, you're staying out there because we need you for another quarterback class. All right, there you go.
Whoa!
Now that is
I mean,
turtle.
Crazy weird side flip.
Right there, huh? And here we go as they head off the field.
Matthew Golden, Santonio Holmes.
Because there's a lot of similarities
we know
between
why you
Matthew
wanted this
Golden
comp.
and Santonio Holmes.
Kurt Warner,
the
no.
weight, the speed, the arms, and the ability to make a special catch in a big moment. You know, I think that's what.
Oh, Kurt's gonna be killed here.
I don't recall Santonio making any plays like that in a big. Kurt, you?
That visual I see on the
it's brutal.
right now looks exactly like something that I saw a few years back. You know, you guys just have a way of finding everything. Make it pertain to everything that we're doing. Even here at the combine, you gotta take that little shot.
How about this, Kurt? Let me do this.
What do you got for me?
Let me do this for you. Kurt Warner, in his 3 Super Bowl starts up until Tom Brady had overtime later on against Atlanta, had the 3 most prolific passing days in the history of the Super Bowl. 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, well, thank you, Rich.
You are welcome. See?
Give me a little bit of love there on the tail end. I appreciate
that's why
that.
you've got, you know,
I appreciate
a
that.
bust in Canton, Ohio. Plus, we got that's my leadership skills. I'm trying to keep them up. We got one more group here.
The other shoe's going to drop, Kurt, probably after we get back from break, but it is going to drop.
Well, at least you weren't here for the James Harrison comparison on Thursday.
More quarterback and wide receiver on-field workouts to come. I'm going to see 40-yard dash for the second quarterback group and receivers. I'm trying to find, like, arm length here to show you guys how Will Johnson is kind of small. If you look at arm length, you can see the lowest ever. Where was Will Johnson? 30 and an eighth. Again, it's not the shortest ever. It's just for his play style. It's not good. So these are 30 and an eighth guys. Asante Samuel Jr., for example. That arm length at 30 and a half, or 30 and an eighth, excuse me, is 9th percentile. And if you're going to be a press man corner in the NFL, you sure would like longer arms. Like, this is not hating on him as a player. They should say, well, we watched the film. Watch the film. It's like, yeah, that's important. Everything is, it's a data point, right? But if your whole thing is you're a big physical press man corner with long arms, well, now when you have short arms, how is that going to play against NFL receivers? It's an important conversation. Doesn't mean he can't be good, but it's a conversation worth having. It's Michigan's Will Johnson. Where does Zerline have him in the entire draft? Top 10 player. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Important to note, Colson Loveland, Walter Nolan, Travis Hunter. Well, obviously, but Tyler Warren. 4, 5, and 6 in the draft. Nolan ahead of Mason Graham. Burden is a top 10 player, which I get. Got Armand Membu ahead of both Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell. He's got Donovan Jackson with a crazy good grade. Let's see his individual position rankings here. Ward QB1, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Ewers 4, Jillian Gabriel, Jalen Milroe, Kyle McCord, Tyler Shuck, Will Howard, aka first round pick Will Howard, and then a pretty significant drop off.
Today presented to you by Red Lobster. Back here, we've already seen one group of quarterbacks and wide receivers.
At running back, Zerline has Genty with a monster grade.
Of QBs.
Travion Henderson, RB2. Dylan Sampson, RB3. Amarion Hampton, RB4. Judkins, RB5. Bashal Tootin, Caleb Johnson, Damian Martinez, Cam Scatterbo, Jordan James.
What'd you think overall the receivers down there? Let's start with those guys. CD, what'd you think?
No surprise, very good.
At receiver,
We saw all varieties of
we have different grades here.
Tall to
no,
long,
same grade.
Quick,
6, 8,
fast,
9 on Travis Hunter.
aggressive to the football. You had to see a little bit of everything. And Isaiah Bonds, Peter, I know he came in saying
Wide receiver 2, Luther Burden. Now, but is this really a ranking? I need to see. Let's read the report.
It's like telling your parents, we get a 4.0 GPA, come in with a 3.6, and like, no, like, he did great. Like, he did fine. He did just fine, and 4.4, and then the drills, he was actually really
this is
smooth.
crazy.
You know, you get
Devontae Smith / Darius Slay.
He mastered all of it. So I thought he had a really nice day, and I got some texts from some evaluators saying Bond really helped his stock today.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go away worried about that. Listen, he tried to manifest something that didn't work. I'm okay following
This is what an NFC personnel director has to say. You don't play a guy full-time at receiver and then part-time at corner. He's a lot more valuable as a corner who plays 8 to 10 snaps a game at receiver. That's from an AFC executive. He's the best receiver in this class, and then there's a big drop-off. He's comparable to last year's big three of Neighbors, Harrison, and Adunze, in my opinion. That's an NFC personnel director. Burden, Golden, T-Mac, Abuka.
Princeton Tiger shoes there, Charles. If you know the story of his late brother, an unbelievable story. Tiger Besh, and of course you guys captured it so well at the Senior Bowl, and he had the game-winning touchdown. But
At tight end, Warren and Loveland with big grades, then a drop-off to Taylor, another drop-off to Fan and Helm, Evans, Fedoni. Not really that high on Elijah Arroyo. I think he's a really good player. 6'5", 260. An injury is stopping him from running the 40 or doing any on-field stuff, but rep 22, 225.
The numbers weren't quite there last year. That doesn't mean he's still not a terrific player. I can work really well
on the O-line.
See how strongly constructed he is.
Armand Membu is tackle 1, OT 2 and 3, Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks. Donovan Jackson and Tyler Booker with identical grades at guard.
Went to the University of Utah and later played for the New York Knicks.
Connerly, Simmons, Ozzy Trapilo is a big dude. He's like 6'7", 6'8". We'll get his official measurement, but that's a high grade.
Ticky Burden.
Okay. Luther Burden the third.
Anthony
Dylan
Belton.
Gabriel, the quarterback out of Oregon, the left-hander that you saw throw down there, both being featured in a show called Destination Green Bay. That's the.
I'm gonna end up doing a video about DJ's top 50. Monster grade on Abdul Carter. That's the #1 in this class. That's going to be like all-pro, Pro Bowl potential. If you look at the grading chart here. And this is what the NFL uses. It's a up to 8 scale.
Nobody's going to know his name.
It really hasn't hit me yet from being a combine.
Best players in the country by position, one after another.
And you got to put in the time, you got to put in the work.
Mikel Williams, edge 2, by the way. I think this is how a lot of the NFL is going to view him. 6'5", 260, really good athlete, really long arms.
Hardest 4-month period of his life.
Any workout you take for granted, you know, it can come back to haunt you.
Mikel Williams, edge 2. Mike Green, edge 3. Similar grade. Shamar Stewart, not too far off. Then Ezeraku, James Pierce, Nick Scorton grouped together.
By the way, you can check out a full episode of Destination Green Bay presented by Toyota on the NFL's YouTube channel. Getting all set, of course, for the draft. Just 7 weeks away.
DT, Walter Nolan, very good grade. And a drop off to Mason Graham. Another slight drop to Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant. Tyleek Williams, Shamar Turner in there.
Seasoned with garlic and cumin. Hand shredded for fall off the fork tenderness.
At linebacker, he's got Jalen Walker. I'm going to drop off into a group of Swessinger, Knight, and Campbell. And Barrett Carter and Smile Munden, who were kind of like the preseason LB 1 and 2. At corner, he's got Travis Hunter 1. Significant drop off to Will Johnson. Then a drop off to Ezra Thomas, Jahdae Barron, Savone Revel, Zy Alexander, Maxwell Harrison Close, Trey Amos, Darian Porter, BMO, and Jacob Parrish right there.
And maintained it. I'm under 7. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular.
And then at safety,
stroke, heart attack, or
he's got Xavier Watts as safety 1. Nicky Manwari, Billy Bowman, and Malachi Starks all close. Kevin Winston not too far behind him. Lathan Ransom, Andrew Bakuba.
Pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it.
And then if you guys care about specialists, I know Andres Borregales is like the big name of the group, if you want to say that, but got him as the 3rd-rated specialist, 2nd highest-rated kicker.
Breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side
New
effects
receiver
include
Broads are in.
inflammation of pancreas, gallbladder problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any
Jalen Null, 41.5. Jalen Lane, 40. Isaac Tesla.
Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea.
Got to figure out how to pronounce that.
Some side effects
39.5.
dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes.
Isaiah Nayer, Texas legend, 38. This is the one to watch, I'm telling you.
It's your phone.
He is not a good receiver. That's an important distinction. He's not a good receiver. But he is fast as hell. He's got a chance to run in the 4.2s. Legit chance. Nick Nash, 34. Juice Wells, 34. Some pretty low verts here. Jalen Knoll, 11-2 in the broad jump. Nair, 11-1.
Stats powered by AWS. This is always fun stuff.
Dislaw,
Athleticism scores,
10-9.
Jaden Higgins, Sam Brown Jr. doing their thing.
Dante Thornton's one to watch. I like him down the board.
Today, 429.
I thought he'd be a combine standout. His vert was not especially impressive. I do think he's going to run fairly well considering he's 6'5", 205. Where's Savion Williams?
Analysis featuring next-gen stats in our new Combine IQ dashboard exclusively on NFL.com. Schrager's been all over this.
Tell you what, you can compare players from this year's Combine to previous results. I was out in the field and a coach said to me, Tez reminds me a little bit of Tank Dell. You know what I should have done? I should have come right over here and I should have plugged it into the next gen stats.
Can you find Don Hudson's stats?
I don't know if he's not participating. Came in at 6'4", 222, and is a really good athlete. Huge hands. Former quarterback, by the way.
In an uproar, right? It was like 20,000 fans cheering at you. And if it went off your mitts,
it's on the receiver.
Yeah.
Totally on the receiver. It couldn't be Will's fault.
Will Howard is actually standing
No
by.
Tetaroa McMillan.
Yeah, so hey, Rose, look who I got. Will Howard.
Yeah.
Hey, are we on the Jumbotron? Hello? Okay.
A little quieter than I was throwing, but hey.
Did you hear him all day?
Oh yeah, I heard him. Ohio State travels, and you know, it's we're loved and we're hated.
Maybe some Michigan fans too around here. How do you think you did today? It looked like a real strong finish, Will.
I felt decent. I'm my own biggest critic, so I feel like there were some things I could clean up. But overall, I think I showed that I can spin the ball with the best, and I felt good about it. And I think my footwork was pretty solid, and excited for my pro day and to show that I can spin it a little more.
We know you can spin it because we're going to take a look at it right here in the monitor, and I kind of want you to just break it down, just walk us through it.
Yeah, right here. This is a little pipe play we had down the middle to my guy Mech. That was a great one right here. A little third down. I was ready to throw it to Mech, but Bi broke it out. Had a great little third down conversion right here. There's a little QB run, man. A little QB power right here to seal the game. Keep your damn feet. But I knew we were gonna score. My guy Q getting open in the end zone, showing that I can get off the platform a little bit. Right?
Yeah, and I just we watched that footage, and you were spectacular. Chip Kelly was involved, obviously, but you had Travion Henderson, you had Mr. Judkins, Emeka Egbuka. What was it like playing in that national championship offense all season long?
It was fun. I had an embarrassment of riches at my disposal, and it was a great year, man. It was the best decision I ever made going to Ohio State. I elevated my own game, and I think everyone on the offense, we just made each other better, and we played our best ball at the end of the season when it counted.
You were an MVP in the Natty Championship. You know who else was an MVP?
In the Natty
A
Championship.
guy named Nick Foles in the Super Bowl. And I just wanted you to kind of take a look at this comp and give us your thoughts.
I love it. I mean, being an Eagles fan growing up, I was a big fan of Nick. So that's really cool, man. I'm a little lighter than him, but that's not bad. I'll take it. There I am at the Super Bowl parade. That's funny, man. That's a little throwback.
Well, you're from out there, so you got to head back home.
I am. Yeah, I missed the parade this year, but that was my last game I was really able to cheer for the Eagles as a fan until I entered the league. So it was good to see them win the Super Bowl this year.
So next level, by the way, the one thing I love, you're just so loose all week, and you're just so fun to be around, and you're a champion. But next level, what are you going to take into a locker room, and how do you think your game translates in the National Football League?
Yeah, honestly, I think my game translates really well. I think I'm a pro-style quarterback. I can make every throw. I feel like I'm a pretty cerebral guy. I understand the game better than a lot of people, and I'm competitive as hell. And I think I'm a good leader, and I want to come into whatever locker room decides to pick me. I'm going to come in with a humble but hungry attitude and be ready to work, gain respect.
Guess on a T-Mac 40 if he ran.
Positivity and a light, and
high
I just
4.5s
like
maybe.
To always be chill and enjoy it because this is what I wanted my whole life, and it's kind of surreal.
Say hey to fam.
What's up, Mom and Dad? I see you guys over there. You're in section 124. Give you guys a little wave there. Everybody at home, Skylar, everybody. I'll say you guys hi, but thank you, Jesus, and go Buckeyes.
Great job today, Will. Awesome job. Rose, we're going to throw it back up to you as we get ready for the next group.
Stacey, sounds good. Good kid. 83 touchdowns in 43 career starts. Big smile on his face. This is kind of what the culmination of the work process is all about, Peter.
That's why you want to meet these kids. You want to get to know them more.
I'm excited to see Arian Smith run.
But to see him in that scenario,
That's going to be the one to watch. If you have anyone that has a chance to break the worthy record in this group, it's Arian Smith. And he likely won't, but he's got a chance. I think we're about to see the fastest time of the 2025 NFL Combine.
Who's an offensive lineman.
I think.
So, Will Howard's about to be a rookie in the NFL. You ran into a rookie GM who's got a very important decision on his hands.
Absolutely. Earlier this year, the Tennessee Titans hired Mike Borgonzi as their general manager. He's a first-year general manager. He was plucked from the Brett Veach tree.
McCarthy would be QB1 in this class.
Titans had the #1 overall pick. Excited here to have
I feel good about that.
New GM of the Tennessee Titans after 16 years with the Kansas City Chiefs. Mike Borgonzi is now the general manager of the Tennessee Titans and just happened to have the first overall pick. Has this week been an absolute whirlwind, or are we good and we're settled?
Breaking 4-2 would be
we're good.
In the 4-1s. That's what that means.
Just getting settled in. Just meet with the staff here.
JJ McCarthy's not better than Jackson Dart.
So when you
yes, he is. As a prospect, it's not really even that close.
But it's just really creating that synergy with the staff.
Oh, but Jackson Dart, he was so productive.
First overall
at Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin,
we did not see
with a completely different offense versus the power run at Michigan in the Big Ten.
Defensive backs. First overall pick, so much weighing on you guys.
I'm telling you, Cam Ward
at least started having conversations
and Shedeur Sanders would be QB like 6 or 7 and 8 in last year's class.
But it's a process. So we have this one touch point here.
That should put into perspective, I've said this a lot, that should put into perspective the actual level of talent at QB in this class.
#1 pick in the draft, so we're not taking that lightly. So, this is part of the process here. Kind of like phase 1 for us here.
In the quarterback position, we'll see. Obviously, we can go free agency, we can go trade. Those conversations, I'm sure, are being had as well.
We've had those discussions, but once again, we need to gather more information here over the next month. So we'll get to sit down. It's the first time really we've got to sit down with some of these guys that we haven't seen before. So, it was good to get them in the interview process here this week, even though some of them didn't work out. But we'll have time to visit with them here over the next month.
How many rings with the Chiefs?
3.
Pretty good. Okay, guys, Mike Borgonzi, GM of the Titans. Thanks so much, Mike.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Mike also told Peter that he will not make his final decision until watching Path to the Draft, which begins March 31st. Charles, I know you'll be on that show. No pressure, but you're affecting the future of the Titans.
I'm not worried about it at all. I accept that pressure.
That away.
Why does Peter sound so zesty? Chill on him. No, Kenny Pickett not over Cam and Shedeur. That QB class was brutal. Kenny Pickett should have never been a first-round player. But that just shows you how QB is valued. JJ was not #1 for me last year at all. I had Drake May 1, Caleb Williams 2, Jaden Daniels 3 in a very close group. And then I had a drop-off. Still not especially high on Michael Penix or Bo Nix. So JJ McCarthy is QB4. Nix had a really good rookie year with Sean Payton. Love that for him. Penix did the Penix thing. Like, he made some really amazing throws. He had some really awful, unbelievable misses. That's the Michael Penix thing. His receivers at Washington did a really great job of making plays and adjusting to poorly thrown balls. Penix at the top is unbelievable. And at the bottom is not accurate at all. And if you watch him at Washington, the guy's just not this precision passer. He was not especially accurate down the field, and he had receivers that helped him out and made some really big plays. I don't want to go back to last year and talk about, these quarterbacks. I had so many different conversations about it, but You got to understand in college football, teams are not necessarily trying to make good draft prospects. Michigan ran the ball a lot because they could. Why would they not? It wasn't because J.J. McCarthy wasn't effective, because they could run the ball down your throat and win a national championship. They did. On 3rd and 4th down, when they needed to have it, they asked J.J. McCarthy to go out and make plays, and he did. He is an athlete with a good arm. He was, I think, the youngest quarterback in last year's draft class, and is mostly quite accurate. The only real problem he had, I think, he would open up a little bit too much when throwing to the left side, and the balls would kind of fly on him. But it's pretty clear. Listen, if you didn't watch him actually play, and you just saw a broadcast and you said J.J. McCarthy's a bad prospect, you don't know what you're talking about.
Will not be doing that, but he was busy a few minutes ago visiting with our.
There's a reason he went number 10 overall.
Gotta make sure I'm doing it right. It's all about
It isn't. It wasn't random and weird.
Teach me. How do we do it? All hands together. It's all about the you.
Kyron, thanks for the 5.
By Cam Ward,
Draft analysis and Quinn, like what you did with the Penix.
For the Miami Hurricanes. Welcome to Indianapolis and the Combine.
Not sure exactly what you mean, but Quinn's good in the short and intermediate areas of the field. He's great at throwing screens. Throws with good touch. Can't throw the ball down the field. Can't drive the football. What I mean by that is doesn't really put velocity on it. Doesn't really have any ability to throw the ball into tight windows with velocity.
What did it mean to break that record and now be here in
And
this moment?
he's one of these quarterbacks that will need his handheld based on what we've seen in the NFL. That's why the 49ers would be a really good spot.
For someone who started with 0 stars, only had 1 offer, so every accomplishment I get, I'm proud of. It's a step in my journey, and I'm just glad me and the guys could do it.
I love this photo back here with the late Kobe Bryant and little you. Do you remember anything about that day that he said to the group of you kiddos, or anything after his game and his own Mamba mentality that you put into your life?
He said one thing, it was really just work hard. The only thing that would separate you from everyone else is working hard. You have to be willing to do, more than what you think you're not able to do. And, it's been a blessing for me to go to this camp.
Jamie, thanks for the 2 EU. Thoughts on Edgerrin Cooper? Really good athlete. We'll see what his career ends up looking like.
You've classified yourself as a playmaking pocket.
I liked him coming out of A&M.
Who are quarterbacks?
Thought he was one of the better linebackers in the class.
Try to emulate your game after.
I wouldn't say emulate. I like to watch tape on him, though.
Yeah?
Who do you think produces the most freak athletes? Gut instinct said Penn State.
Now, for any of the 32 teams out there, why are you different than any other quarterback here at the Combine?
No, I don't think Warrior's doing anything.
The things I'm willing to do outside the football facility to make sure my body's right, make sure my mental's right, the amount of film that I watch week in and week out on game weeks. And so I just think the journey I had to get to this point is going to, continue to let me have a, good career.
An incredible journey to get here. It's been so fun to see your success unfold on the football field. Best of luck ahead of the draft. Cam Ward, everyone.
Thank you, Kimmy and Cam. You talk to evaluators all the time. Does it feel like he is separating himself from the rest of this quarterback class?
It does, and that's early. It's just here, but it feels like he's the #1 guy right now, and Shador is #2, and then we're kind of in this middle spot. But he's really done well interviewing with teams, Cam, and there's Shador as we see him, but Cam has done really well in these interviews, and it was interesting when we showed him going into that Kimmy interview.
It'll be interesting to see if Jalen Milroe decides to run.
The Giants, I think that's kind of interesting too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, it's interesting because they have that high draft pick. They need a quarterback, and the good teams spend as much time as possible gaining as much intel. I'll guarantee you there's another Giant staffer leaning over Shador right now, another Giant staffer leaning with Jackson Dart and whoever else they have as targets. It's the way to go. But with Cam Ward,
listen, at the end of the day, everyone's going to have their opinion on a player. The thing is, I know how much time this takes. I don't even have the time that I want, and this is my job. I don't believe that people are actually watching the film. I think they're seeing highlights, and they're making their assessment. I just don't think that, and I hate to be condescending,
try and
But I think a lot of people
57 career starts, 158 career touchdowns.
talk like they know everything,
Speaking of throwing it,
and
let's throw it over to Ian Rappaport, more quarterback news.
they don't, and I don't either.
Piggyback on what Schrager was
But
talking about
I
with
feel like
Cam
the
Ward.
difference
First
is
of
I
all, would
recognize
echo
it.
It does sound like in the
I talk to
interviews,
people who know a
Cam
lot
Ward
more
has
than me,
been, I would say exactly
and
what the team's hope does seem based on the conversation.
a lot of people are in agreement
I've had with general managers
on where we are in some of these prospects.
Cam Ward right now and everyone else. Not
And
saying he's going to go number one, but it does seem as it stands now that if
people are going to have their beliefs. I think a lot of what it is people like to look at stats. They don't see how anything happens. They don't think about what's translatable.
Large. After that, there's some questions though. I mean, Shedeur Sanders seems like he acquitted himself well.
Like if you watch, and I'm not a Cam Ward hater. He's got potential. He's got a great arm. But if you watch Miami, it's like the Zach Wilson BYU thing. I got burnt on this before. He had all day to throw. He held onto the ball forever. Put the ball in harm's way a lot.
Wasn't asked to do a ton in college. I know teams.
That stuff is concerning.
Wondering why. You can see the way he threw out there today. He's got the arm talent. He's also got the confidence. Maybe a little more of a quiet guy, but got the confidence. It seems to me to be more up in the air as far as who is QB2, who is QB3, and that process is going to shake out over the next couple weeks. Wouldn't be surprised to see another in the top 5. Wouldn't be surprised to see another there in the top 10. Still a long way to go.
All right, Ian, thanks. Great shot.
Like the biggest thing to quarterback,
like a kid in his early 20s on his phone.
it's playing on time and on target in the NFL.
Yeah.
You don't really have time to play hero ball all the time. Sometimes you got to know that the play is not there to be made, and you got to ditch it.
Jimmy Horn was going through the gauntlet drill. He's like, "Hey, Jimmy," went right over to him as soon as the gauntlet was over. That's his teammate at Colorado. This young man is just, he's very comfortable with who he is.
I asked the GM, I said, how's he been? Just like you're saying. I said, you have to understand, his life is not like the rest of them. Yes. He is Deion Sanders' kid. Like, Brady had all this stuff after the success, and Manning had all this stuff after. He lived in that life, and he is pretty grounded considering, and he is more than confident that he could be an NFL superstar.
Like everyone hated on J.J. McCarthy as a prospect because his numbers weren't insane, because he played in a run-heavy offense at Michigan,
Take that lick to get it done. So you see the
and they never saw him light up the stat sheet. That's the difference. I really genuinely think that's the difference. But if J.J. McCarthy played
185 pounds, and we all said, what about his bill? What about his
in a
bill?
different conference with a different team with a different offensive scheme,
He said, listen, this is what I do. I turn
he would be.
programs around.
It's not hard. It's the casual fan
Colorado. I'm gonna do it for you.
loves
So if you
stats.
pass on me, really, that's
Oh
your
my
right.
God, they love it. They don't need anything else. If they don't produce, they don't really care. This is why people thought Nick Nash was the best receiver in college football, because he put up really good numbers at San Jose State. This is why people think Harold Fannin is the best tight end in the draft, because he put up really good numbers at Bowling Green.
To make the rest of the league pay did not work for him.
You've got to actually watch the player and see where it matches and where it doesn't.
Make that statement and let the chips fall where they may.
I'm gonna have a hard time getting past the necklace. By the way, that thing is.
People love stats.
Chris, let's be honest.
That does not make an NFL prospect.
CD?
Some of us,
Traits,
3 of us,
projection.
cannot. Yes, I'm
That's at the top.
3 of us. We are not wearing that necklace.
All right, Ian has some news. I imagine it's not on jewelry, but it could be. Ian?
No, but it is
Like you do see guys like Anthony Richardson that are Trayvon Walker, Shamar Stewart this year, maybe less so with Stewart, but you see guys that are raw with projectable, draftable traits.
He is just different and does seem to be ready for all this.
Those guys get drafted high because if you can develop them, you have an actual high ceiling NFL talent. If you look at the best players in the NFL, it's not necessarily a list of the players that were most productive in college.
Deion Sanders FaceTimes, and I say, oh,
They all mostly have a minimum level of athleticism
hold on 1 second, let me get him. Put Shedeur on
and have
the phone,
improved technically
explain
over the
whole thing
years.
to me, break down his goals.
When a prospect has a combination of everything, that's what makes a truly unbelievably elite prospect, like a Myles Garrett, who is a freak athlete with production, with technique.
He seems ready for this.
Ian, that's great stuff.
Quarterback
Great
is
stuff.
the
And
toughest
you've never seen
position
Jackson Dart, and he's been. Listen, we get it. Guys
to
have a reason to not work
project
out,
because
to not
there's
grow.
so much involved.
They also notice
But
when you're not a part of the team,
everyone's
he
buying
has
into
been
the Jackson Dart hype. You'll notice what people keep saying with him. Oh, he's really tough. He's competitive. He got better every year. And that stuff does matter.
Everybody wants to paint a picture of aloof, apart, away.
But
we're not seeing that. No, we're not seeing that at all. And
playing in that Ole Miss offense,
there's a plan. Everybody thinks
with
it's
all
just
day to
day
throw,
no.
just
There's a
launching
plan.
deep shots, deep crossers, double posts.
We'll see how this all goes. He hasn't done the Senior Bowl. He hasn't done the work. Like they want to.
I just don't know how projectable that is.
I can't say
he doesn't play on time.
Top 3 pick yet, but at the very least,
He does not play in an NFL offense at all. Yet everyone's so sure now that Jackson Dart's a first-round quarterback, and I ask why, and nobody really has a legit answer. I'll admit I'm wrong if and when a QB in this class is better than JJ. No, because that's not the argument. The argument is not that these quarterbacks won't end up being better than JJ McCarthy. It's that as prospects, they are not. Players develop. Players sometimes don't develop. Am I going to say that Bo Nix is a better prospect than Caleb Williams because he had a better rookie season? I don't know. I don't know why that would be the case. Like, a lot of it is where these guys go in the draft, how teams feel about these guys, how these guys are as prospects. Coaching definitely matters a lot. Would you say that Lamar Jackson was very clearly a better prospect than Baker Mayfield? Obviously, Lamar has been a better player. Baker went at number 1 overall. Lamar went at 32. Was Lamar Jackson a better prospect than Baker Mayfield? I had Lamar Jackson as QB2 in that draft, and he obviously dropped, but like, you gotta think about how these guys are viewed at the time based on their traits and what they were able to do in college. Lamar was better on film than Baker if you watch the film. I did watch the film. I don't agree with that. Baker was the best QB in the draft as a prospect that year. Put the most NFL throws on tape. Lamar was an unbelievable runner that had to develop as a passer and has. If Lamar Jackson never improved, he's not MVP Lamar Jackson. That's maybe a tough argument though, because Lamar was so electric in college that it's not surprising that some people would have him as like the best player in that draft because he was such an unbelievable runner. Someone say Baker's arm was mid. Baker has a cannon. And has always had a really strong arm. Yeah, people just say whatever, dude. We can disagree on prospects and players. Like, that happens all the time. I'm not high on Jalen Hurts still. And there are people that simply can't believe you don't have Jalen Hurts as like a top quarterback in the league. Works on that team. Baker's arm is not mid. Baker has an actual cannon. He's got one of the strongest arms in the NFL. So you're talking in terms of pure arm strength, you're wrong. Objectively incorrect. But we're going to be done talking about this before I lose my damn mind.
Indianapolis, Indiana. One more group of quarterbacks and wide receivers to run 40s and work out on the field and send everyone back for dinner, good night's sleep, and then tomorrow the offensive lineman will help shut this place down and send everybody back Post-combine, Daniel Jeremiah, Rich Eisen getting set for this group of quarterbacks and wide receivers. I give you the floor and whatever you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about here?
Well, I just want to see this day finish up right. The running backs got rolling with all the 4-4 times we saw from them.
Right.
It was an outstanding group. We saw some receivers fly in that last one. It's fun to watch the quarterbacks spin it a little bit. We've got a couple other quarterbacks in this group that are intriguing to me. Tyler Shuck's going to be fun to watch. Riley Leonard, if you've followed college football, the Notre Dame quarterback, is in this group. And Arian Smith from Georgia's got a chance to get in the 4-2s. So we've got a lot still to do here.
Yes, and then in this group as well, the Indiana quarterback Rourke is going to be out there as well, and I imagine that will light up the crowd a little bit here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Obviously, this would have been the group in which both Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward were going to be working out in. Instead, we're just seeing them out there just hanging out.
Do we know if Jalen Milroe's running?
Mates. Cam Ward brings what to the table?
Well, he's got a ton of talent. He's got a
H. Brazzy, thanks for the $4.99. As a Ravens fan, I can tell you had Baker at 1, Rosen at 2, Allen at 3, and thought Lamar and Darnold were cheeks. Hurts is not elite, no debate. Hurts is exactly what the Eagles need him to be.
Here he is on the move. The athleticism, different arm
But
angles.
I don't think it works everywhere.
Out there, kind of Caleb Williams-esque with what he's able to do with some of those arm angles, and then the strength in the pocket. Shrug off.
Yeah, I see Micah Parsons reacted to my tweet. I don't really care.
You're going to get some run-throughs. You're going to get some pressure. He can use
Exotic.
that pressure escape.
Why didn't Jalen do the 40? As in Milroe? He might.
Now, Shedeur Sanders.
It hasn't happened yet. His group has not come up.
Widely regarded as one of the top 2 quarterbacks in this class. A lot of duress he was under during his time at Colorado.
He didn't jump. Tyler Shuck did.
He showed off the ability to hang in there as well as some pocket.
I don't know if Milroe's doing anything.
Again, look at the free runners. You get a lot of free runners. He doesn't panic. He hangs in there, takes a big hit, and layers this ball beautifully over the outside shoulder. Touch.
He might.
Timing,
Micah, or not Micah. Milroe might not do anything.
Thrower he is. So when you think about guys who are platform throwers, pure throwing motion, you can see some similarities there with C.J. Stroud. Now, C.J. Stroud, I think, has a little more arm, a little more RPMs he can generate with his arm strength. But, man, when they throw the ball, it is pretty.
And those two guys are at the top of the draft board for you, and there they are out there together. They've been having a very, we've been picking it up on social media every now and then, a fun competition when they've been talking to each other, talking some smack to each other. There's Jackson Dart, who just finished his workout. It looks like those will be the first three quarterbacks taken. Just don't know where, just don't know when at this point in time, right?
Yeah, those are I have them really left to right there.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, and Jackson Dart had a nice throwing session here. We'll wait for the pro days for the other two to show what.
Yeah, we already know Milroe's a good athlete. That's why people keep asking about like combine risers. It's like if we already know the guy's crazy athletic, what is it really doing for him? You know.
Receivers you're looking forward to seeing that's going to be at least out there, if not maybe working out. Throw a couple names my way if you don't mind.
Well, in this next group here, I mentioned Arian Smith from Georgia. He can absolutely fly. So I think you're talking about somewhere below 4.3. I'm done making promises on what guys are going to do. That hasn't worked out for any of us in terms of the promise business. Let's just say he's going to be really fast. But it's a long list of receivers, some interesting names to keep an eye on.
Okay, very good. And then that'll be the end of the night. Only one quarterback is running. And then the wide receiver class will run. Then they'll get on out there. Kurt Warner is going to be on the field during the on-field drills. Charles Davis will join him as well. And
I'm going to give you one more name. I'm just scrolling through the
We have
here.
time. I mean,
they haven't got ready yet. Jalen Knoll from Iowa State. We saw his teammate Higgins ran really, really fast.
Yes.
Jalen Knoll is going to roll. He jumped out of the gym. He is compact. He is explosive. He's a really good football player. So that's one that I've kind of earmarked here as one I'm really looking forward to.
And I'm looking at your top 50. Teteroa McMillan of Arizona. He is number 14 on your list.
He's not going to run.
Right. Abuka was just in the group before us. He's 23. Luther Burden, the group before us, he is 33. And that's about it. I mean, we've had first round wide receivers more significantly taken. You got to wonder if the Dallas Cowboys are interested in that department, the wide receiver spot. What do you think? I mean, obviously they got CeeDee Lamb, and they need
some more firepower there, especially when you've invested in Dak. You're going to need to surround him with some players that don't cost you $1 bazillion. So it's drafting some skill players that are going to be cost controlled, and let Dak get those guys up and running.
Okay, so speaking of up and running, there is the lone quarterback who's running here at the combine.
Tyler Shuck.
And this is it. So
it's Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck is going to get out there. Then we're going to have to give him a breather. Then he's going to run it again. And the wideouts go.
He's 25 years old. He's got 4 degrees. I don't believe one of them is kinesiology, but he is smart enough to know he's going to need a little bit of a breath before he has to run his next one.
Tyler Shuck
red shirt ear
is like one of these classic, like, this is what a quarterback is. 6'5", 220, big arm. He got a lot of hype a few years ago. Like Walter Football had him as the #1 overall pick. Never quite saw that. But he does have projectable traits, and in a super weak quarterback class, Tyler Shuck is certainly a draftable player.
Along the way. He's running. That's why he's running, because he can run.
4.69 for Tyler Shuck. Tight end? No.
There he is, getting fired up.
Yeah, no Jalen Milrow.
Shuck, he is big and he has a strong arm. Watch him and you'll see some big time throws. He is aggressive. He can get to number 3 in the progression, 1 to 2 to 3. And then he can really, really let it rip. You'll see him off balance, make some big time throws where it's just all arm. He's set up for this environment to have a really good day because he can spin the football. He is big and strong.
Just again, we talk about experience and how he had mentioned before, he's also got a little showmanship in him. This is what he was doing to say get everyone going.
Is Milrow trying to avoid the running back allegations? Yeah, probably.
Spoke with him yesterday, Shuck, Rich, and DJ. And
Milrow didn't need to run. He's already such an insane athlete. I don't think running does anything for him.
Accuracy.
He wants to be a quarterback.
But what's really cool, and you're going to look out for this in his drill work.
We'll see. I mean, Milrow does have a big arm.
Off-platform throws. It's a hard
He's generally got a fairly good deep ball, but general accuracy not great.
He said you can't
and
get those off-platform
super
throws,
inconsistent as a player, as a decision maker. Alabama obviously suffered for it. But Milrow's got potential. Like, if Jalen Hurts is going to be a top 5 vote getter for the MVP, Super Bowl winning quarterback, Jalen Milrow could be as well, which people are going to get so upset about that.
And just again, I know
Jalen Hurts was like the 50th pick in the draft, and bigger, stronger than Jalen Milrow, not as fast, not as big of an arm, but
once again, you take a look at the quarterbacks in this group. Riley Leonard.
Milrow's got potential. He's bad right now. He's an elite athlete.
To Syracuse. Graham Mertz went from Wisconsin.
Sit him for a few years, see if he got anything, I guess. I don't know.
Went from Ohio.
If he can get into a really good system, really learn it,
Sanders, Jackson State to Colorado. Tyler Shuck.
You could have something. Like, it wouldn't shock me if a team like the Eagles took Milrow and like
the rare trip from
late day 2, early day 3, just to get a really good athlete in there and a backup QB that can run the offense.
That's pretty interesting. Or it used to be one transfer, now there's one.
Like, if I'm the Eagles, I'm trying to get Jalen Milrow.
This young man is the standout in that regard of this group, and it's Alabama, which is no slouch, as you know.
Yeah, and he had to wait. He had to wait it
behind Bryce
Young to
get
his opportunity.
Right.
Speaking of Jalen Milrow, he's on the screen right now.
Yeah, again, I think you can find a lot of positives either way.
Had 20 rushing touchdowns. If I were the Ravens, I would try to get him, obviously, as well. He's not close to the player that Lamar Jackson is as a thrower.
Really, all the rest of these players have had
but
to adjust. They've had to adjust to new
very good athlete.
New coaches, new systems, and you get a chance to see how they perform.
So Shuck has caught his breath from his 4.69 40 and then his post 4.69 40 run through the end zone to fire up the crowd. And it's now time
Elite.
for run number
What do you think
2.
of Nicky Manwari after that combine? Yeah, really good athlete, potential first-round pick, fun player, potentially the first safety off the board. Elite, thanks for the 5.
No doubt. Off he goes again.
Another good time here for Tyler Shuck. 4.64.
See, there's the
This is firing up the crowd, dude.
Right there. Although I don't think Philip had 4.64 in his bag if he's watching.
This is great.
That's awesome.
So much fun. There you have it. That'll wake the crowd up.
Tyler Shuck's, there's something, but we'll see. Yeah, good long time backup with a big arm.
Love it. Okay. We see a Shuck.
Now we have the receivers. Group 2. Or I guess technically like Group 9.
From Auburn.
And we got some dudes that can fly in this group. Nair actually is a threat to run in the 4.3s.
Pull away when the ball is up in the air. He actually had some good tempo as a route runner. He changes speeds.
Brazzy, thanks for the 10.
And off he goes. First 40 run by the second group of
4.38 for Keandre Lambert-Smith.
That's a good omen right there.
4.3.
Did I miss a super chat?
He is the nephew.
Oh, Connor, what was your opinion on Pickett pre-draft? I wasn't a huge fan. Thought he lacked arm talent, also whittle hands. But yeah, he didn't really have a good arm. He was productive at Pitt. He offered a little bit of mobility. His upside was as like a fringe starter. Things would have had to go absolutely perfect for him. You know, like
slot receiver. Catches a ton of crossers. Does a nice job.
There's only so many quarterbacks who are not big, with average to below average arms, who are successful. Like the absolute best case scenario for some of these guys is a Joe Burrow, but they don't have the intangibles, they don't have the accuracy. Even Burrow is a great improviser with great pocket mobility. It's like not everyone's going to be that. Not anybody's going to be that, really. Jalen Lane got out a little bit.
Fast.
4.35.
We're cooking now. Let's go.
4.35, Stacey Dales.
I think we have some reporters in my chat trying to spoil the times. I might be slightly behind.
Last run, which was the unofficial.
You guys can see it on the screen here. You don't have to mention the time before.
I said, man, you were flying. And his response to me was, he said it felt lightning. I said, man, you were white lightning. And his response to me was, white lightning. White lightning. You got to love it.
I think I'm even more behind now somehow.
And he said, you know what? I wanted to come out here. He's competing, but it's always been a dream.
White lightning is hilarious.
Why not? You love this guy. You got to love him.
Certainly the fans appreciated the visit.
Yeah, no McMillan. He's opting out.
Pumped it up. And love it.
Love it. 4-4-1. Spoiler. My fault.
Love it. 4-4s to start us. Almost made it 3 for 3. Close.
I'm back ahead now.
I haven't seen a Levitt run that fast since Julia Roberts said she was going to date Lyle.
Look at you.
It's a good line.
Look at you.
Ooh.
Tay Mumfield of Pittsburgh stepping up.
I wish we could sort by receiver groups on here. You're going to see it pop up. It's just not going to be not going to have the check mark.
Double moves as well. I was curious about the second gear. So
Arian Smith is the one to watch. I'm also curious about what Jalen Knoll, but what Jalen Royals is going to run. I think Nair's a threat to run fast. I don't think Nick Nash is going to run that fast.
That's the quicker than fast right there. Good player, quick.
E. Hayes, thanks for the prime sub. Farrell, not Will, welcome back. 38 months. Appreciate the hard work you put into this. Can I get a sneaky late fit into the Broncos system? Torrey Holton lever. I'm going to assume you mean Horton?
You're going to like Nick Nash. 40 explosive.
Believe in me, thanks for the prime sub. Sneaky late fit for the Broncos system. I don't know about how late, but I like Elijah Arroyo to them. Maybe he's available in round 3. Deagles, Feagles, Mason. Thank you guys for the subs too on Twitch if I missed those.
Red zone closer drill, the way he can elevate and go get the ball, he's going to be
all right. They Underdog had Nick Nash's line at like 4.51. I took the slower on that.
Nash, the 4.58.
More smooth and fast, but he does a good job.
Thought that was a pretty bad line, but I got cooked on some others, like Matthew Golden running 4.29. Nick Nash 4.58.
Confidence in his hands and plays at that full speed all the time.
All right, this could end up being a really good time.
Nebraska.
Former Texas receiver. Basically didn't play there. Got hurt in the spring game.
218 pounds.
But he's got a long stride, deep speed backer. I think in 2022 he may have led college football in yards per catch. He was at least close. It was over 20. And he got out pretty good. 4.43 at 218 pounds.
Okay, is Noel up next?
He is.
All right, I'm excited for this one.
We're going to get some really good times here. Noel, Smith, another big body, but Thornton is someone that could run well. But this is going to be a really good time.
His final year at Iowa State.
He was training to get ready for this. They said he was a half hour early every single day, consistently a pro's pro, all business.
Yeah, Noah Buka, he would not have run well. You got 4-3 watch here, though. He got out pretty good.
He's moving, Rich.
4.39. Iowa State bringing some pretty good athletes here this year. Darian Porter, Jalen Knoll.
Texas says an hour and a half early for those workouts, and it shows he was ready to roll. Side by side with Emmanuel Sanders.
Emmanuel Sanders put up some pretty good testing
Too shabby.
back in 2010. That was 15 years ago.
Of the wide receiver group, we're underway, and we'll show you what you missed.
They're not going to commercial when Arian Smith is about to go. That's how is that possible? Dude, what are we doing? It's just it's a brutal time for a commercial. Yeah, tight ends ran yesterday. And tomorrow we finish up with offensive linemen. And I'll have a combine video coming out. Sunday night. That's going to be tough. When you're streaming all day, it's kind of tough to make videos, but maybe Sunday night. I'd like to get it up Sunday night. I don't know how much time I'm going to have to record tonight. Tonight I need to post FIU Dynasty. I need to make that thumbnail. Got a lot on the schedule here. So you have it on the screen. You guys can barely see. At the bottom there. This is not the thumbnail I want, though. Where did that go? But yeah, FIU Season 4 tonight on YouTube at some point. Hopefully.
Back here, the 40-yard dash line. Here's what you missed. Caden Prather of Maryland.
All right, Arian Smith will be one to watch. He has a chance to go 4-2 something. I'm expecting Arian Smith to be the fastest time.
A lot of love for Jalen Royals' game. Day 2 guy.
4.42
of the 2025 NFL Combine.
You say that there's a chance that he can have a record breaker.
Weird get out.
Looks like he's flying.
In a
4.36 though.
Nicely done.
That was an easy 4.36.
Yeah.
I don't know. The first 10 didn't look great,
Taylor.
but
4.52.
Well, we did miss Smith. These were not live.
The 40s.
It's live now for Tesla.
We're at the NFL Scouting Combine.
Tesla here.
Isaac Tesla of Arkansas.
He's got
supporters.
Got a fan base here.
Does it have to do with the flow, or is it his family? Could it be both?
Ooh, Pig Suey.
Pig Suey. Love it. That's the neat part about this, is that family and friends now can make it in here, and you can tell.
That's great. Look at the size here with Dante Thornton Jr.
Almost 6'5".
A lot of skinny posts.
Does he put the skinny in the post? 4-3 flat.
Yep.
I told you he was going to move a little bit.
Tennessee, Charles can attest to it.
Missed Dante Thornton, but 4-3 flat. He was in my video.
Let him just run those skinny posts and run right by people. CD, I mean, he lines up on the sideline close enough to shake a coach's hand.
Outs on him out there, DJ,
And he's
and get people
6'5".
open. Part of the reason Jalen Hyatt really exploded on the scene, you remember,
He's a
that
deep
game
threat,
against
though. If you
Alabama,
watch him,
followed
not
touchdown.
incredibly shocking that it's fast. 4-3 flat, though, is incredibly shocking because it's unbelievable.
Talked with Josh Heupel, the head coach of Tennessee, and he said the second year really was when Dante Thornton really started to put it together, and you can see him roll right there.
Indeed. 4-3 flat. Jordan Watkins now. Another Ole Miss running Reb is running.
Savion Williams is running. That's going to be another pretty good time at 6'5".
You got to pay for that thing. You got to run in the 4.3s. Look at that.
Some fans as well.
That was outstanding.
Weiss is next up from Missouri.
Theo Weiss did a good job of taking Luther Burden under his wing there at Missouri. Transfer from Oklahoma. Look at that. That's strong jewelry game, Rich. I think you add that to your run. I think you get a little bit faster.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. You just feel good with that.
Yeah.
Theo Weiss is a bigger receiver. I didn't realize he was 6'3", but 6'3", 200.
Be right up to the edge, but don't be on it, you know?
I wonder if that's Al the jeweler's work, our friend there, by the way.
You can ask Sauce about it. The Brian Borgonzi show. What are they talking about? First overall selection. First domino to tumble. Yay or nay, they use it or they trade it? Make your call before Theo goes.
I'm going to say they use it.
Okay. And there goes Theo. 4.59.
Bigger receiver. Wasn't expecting him to fly.
Draft's only late April.
Nothing's going to happen between
Josh Simon from South Carolina is a good athlete. Juice Wells is unlikely to run fast either. It's not his game.
His nickname is Juice. Usually that means you can run a little bit.
By the way, I'm sure if I was
I
on
don't.
Twitter, I'd be
I would kind of be surprised to see in the 4.4s, to be honest. We shall see, though. We've seen a lot of really good times today.
You got George Ackles on
But
the brain.
I think he's a low 4.5s guy.
Deep cut. Stacey Augman.
Oh, Plastic Man, nothing better. Grandmama. How did they lose to Duke? Seriously? I was a little kid, but I was the first time I remember being really, really wrong about a prediction. Not the last.
Not an awful start, I suppose. 4-6-3.
We'll be back in the final four. First
Thought he would be in the 4-5s.
Receivers will play
was
those
hoping
for
for
you.
it.
Whatever you miss, we've got your back. As the kids.
How about a 1-4-9, Toro? Hook him. Pedro. Why did I say it like that? Pedro, thanks for the prime sub. More commercials before Savion Williams. They're killing us. How about this, though? We had 4 guys with a 149 10-yard split in the 40. Tootin is 206. Darian Porter and Matthew Golden are 195 and 191. But Nick Emanwari, 10-yard split. Nick Emanwari, 220. If you thought it was a 159-40 Toro, I am genuinely concerned for your mental health. Genuinely. But we did see some really fast times. Nair 997 RAS. I told you he was going to be good. To Slaw with the 996. 6'3.5", 214. That's pretty good. Arian Smith with a 9.23. I honestly think he can bring this down. I thought he'd be faster than 4.31. 4.36 right now. Jalen Royals running a 4.42, by the way, is phenomenal for him. Phenomenal. Null at a 9.48. Nair 9.97.
LeJontay Wester of Colorado.
I'm very interested to see what Savion Williams is going to do.
63 pounds, but he can roll.
4.47.
Good time.
There's a lot of movement there for LeJontay Wester.
Looking at UNLV, that was early.
Ricky White.
There he is.
Not looking especially fast here.
4.62.
All right, this is the one I'm curious about. Kyle Williams. Have him with a day 2 grade here.
A lot of people like Kyle Williams.
Ground covered at that start.
4.42.
Yeah. He had an awesome Senior Bowl week of practice.
Savion Williams of TCU.
Big-bodied receiver, huge receiver, 4.49.
He plays all over the place.
Very nice time.
Wildcat, receiver, move him all over the place. He's fun.
Stacy?
Yeah, DJ. He was a quarterback, as you know, in high school.
Can throw it apparently
Massive
80 yards.
Guys, his measurables here, almost 6'4", 222 pounds. And the thing that's been discussed about him, like he's a dual threat. He's, like you talked about, DJ, come to be known as a dual threat. And when he was asked what he prefers,
It's a good day for Kyle Williams.
Wide receiver, running back, being used all over the field. He wants to be a receiver. We think he's going to be a receiver, DJ, but he's willing to do the dirty work in short yardage. Maybe a tush-push kind of guy.
All right. Lambert's, if it's still allowed. Lambert Smith, 4.38 40 is what he runs, and based on the unofficial times that we have in Group 9 for the moment, Group 8, the previous wideout group, is already official. That said, the most sub 440s by a wideout
Got a lot of them.
combine since 2003. Last year there were 9. If everything stays as it currently is, meaning
You got 10.
Hold up, yeah.
Got 10 right now.
This wideout group would have 10. And that's after the running back group was the fastest we've ever seen.
It's pretty good. Also, fast track in Indy.
I'm sorry, but I didn't say it correct. That's my bad. Then.
Who could potentially lower it? Who's in the low 4.4 range? I guess Dominic Lovett, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams potentially. These are all really good times for them already. I kind of thought Isaiah Naylor had a chance to get into the 4.3 range. No Tet McMillan.
There's a little bit better quarterback play throughout the year. His numbers would have been much better than they were.
Yeah, Lane's flying, dude.
He didn't improve, but he stayed below 4.4. The only sub 4.3 we've seen is Matthew Golden, who ran it once and then not again.
Well, today.
And we had one. Thornton was right on the number, right? There he is. Yeah, 4.30. So we'll see that could
improve.
Could improve. That's what Golden did. I think Golden was 4.30. And
it was. That is correct.
Got the little bump. Love it.
He's got a chance if he can improve to.
He was a big transfer receiver. Didn't end up producing a ton because he went to Georgia. Well, it was a factor, I guess.
Lovett's signature phrase.
That's the ticket.
There you go. I knew it was in there somewhere. I know it's Lovett, but it's still, it plays.
4.41.
4.41.
And no T-Mac. I know some people your team is a pick in the first round. You want to see Tet McMillan here from Arizona. He's not running today, but we'll have a chance to show some of his video a little bit later. He's got a lot of Drake London to his game.
Shoulder's really starting to be annoying. Sitting in a chair all day, you'd think it wouldn't be bad for you, but it's so bad.
Field. No pick.
Should have 2 boys and start a band.
He gets the whistle.
Take your time. Take your time, man. No hurry.
Are you making a Mumford and Sons reference? I mean, my gosh, it's getting late. It is getting late early.
You fouled that one off. I thought I had it by you. I thought it was by you. You just got a piece.
Just got a piece. Call it right now.
Ever be a standing desk guy? I think it's a good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I might do this a few more times. Make you make snap decisions.
I like the snap decisions.
But I don't know.
I like the snap decisions.
I do think it's a good idea, though.
Wait for 40s to be run.
I'm going to end up moving here in April. Maybe I get a big standing desk. I don't know.
Stick with the first run.
Damn.
You can tell his opinion of his work. Nick Nash coming up. Nice kicks.
Very nice.
It's a good start for Nick Nash this time around. He's moving a little bit better, I think. Same exact time, though.
What are the odds? Is a 4.58 run?
Yeah, that's plenty for his play style, too. He just knows how to play. He's caught so many balls. Just has a real good feel. Knows how to work in space. We've seen a lot of good receivers in this league in the 4.5s. Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4.54, if I'm not mistaken, when he was coming out.
Yeah, I would get an adjustable one. I wouldn't get one where I'm forced to stand all the time. That would be insane.
That was 4.59.
Okay, he turned out all right.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I really think Nair can get it down a little bit.
Nair trying to,
but not a great start, I don't think. But 4-4-1, almost fell down.
Careful.
He stumbled before that last time. There was a couple stumbles and ran faster.
I think he could be a 4-3 guy, but not going to get a chance.
Let's see what he's got in store. He's had a day with the jumps, jumping 41.5 inches in the vertical, 11.2 in the broad, and he's already put down a 4.39. This is what's called playing with house money at this point in time. Matt Campbell doing some recruiting there and developing at Iowa State.
Yeah, we're due for a commercial break. It's during the 40s after all. Couldn't possibly show these all the way through.
No, we'll stick with the first. When we come back, we'll show you what you missed.
Yep.
Baby Luke dreaming about when I'm calling his name in 2045. Wow, that means I'm here in 20 years. I'll take it.
The commercial breaks are killing me. We knew it was going to happen. Can't be surprised, only disappointed. I mean, what a vert there for Jalen Knoll. Great broad jump too. We have more 3-cone results. No. I was hoping there'd be some receivers to start to post times, but no. Same group of running backs, obviously. Tootin, unfortunately, didn't test great in the agility department. Kyle Williams is somewhat small, yet very athletic. Ricky White is posting some very poor numbers. Only 184 pounds. Running the way he did is not great. LeJontay Wester only 163 as well. Some tiny receivers in this class. Yeah, pretty putrid for Juice Wells. That's not really doing a lot for him as a prospect. Dante Thornton, though, the vert's holding him back significantly, but everything else is phenomenal. He's actually a little under 6'5", but 6'4.5" with a 4.3 flat 40 is super elite. To Slaw having a great day. You rarely see a guy with just green everywhere. That is not especially common.
Distance.
Good morning, football. It's our show that we know and we love that you're here.
I love y'all. I can't wait to see what he does in the NFL.
And they added so many pieces. That
And
team
these,
was so good
like,
last year.
it does matter. It's easy to say the combine doesn't matter, but
Here's what you missed.
the RAS stuff matters. You rarely see, and there are outliers, but you rarely see good, productive NFL players who are subpar athletes. It doesn't really happen.
It's all right. First one works.
Royals, can he improve on 4.42? The answer is
no.
So Royals flushes that second. Smith.
Better start, I thought.
4.36. The answer is
He looks fast, man.
No.
4.38.
Come
How?
on. Rock Taylor, can he improve on 4.52? The answer is yes. Yes.
4.44.
Can he improve on 4.44? The answer is no. Come on.
It's moving
Still has the
though.
largest cheering
Here's
section.
Thornton.
Junior, can we get sub 4.3?
4.32. Flying though.
Trying to set these things up.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice payoff if you ever do get it. Those are 2 great times for him.
Yeah, they are. I mean, here I am. Oh, man. Ran a 4.32.
Dude, he's almost 6'5", 205 pounds.
That is crazy. I love how, yes, this skinny post could be his nickname. Peter?
One of the players you're not seeing run a 40 is Xavier Restrepo out of Miami. I will tell you, while these 40s are going on, Cam Ward, his quarterback, is going through a full throwing session with Restrepo. The quarterback throwing on the ball is Cam Ward. So although Cam Ward's not going to be doing the quarterback drills, he's getting his tosses in, and Restrepo's gone through the entire route tree during these 40s.
Good eye spying there, man.
Thornton went to Tennessee.
Jordan Watkins.
Two great times. Can really track the deep ball down the field too.
There you go. That's what you're talking about, Peter. I'd do that for you.
You'd warm me up?
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Don't I do that every show?
You do, yes. That's a good analogy.
We rehearse the open, you know. I'm like the Cam Ward to your Restrepo.
Get me nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
All the QBs that we're going to run have already run. Did I miss your super chat? It's my fault if I did. Top 3 round 5 to 7 receivers and QBs that are underrated AF. I'm going to include just round 4 to 7. It's weird. We're going to include all day 3. QBs pass. Maybe Tyler Shuck as a day 3 guy. Receivers, again, I have really no idea where these guys are going to go, but I like the potential of Savion Williams. He's like a 6'5" return man that's really good at the ball in his hands.
Became faster than his quarterback.
See Kyle Williams getting to day 3.
See if Juice Wells can get this.
It's not a great offensive class, other than running back and tight end.
But when you go through the combine, you start getting through the groups like we have. You start realizing why schools like Ole Miss and South Carolina had good years. Got a ton of players here.
Like I like Jalen Royals a little bit. Torrey Horton could be a fun day 3 guy.
4.63 becomes a 4.58. That's a vast improvement.
It looks a lot different on the card in the draft room.
NFL posted the Knoll vert. Let's check it out.
Official attendance, 13,000. Although the minute Will Howard stopped throwing, a lot of people
That's
left.
pretty good.
I think the people that are left are all related to Isaac Tesla.
Yes. Deontay Wester. If you're out there watching Prime, what's up?
Jalen Royals 149.10, by the way.
4.47.
I think him and Marshall and Sapp are all sitting together taking this in.
6 foot 205.
4.48. Sapp's just waiting for some big offensive lineman to run slow tomorrow, so he could text me that that's your pace car. There's Shador.
Cool.
Again,
Cool.
still smiling.
Cool. Cool. Some do though.
Eden Wester.
Some do. Cool.
Say it cool again, man.
UNLV's Ricky White, the third. As we're getting through the final 40s of the night.
Man, Ricky White just loses it around the 20, the 30.
Looks like he's okay. That was a hurt grunt more than a
hope not. The two Williamses will wrap it up. Kyle first.
I think he can get under 4.4 if he gets a clean run.
Okay.
Let's go, Kyle.
Explosive off the ball. When you watch him in his releases, he wins right now.
Crazy for wanting Colson Loveland at 17 for Cincy. They really need to upgrade that defense. But I have considered the possibility that the Bengals could really upgrade at tight end and have an unstoppable offense. However, they don't really have that much trouble scoring. They have a lot of trouble stopping people score. This looks like a pretty good time. 4-4 flat, unofficial.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, worthy of applause.
Kyle Williams flying.
For sure.
He gave you this head shake. He wants to be in the 4.3s.
Oh, maybe he will be. Maybe he will be. That's what he's thinking right now. Close enough where the official time could.
Dude, you're good, man.
Do you remember the year? Was it? I don't think it was last year. I think 2 or 3 years ago. Whoever they had, if you guys don't know how they do it, the first run and the second run, they have this like synced up to somebody's stopwatch.
That looks pretty clean.
So it's not like computer timed at all. It's synced up to a stopwatch, and then they get the computer time and they update it. But whoever was recording it that year was not even close, really. So you would see times go from like a 4.48 to a 4.55.
Mike Evans.
I think he's gonna come out on top here.
4.38 to like 4.31.
Look how big he is, and he is rolling. Yeah, he's got DK.
Mike Evans is not winning this race, but guess what? He's running to Canton.
Yeah, Chris Olave. They had Olave ridiculously fast.
I ran a 4.53. What are you doing here?
I didn't ask for that.
Yeah, that was the one that really stood out because like, no way Chris Olave just ran a 4.26 or whatever it was. Now he's a fast guy, but he ended up being like 4.39.
Pretty much everybody you thought.
Can we see Chris Olave 40?
Come on, Charlie.
Yeah, they had him at a 4.26.
Let's go.
I'm really worried that I'm gonna end up getting claimed, but I'll just show you guys anyway. We're not gonna watch a Discover ad together. I mean, let's be real about that. Does it keep playing if I click off? 22. Let's see. Nope. All right, we're watching a Discover ad together with Wayne Gretzky and Stifler's mom. The hell is her name? She's famous now. She's in stuff. She was in The White Lotus. It's my Fernando Tatis background. Whatever. Saying okay, everyone in every chat is saying Debo trade. Hold on. The first 2025 offseason NFL trade, San Francisco has agreed to send standout wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the from the San Francisco 49ers to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 5th round pick. Okay. How about that? Now, there were a number of names I tweeted out pre-Combine, or maybe on Wednesday. So the Combine, I guess, was already going on technically. Myles Garrett was in there. Jair Alexander said something was going to happen with the Combine coming up. Did not expect it to be Deebo Samuel. to the Commanders for a 5th. Now, why is it so low? Well, if we look into the Deebo Samuel contract, it starts to become a little bit more clear.
Daniel Jeremiah, not just any trade, a big-time trade. Ian Rappaport, break it. Go for it, sir.
A major trade just seconds ago. Sources say San Francisco 49ers star receiver Deebo Samuel has been traded to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 5th-round draft pick. A major move for Washington.
Yeah,
of course,
do $21.7 million this year.
Around Jaden Daniels, and they're in that window now where they got a quarterback on a cheap deal. They can take on some money, and of course they do hear more than $20 million in salary from Deebo Samuel. And obviously, Adam Peters, the general manager for Washington, knows Deebo well, had him in San Francisco, believe he is a big-time weapon for Cliff Kingsbury, for Jaden Daniels. Deebo Samuel, who did have permission to seek a trade, wanted a new home, he gets it and lands in Washington.
Well, how about them apples? Daniel Jeremiah, so Terry McLaurin, who had a remarkable season with Jaden Daniels as his prime target. Now you add Deebo Samuel to that mix. Your 2 cents.
You've got a lot to think about when you're defending Jaden Daniels with what he can do in the run game as well as how prolific he is in the pass game. Now you've got to worry about Deebo and all the creativity Cliff Kingsbury can have with him and options to get him the football. And really didn't cost him much in terms of a draft pick. So all the other things they can still accomplish this offseason. But Kurt, I'm looking at this thinking the irony of Brock Purdy's getting ready to get paid, so some money's got to go out the door, whereas Jaden Daniels is not costing you very much, and you have the luxury to
29-year-old receiver.
Salary like that.
I think you're 100% right, DJ.
Under contract through 2025.
That now, right? We know the cost of
do a lot of money.
When you got to pay him that big contract, that so many of them are looking, go, okay, what kind of hay can we make when our quarterback is on that rookie deal? And obviously, Jaden, just after his first year, we all know what they did. NFC Championship game. Wow, does this add to the mix there? And I love anything that we can do to make it easier on our quarterback.
It's a lot of money.
Carried this team offensively, making play after play. But man, Deebo Samuel is one of those guys for any quarterback that makes the game easier with those short throws that he can turn into big plays.
So let me bring Ian back in here because I have questions for you, sir. I have follow-ups. Follow-ups. Did I see earlier that you said Brandon Ayuk is potentially on the block
but
too?
Still?
Did I see that?
Rich, there have been some discussions, and you can take my word for it because my word is pretty much gold. But John Lynch, the general manager, also said as much, was asked about the rumors, maybe some discussions surrounding Brandon Ayuk, and he said, yeah, there's been some conversations. Those conversations are always positive. He was paid a lot of money. He had a knee injury. We'll see when he's able to get back, but you know, this is a team, I think they'd like to get a little bit younger. Again, this is the words of John Lynch. They got a lot of money invested in some offensive weapons, and they still need to pay some guys. Got to pay Brock Purdy. George Kittle may get a new contract. If they're able to unload some money for maybe the right deal, it sounds like they may do it, but that's a much harder trade to do than this trade. Again, Deebo Samuel headed to Washington.
All right, I have one more follow-up.
Okay.
What's
Dante
the latest
Thornton should be
with
pretty
the
good at
Purdy
this.
Conversations. What are you hearing?
Yeah.
What are you thinking on that front?
Those conversations have begun. The 49ers front office and Brock Purdy's agent Kyle Strongen have.
I don't know that Dre
started
Greenlaw is
talking.
going to be back in
Generally,
San
these
Francisco.
quarterback
We'll
deals,
see.
Rich, have happened. Sometimes they happen in June. Sometimes they happen right before training camp. Sometimes they happen before the season. Generally, they take forever. And we've also seen big-time quarterbacks land in the 50s. Last year, we had several, from Trevor Lawrence to Jordan Love. Where in the 50s is Brock Purdy going to land? Huge question for the 49ers over the next several months.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. Those were my follow-up questions as the news adding a jolt of caffeine to the affair.
Nice.
Peter, take it
Nobody
away.
was hurt.
Peter?
What's interesting here is a lot of people might be wondering, well, what version of Deebo Samuel are they getting? Guys, Deebo Samuel is coming to the Washington Commanders with the final year of his contract there. He'll be motivated to not only stay in shape, but to try to do whatever he can to get another contract next offseason. Remember, the common bond here. Adam Peters is the new general manager of the Washington Commanders. Spent many years
this is a rental.
the man who drafted Deebo Samuel in San Francisco.
Thank you, sir. And so obviously John Lynch has Adam Peters' number in his phone and vice versa. This is the look right here. Obviously, we'll see how the rest of free agency shakes out.
They had the third most cap space, $82.2 million.
I don't know if this was about Debo or any of his Colorado Buffaloes.
Wester,
testing
maybe?
out well, but Prime is going wow. And as you know,
Get Luther Burden. If I'm the Niners, Luther Burden.
Debo.
It's not. They need defense. They need line.
One more thing here. $21 million, taking that off the cap for the Niners. That's why they can basically say a 5th round pick, right? Because they're taking on that.
Yeah.
But you have their cap space in front of you here. They still have a ton more to play with, correct?
Yeah, they had the third most at $82.2 million.
I'm still a Luther Burden guy.
There for Washington, so they can still be active with free agency on the horizon.
And the thing that I'm wondering,
Yeah, they have Ricky Pearsall, but
how
Luther Burden, that could be your Debo
Daniels
replacement.
Was and is, and how much fun they appeared to have, and how they made it to the Final Four, and how the future is bright there.
Said Trences. Jesus.
One would think free agents would like to go if there's apples to apples of money, and there's apples to apples in terms of where they want to live, right? I mean, don't you think Jaden Daniels calling him up and saying, how'd you like to come to our spot? That is a significant advantage for the Commanders.
Well, if you're into winning, having fun, and playing with a dynamic young quarterback,
Luther Burden's a monster after the catch.
That's pretty appetizing for a lot of folks.
So that's the news here.
But he played in the slot a lot.
While the wide receivers are working out, a 5th round selection going from the Commanders to the 49ers. And Debo Samuel's terrific tenure with the 49ers since coming out of college is in fact over. And he will be in the NFC East for the runners-up in the division and the conference. The Washington Commanders. How about that?
Nice catch.
Home field.
How about that, Kurt? You know, I mean, that's pretty big.
Huge. Huge. Back to the gauntlet here, watching the fellas.
Yeah, Nash can catch. He only caught 104 balls this year, Kurt, so you can tell really struggles there.
It's Jesus.
Drops here for Nair.
Yeah.
That was a brutal gauntlet for Isaiah Nair. Nair had again, like some of the craziest yards per catch in college football at Nebraska. Actually committed to Tennessee out of the transfer portal, and then backed out, went to Texas, got hurt in the spring game.
I've seen a trade announced on the screen when you're in the stadium with the
Ended up transferring to Nebraska.
All the different boosts to make. A lot of people did not know that was coming. I can tell you that much, based off the reactions.
Well, here's our first look at Xavier Restrepo of Miami.
He is a tough cover.
Clean. It looks like he's got a lip in. What's going on with his cheek?
Chad Hall vibes. You remember Chad Hall, a little receiver, and is now with the Giants, I believe, coaching.
Yeah, he had been with Buffalo at one point, coaching receivers there. How about little Braxton Berrios coming from the same school?
No doubt.
You know what he told me, DJ Restrepo?
What's that?
That he was a defensive player and then decided to move over to offense because he thought it suited his talents better.
There's a lot of quick hitters, whip routes, just in and out. He is shifty, and he can make you miss after the catch. There's one against Virginia Tech where he's on the ground.
Arian Smith didn't look so bad through that.
By the way, the first throw right here of this gauntlet, that was thrown by Riley Leonard, who's out there for the gauntlet. More you can do, right?
Yeah, some guys chipping in.
Just another way to get loose, Rich.
Another way to get loose.
I've never really noticed the Restrepo thing. I mean, obviously you see players mostly in a helmet, but I feel like I've seen him without it plenty of times, but I've never noticed that.
Remember he began his career at Hillsdale? Wasn't that Jared Valdir, the offensive lineman who was at Hillsdale?
Oh, yeah. On a scouting trip to Hillsdale.
Dante Thornton is so tall.
Jordan Watkins. He's rolling.
That's a nice gauntlet.
That is really good.
Yeah, jeez.
That was very nice.
He ran well, too.
Jordan Watkins, kind of like one of the forgotten receivers on this Ole Miss team with Juice Wells and obviously Trey Harris, but he looks really good in that gauntlet and was productive too. I mean, Ole Miss has a number of receivers. Kind of a shame that these guys don't get to go with Jackson Dart, but
yeah. So let me help.
Thornton ran a 4.3 flat. I don't know if we have an official time on that yet.
Different times. Now, guys can work on trying to stretch their hand out, so when it gets measured from the tip of your pinky to the tip of your thumb, you can do exercises and they can get massages, try and make that a little bit wider, but usually it's pretty much as simple as it's a different scout who one of the two didn't quite do it properly. Usually that's the case.
All right.
All right, the gauntlet. Why are we doing this drill, and what is an example of what this looks like on a football field? Well, let's go to Ladd McConkey. Here he is in his combine gear, catching these balls from different angles, and then, hey-oh, now we've got pads and a helmet on, and we're doing the exact same thing on a full sprint, running through the football. Throw's not always going to be perfect. One might be on your face mask. Next one might be a little bit on that back shoulder, but you're running full speed. You still got to adjust and make the play. And he did it lovely as we get to love it.
Look at you.
Right down the line. I'll tell you what, Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU, he set the bar, and you're seeing these receivers trying to match it. Jalen Royals from Utah State.
He's just not really running, though.
I think since we added the tracer, Rich, it's taken this gauntlet drill to a new place.
I don't want to see guys jogging through it. I want to see accelerate over the middle.
He runs through it.
When we come back, the on-field drills of the quarterback class.
I do think that is a good spot to stop, though. That is it for quarterbacks, receivers, and running backs. We got the 40 times over with. More on-field drills to come.
Who else did I miss in this raid?
And we are going to raid out. I appreciate you guys watching. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, of course, obviously make sure you're followed or subscribed if that's something that interests you. Maybe live tomorrow for the offensive lineman. Definitely want to get up a combine risers and potentially even a fallers video. Maybe I might even make that a short. I guess you'll see. Deebo Samuel has been traded. Might do something with that. But that is going to do it. Thank you so much for watching. Been a really good couple of days. We've been live here for 6 hours, and I think this is a good place to stop. Hook 'em horns. Texas performed great. And we're going to raid Toro. He's playing GeoGuessr. And on YouTube, just go watch some videos, I hope. Thank you so much for watching. I've got FAU, or excuse me, why do I keep doing that? Got FIU Dynasty coming out shortly. So you're going to have like 4.5, 5 hours of extra content tonight if you're interested. So check that out. I may see you guys tomorrow. Sunday's a little bit of a busier day, but I'm going to try to be up at least for the 40s. That's the idea. All right. Later, guys. Appreciate you. It's been a pleasure.